mentor of mine, popularly known as the lead man of India for his pioneering work in lead poisoning.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite on stage Dr. Alexander Thomas, the patron of KAHO, president of AHPI, Association of Healthcare Providers India, the renowned author of some phenomenal books on healthcare.
Please put your hands together for Air Marshal Dr. Pavan Kapoor, Chairman Technical Committee of NABH, the Vice Chairman of Rus Education and the VC Lincoln American University. I don't hear the applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, the patron of KAHO, Group Chairman, Founder and Managing Director of KIMS Health. Please put your hands to applause. We have this wonderful team on stage, all the 14 gems on stage. They've been the greatest KAHO veterans, patrons, leaders, and of course, Parag, please.
We have Dr. Nagendra Swami, SC, the patron of KAHO, Founder Chairman, Medisync Health Management Services, a leader par excellence whom we've have the privilege of working with KAHO for the last decade.
Can we have a mic on stage, please? Whether it is continuous quality education as a series or tie-ups with international quality organizations like ISQA or even healthcare projects with WHO, I think KAHO makes its presence felt in being impactful beyond just accreditation. And it's a pleasure to hear from these stars on stage, at least a few of them. So let's invite first our organizing committee, Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Organizing Chairman of KAHOCon 2023, KIMS Hospital, Chairman and Managing Director of KIMS Hospital, kindly say a few words, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me. It's a warmest welcome to all of you in the vibrant city of Hyderabad. We will be able to conduct this more informative, engaging, and leadership and quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhaskar Rao. And can we have Dr. Giridhar Gyani to say a few words, please?
Good morning. This prestigious event of KAHO, well, I can say the prestigious event of our country, brings the brightest minds in the healthcare in general and quality and patient safety in particular from across the globe. I think this is the excellent opportunity for all of us to learn from each other, network each other, and create, a world which is around safe healthcare, quality healthcare, and sustainable healthcare for the entire globe. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gyani ji. And now may we request Dr. Vijay Agarwal, the president of KAHO, to say a few words and inaugurate the session.
So friends, over the next 2 days, I'm sure we are going to have an academic feast. So on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of the patrons, and on behalf of my organizing of the governing committee, I declare this conference open. Thank you.
Please put your hands together. Give a good round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. KAHO always believes in quality and never believes in delay. And therefore, we would right away enter into session 1. Safety would be a myth if it's not part of the culture in any healthcare organization. Our session 1 is all about leadership in building a culture of safety and quality in healthcare today. We request the speakers and respected chairpersons to take the dais as we announce your names.
We would like to first invite Dr. Alexander Thomas, patron KAHO and president AHPI. Sorry for the up and down, sir. A man who needs no introduction. As the founder, president, and patron of KAHO and president of AHPI, he has always been the man in the forefront of bringing positive changes in healthcare industry. He's also the author of some fantastic books on communication for doctors and has been the editor of several books on climate change due to healthcare. Dr. Alexander Thomas.
And we have, as another chairperson, Dr. A. Sharath Reddy, founder director of Medicover Hospitals. He's at the top of the league of eminent cardiologists. With an unparalleled track record, He is presently the founder director of Medicover Hospitals and the director of Cath Lab at Medicover Hospitals, High Tech City. He's a specialist in interventional cardiology. He's a proctor for complex coronary interventions, rotablation, and chronic total occlusion percutaneous coronary interventions. Dr. Sharath Reddy has authored a book on CTO cases named Decoding CTO, Case-Based Approach. Please put your hands to welcome the chairpersons on stage. Dr. Sangeeta.
We welcome on board on the dais Dr. Guru N. Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director, Continental Hospitals, Hyderabad. Dr. Reddy is a gold medalist of the Osmania Medical College and super specialized in gastroenterology, liver diseases and transplantation. He has been named Legend of the Year in GI and GI Surgery at the Times Healthcare Achievers Award and Healthcare Entrepreneur of the Year at the Six Sigma Healthcare Excellence Awards. A larger round of applause for such fantastic clinicians contributing to quality, please.
Thank you so much. And now we have an international speaker, Dr. Carsten Engel, Chief Executive Officer, the International Society for Quality in Healthcare, ISQA. The ISQA and Dr. Carsten Engel, with his master's in science from University of Copenhagen and a certification in anesthesiology, Dr. Carsten has contributed to the development of ISQA's international accreditation program, and he joined ISQA and ISQA EEA as CEO in 2021. Carsten, with 22 years of experience in hospital work, has been a member of ISQA's Accreditation Council since 2010 and was appointed Deputy Chair in 2016. ISQA and KAHOCON joined hands to provide some amazing fellowship programs. And it's really a proud moment today that Dr. Carsten Engel is here, and he would be proudly helping us with a lot of fellowship programs in future. And this would be entirely attributed to this relationship between KAHO and ISQA. Please give us a good round of applause. And
running a few minutes late is the ever so charming Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, a global healthcare leader and entrepreneur heading the Apollo Philanthropy and working as the joint managing director of the Apollo Hospitals Group, a group that had the first accreditation in India and a group that has managed to lead us all into good accreditation, knowledge bearing and quality bearing stuff. Dr. Sangeeta is a recipient of an honorary doctorate from the Macquarie University, and she'll be joining us in a few minutes on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to stand between you and the knowledge. It's an extravagant feast laid out, and we hand over to the chairpersons to take us forward.
thank you very much.
So once again, a warm welcome to all of you to the 7th edition of CAHOCON, the annual conference of KAHO. We are delighted to have all of you with us today for the keynote session of this it's become a very prestigious event in our country. This keynote event, the session will provide us with valuable insights on this theme from some of the most distinguished speakers. You heard our MCs introduce them. Some of the most distinguished speakers in the healthcare industry. We all know that leadership plays a very critical role in building the culture of quality and safety within an organization. Actually, they're both sides of the coin. You cannot have effective leadership without quality, and without leadership involvement, it's very, very difficult. It's a challenge to build a culture of safety and quality in any organization. Overall, leadership is essential for building a culture of quality and safety with an organization. And I think this can be done by the leadership by setting the tone, driving accountability, encouraging participation, fostering continuous improvement, and building trust. Doing this, leaders can create a culture that prioritizes quality and safety and delivers exceptional outcomes for all stakeholders, especially the patient, who is central to all what we do. Creating a sustainable culture of quality and safety can be challenging and complex, but the rewards are of great importance. I just mention a few. Improving outcomes such as better patient care, higher customer satisfaction, and increased profitability. It reduces costs such as because of fewer errors, liability costs, and increased efficiency, and enhances the reputations of the involved.
So with that, with these opening and a few others like improving employee morale, which is very important, and enhancing innovation. So with these opening remarks, it's my pleasure to call on the first speaker, Dr. Karlstein, and I'll also hand over to my co-chair. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to speak again to a CAHOCON conference. I bring greetings to all of you from the ISQA community. We are proud to partner with you, and I know that quite a number of you will come to thank you. Quite a number of you will come to Seoul later this year to share your achievements with the rest of the world. We are really looking forward to that. So now over to the topic of my presentation. If I should say it in a few words, I would say that leadership is about nurturing a learning health system. Leadership is about nurturing a learning health system. Why is that so? We know a lot, but we do not use all what we know well enough. It is becoming increasingly apparent that our current health systems are not built to last. 60% of care is delivered within guidelines based on evidence or expert consensus. 30% is low value or wasteful, and 10% results in direct harm to the patient. Imagine that 40% of what we're doing does not provide much value to patients, even generates harm that must be taken care of. Imagine that we could mobilize perhaps 50% of the resources we spend to really create value. The way to do so is to create a sustainable learning health system. A system where knowledge is not something that accumulates in journal papers, not something that people know in the sense that they can tell you about it, but something that is translated into daily action. This will need change. As we know, any system is perfectly designed to perform in the way it performs now. But implementing change is challenging. Change is often top-down, issuing more policy, introducing more stringent measures, etc. We must move towards a learning health system. Effective change must factor in the system's complexity, and we must recognize the challenges of implementing change in a complex adaptive system. Learning health systems are defined as systems where science, informatics, incentives, and culture are aligned for continuous improvement and innovation, with best practices seamlessly embedded in the care process. Patients and families are active participants in all elements, and new knowledge captures as an integral byproduct of the care experience. The learning health system has potential to greatly improve the safety, effectiveness, and cost effectiveness of healthcare, and could represent a shift in the conduct of research. But healthcare is a highly complex system, perhaps the most complex system that exists. I can't go deep into this now, but there's a reference on the next slide that can serve as a good introduction. But the reason for complexity to emerge is that relations between causes and effects are not linear, but include positive and negative feedback loops and cross-links between different processes. And this means that the effect of a given action can't always be predicted precisely, and that an action at one place may have unforeseen consequences at another place. Embedded in the system are a lot of processes that are simpler, sometimes even linear and easy to understand, but the result of combining a large number of interconnected processes is the emergence of a complex system. And as a response to this unpredictability, it's not always efficient or even possible to work as per the rules in a manual. There may even arise situations where two applicable rules prescribe actions that are conflicting. Therefore, people in the system will react by adapting their actions to the actual situation. They will do so based on their knowledge of how the system works locally where they are. They may not necessarily be able to take more distant effects of the actions into account, which may lead to new adaptations elsewhere in the system. Some of these adaptations may lead to changes in the written or unwritten rules on how to act. In other words, the system develops and learns. This may lead to an improved system, but sometimes also to drift into failure. I just told you that one of the properties of a complex system is that it adapts itself. Why? Doesn't that mean that it's inherently a learning system? It does in some sense, but we can't be sure that it changes in the direction we want to. And to be true, the performance of healthcare system does improve over time. We see a secular trend for improvement that, by the way, can confound before-after studies or time series studies if you don't take the appropriate methodological precautions. But the change is too slow. Some people have found that it takes an average of 17 years for only 14% of new discoveries to enter practice. And then consider the rate with which knowledge is growing. So even if we do improve the target, full use of all present relevant knowledge is moving and moving fast. So we need to speed up the learning. And in addition, there's always the risk of drifting into failure. Staffordshire was a complex system that adapted and changed itself. No one deliberately wanted it to change into the failed system it became, but nevertheless, that was what happened. And we can point out some of the features that led to this: conflicting goals and messages, reluctance to listen to staff, comfort seeking versus a problem sensing approach to the use of data and information, and a blame culture. But to sum up, laissez-faire is not an option. We cannot just hope that things will take care of themselves. But the opposite of laissez-faire is also not an option. Rules and procedures can reduce complexity and are well used for this purpose, but they can't eliminate it. A complex system can't be managed by a master manual. And as you know well, the kind of knowledge we use when we plan and provide care is certainly far from always of the just do this and that way kind. You need to think while you work. So what you can do as a leader is, in a sense, to ride the wave. And you need, in this on this ride, you need to use the knowledge delivered to us by implementation science. One thing is evidence-based practice, innovation, and clinical measures, the thing. The other thing is the implementation strategies, the stuff we do to help people and places do the things. And that's the second of these is the important domain of the leader, I believe. Successful implementation can be guided by this kind of four-step approach. We could use accreditation standards or other standards to describe the desired change of behavior and the supporting evidence. They can also clarify the scope for adaptations, what can be changed, what can't. We must define the barriers and facilitators locally, but implementation science can guide us to in this exercise. There are generic types that are well described in the literature. The strategy must again be determined locally, but also here, implementation science can guide us and provide us with a large number of options to choose from. And lastly, we should remind ourselves of the importance of data-driven approach to quality improvement. We can learn from some successes and some failures. The ICUs in Michigan were able to reduce the incidence of central venous line associated infections to 0 by using a bundle of interventions. The same bundles were introduced in the UK, but without achieving the same result. This is probably due to differences in the implementation approach. In one case, we had the Michigan case, the successful case. There were isomorphic pressure, the perception that it is unacceptable and damaging not to comply with certain good practice. There was a sense of community there was a shared sense of purpose and motivation. And in the other case, the UK case, it may have been perceived as just another top-down government-led initiative perceived by staff as harsh and coercive, and local leaders failed to develop consensus and coalition. The power of isomorphic pressure can be illustrated by a story of a quick spread of an improvement. The introduction of pulse oximetry into anesthesia practice that happened during my own time as a practicing anesthesiologist. In the more affluent parts of the world, this innovation was adopted rapidly within a few years or less, certainly not with a 17 years delay. And the isomorphic pressure, the feeling that this was the right thing to do, was an important factor, but it's also worth to notice a number of barriers that were not there. There was no power game. No one would lose power by adopting the new practice. There was no need to unlearn old habits. This was a pure add-on. Employing new technology is a sweeter, more appealing change than changing organizational habits and practices, and implementation was relatively affordable in the context. Now back to the learning system. A learning health system can be defined by 4 key dimensions: science and informatics, patient and clinician partnerships, incentives, and a continuous learning culture. And more about them in a moment. A 5th dimension, structure and governance, has been added by a group of researchers from the Australian Institute of Health Innovation, led by Professor Jeffrey Braithwaite, the president of ISQA, and who may now call it the Institute of Medicine Zorinsky-Braithwaite model. And you will see that it is aligned with a quadruple aim: sustainable costs, improves provider satisfaction, patient experience of care, and quality and population care. As you know, we should now add equity to grow the quadruple aim into the quintuple aim, and this model would embrace this as well. Some characteristics of the dimension science and informatics. Focus is on making knowledge easily available at the point of care where it is needed, and on capturing the care experience to generate more knowledge. Knowledge is not just knowledge in textbook and journals, it's also knowledge about how our own concrete system operates in general and here and now. Some of this knowledge is formalized into standards, policies, and procedures, and others shapes our culture, the values, the way we think about things, and how we do things here. During the last half year or so, it has become very obvious that artificial intelligence will become a major game changer. The older ones among us have experienced one informatics revolution when the internet and mobile devices made all the information we had to retrieve cumbersomely from printed books and journals in libraries available in our palms, wherever we happen to be. And the next revolution will be just as seminal, allowing us to digest and apply the terabytes of information we have access to in a wholly new way. There are obvious risks and hazards, but the potential is enormous. Co-production of care with building true partnerships with patients and families and caregivers is a very important component of being a learning health system. Full transparency is possible, although often initially met with skepticism and resistance, and that should be the norm. And once established, it tends over time to become accepted and eventually viewed as the very natural way of things to be. Incentives are here understood as encouraging people to do certain things. Financial incentives are only one type of incentive. They work, but not always in the way you had hoped for. You need perhaps to be just, or perhaps even more aware of financial disincentives, payment model designs that discourage the desired behavior. On this slide, I would like to highlight the need to develop system competencies among staff. It's not enough to have your professional knowledge and professional skills. You must also understand how a system, complex system works and learn to navigate safely in it. Policies, governance, and regulations should be aligned to facilitate research, collaboration, and learning. Infrastructure should be in place to support local decision-making, both clinical and organizational decisions. This would include policies, procedures, decision support systems, and access to relevant information. And of course, here, artificial intelligence will revolutionize the way in which we do things. Goals and means to achieve the goals should be clearly stated, known, and accessible, and standards and performance indicators should further inform everyone everywhere. I will quickly move on to my last slide because I can see I have only a few seconds left. And that's to say a few words about how ISQA might facilitate the spread of the ideas of a knowledge of a learning health system. We are a global system, global membership-based organization, and we will use all the channels available to us to collect and disseminate knowledge and implementation science and learning health systems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Carsten Angel, for your insights on leadership in quality journey in global experience. Now I would like to invite Sangeeta Reddy Garu, who is the Managing Director for Apollo Hospitals and Group, to talk on leadership in Indian hospitals towards culture of safety. Where are we and where we should be?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues on the stage and in the audience. Namaste. It's wonderful to see you all and a great pleasure to be amongst you today. I want to begin by congratulating KAHO for their continuous commitment to patient safety, to higher standards, to IT integration. I've been at earlier conferences of theirs and I'm very appreciative. Of course, a special call out to Som Mittal. Your leadership in NASCOM has been legendary, and thank you for bringing that to the healthcare. It's a much needed intervention. So very, very happy to be amongst all of you today. I want to really begin by stating that the healthcare landscape in India has really come a long way. In my 40-year career of seeing where we were and where we are, the change, the evolution, the capability, the language, the dialogue, everything is out. And today, not only can we boldly face anyone in the world and say we are on the path to achieving universal healthcare, we deliver high quality care at 1/10 of global prices. We are capable of anything in terms of treatment modalities that is available anywhere else in the world. And we are now cognizant of the fact that we will move to a more preventive screening approach to be juxtapositioned or be in kind of in step with our approach towards curative care. I also believe that one of the strongest things that we have is really the tremendous human resource that we have. I'm always thankful at any healthcare session to Dr. Reddy, our chairman, and my father, but I just want to state that in the very beginning, he put right up there that it was not how many hospitals we will build. It is not that we will be the largest. It was just a commitment to patient care. And it was a commitment to bring international standard care within the reach of the people, because he saw in front of his own eyes patients who could not afford care, could not access care, could not find it in time. And he also saw the capability of the Indian doctor And simply said, if we give our doctors and our nurses the infrastructure, we can achieve these goals. So I think this continuous commitment from leadership towards a high standard of care and towards medical excellence, research, and education. So these three pillars are really the true pillars of any ability to achieve quality healthcare. I also believe that everything we do should be for the benefit of humanity. The financials are part, the growth engines are part, the valuations are part. The truth is that we are here to serve. Until we keep that as our primary core, it's going to be a kind of a mixed journey. But moving on, I really want to acknowledge the fact that healthcare providers in India, the dialogue has really changed. Patient safety, standards, quality have become central to our dialogue. So my team just pulled out this slide of a conference that we do on patient safety, which is Join Hands for Patient Safety. When we started in 2011, it was 750 people and many of them were Apollo participants. But today, when we did it early this year, we had close to 1,900 physical participants and 3 times that number virtually. And it's not just the number of people who are committing to quality, seeking education in healthcare systems, the participation, and I'm very happy to see ISQA, who's been a continuous partner, the Joint Commission, the NABH, but it's the quality of the dialogue. And hand in hand with that quality of dialogue is really the most important thing. We all talk about evidence-based medicine. It's also about evidence-based outcomes. So clinical outcomes in India today, whether it's the results of bypass surgery, and I see Dr. Bhaskar sitting right here, whether it's what we're doing in joint replacement or transplants, our outcomes we're able to benchmark with the best in the world. Near misses, and I think this is a very important one. We came from an environment where people did not want to acknowledge that there could be a mistake. 10, 15 years ago, it would be a cover-up act. Now they began to get the courage to report, the courage to say, we almost had this mistake, we luckily averted it. I'm happy to say that all near misses are being captured, and captured not to punish an individual, but captured to improve the system and the protocol and the training. And that culture is really at the core of a safer environment. My team also says that we've had 0 sentinel events in the past 3 years. And this is something which enables, I think, administrators and leaders like us to sleep well at night, because ultimately people come to us with trust and faith. And it's important that we live up to that faith. I think medication errors was always a big one. And to be able to say I've had no medication error, because ultimately, as Socrates said, do no harm. Even if we're not able to completely cure, we must make sure we don't create problems. Infection rates of less than 2%, the days when people said Indian doctors are great, but the infection rates are high because of their post-operative problem, those days are behind us. And it's important for us to maintain those standards and keep moving ahead. I also think that systems and infrastructure, whether it's the laminar flow or the antibiotic, all these are playing a big role. But today, infection is no longer acceptable. And so we must continue to fight this. We also have something interesting, which I hope somebody will be presenting later on nosocomial infection and appropriate use of antibiotics. We've built an AI-based algorithm. I'll be very happy to have anybody who wants to share that. And ultimately, I also think that if we're expecting our teams to do a great job, it's important for us to focus on their health and safety. So every step towards safety of staff is critical for us as leaders to focus on. And really, the evidence is showing that there's been a tremendous movement in the safety, the quality, and the capability of Indian healthcare. And therefore, I truly want to acknowledge every single one of you. This has been a joint journey and a tremendous journey over the last 4 decades. Sometimes people say that quality is expensive. How do you afford these high-end machines? These disposables cost a lot of money. Anytime that dialogue comes up, please bring up this dialogue. that if you satisfy one patient, that story reaches only 4. But if you have one disappointed patient, one area where infection happened, one area where something did not go right, you will have 10 potential patients with a problem. And therefore, it's important for us to clearly focus on everything that we can do to keep our patients happy, and safety is really at the core of it. I also truly believe that, and I see so many friendly faces and so many faces nodding in the audience saying, yes, this is what we believe in. And let me tell you, this is, from our own background or history, we're not very good at sales. Healthcare sales has become a very different game which is being practiced. But we focus very, very much on keeping every patient happy. And it's those patients who go out and bring us more. So, as something that I would kind of urge everybody to practice, put more focus on internal safety, internal quality and outcomes than the type of sales which is happening today. It's something which is good for our whole sector. And I don't call us an industry. I believe we're a critical sector for the country. Finally, while I was asked to speak about leadership and, safety and messaging from the top, I will reiterate that never is it as this idiom is as important, is that the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. You may have the greatest philosophy, ideology, methodology, research, accreditations. But if you have one nurse who gives a wrong medication, everything is gone. So that focus and that ability to consistently deliver, there is nothing more important than that. So quality really may definitely start from leadership, but is sustained, maintained, practiced, and sometimes jeopardized by the weakest link in the chain, and therefore a system approach. So I'm just very quickly going to share with you our framework. So the framework is clearly about protocols. There's a clinical governance committee. No longer is quality really mandated by Dr. Reddy or any of us. There's the clinical governance committee led by clinicians. We look at infrastructure. So your theater protocols, your ability to change your airflow changes. Many years ago, we actually had a doctor who got a serious infection in one of their outpatient rooms. She was not even a surgeon. And we realized that her, her air handling unit in a 30-year-old facility, that air handling unit had not had its filters changed. So she got an infection from there. So now the infrastructure and the protocols, and I'm repeating this point that their mistakes may happen. How you learn from those mistakes and modify the system to ensure that the infrastructure supports you, the team has learning, is really where the whole quality journey gets encapsulated. Besides this thing, I think staff credentials, protocols, education, and an appropriate ideology of who is empowered to do what. That is at the crux of a huge area. And then marrying service excellence with quality is also a very, very critical aspect. But besides the infrastructure, and I've spoken, I think people are the most important, and then you put the operating protocols. But the ability to monitor protocols, do evidence-based adjustment of protocols. When is the right time to change a catheter? What do you do to prevent ventilator-acquired pneumonia? What is your protocol for changing an IV line? Is it 3 days? Is it 5 days? Is it 7 days? How do you proactively ensure that the patient doesn't get infection or fever? What's your antibiotic protocol? Are you giving just before the theater an injection? Are you giving oral antibiotics? It is these protocols which are making the huge difference between outcome. So the ability to put the protocol in place, practice it, use evidence to update it, use global knowledge to enhance it, and then use training and finally digital to ensure it's consistently repeated is truly at the crux of everything that happens. And the core tenet of quality that we've learned from other industries, from the Demings of the world, of plan, improve, train, and then sustain, and make this a continuous cycle remains at the core of everything. And finally, I think I just want to conclude by highlighting the one single point, which is the most important, is that you may not have the IT, you may not have all the protocols, you may not even have bought the latest equipment, but you can still run a beautiful environment if you have the patient focus and you have the intent to continuously improve. And I think it is there that we create this, but it is also important for us, along with intent, if you don't have those protocols or you don't have those machines, that we don't try to do care beyond the capability of our infrastructure. And I want to end by sharing a real life incident. My son is a final year student studying medicine in the UK. He told me that he had to write a case study of what he had observed for the day. And that day he happened to receive a patient in emergency. And of course, he's only an observer, he's a junior, but he said that that patient was very unhappy because the wife was very unhappy because this was a gentleman who was having a stroke. He had traveled 5 miles to reach the hospital. And I said, okay, stroke, did you give clot buster therapy? You know, I'm not a doctor, but I like to show off that I know some things. So I asked him, hey, did you do this? And he said, Mom, that was the problem. According to the protocol, you have to do a CT scan with dye to understand before you can give this clot buster therapy. And therefore, that hospital did not have that capability. And so by the time they discovered this, the patient was out of the window for which this therapy was effective and had to go in for routine treatment for stroke. And the wife, who was fairly well educated, said, no, this is not the best protocol. Why are you doing this to me? And then, you know, later he said, I calmed the patient down. I explained, luckily the stroke wasn't too bad. He'll get back to 95% of normal with rehabilitation and physiotherapy over the, next few months. And then at the end, he said that I had to write down my learnings. And in the learning, he wrote down that I believe he researched it, that 7 miles the other direction from that patient's home was a hospital that had all that infrastructure. And if that patient had only been taken there, his outcome may have been better or different. And so this ability for us to think of healthcare and the patient as a unified, integrated system of access, to design our protocols, to share care and give the patient the very best, is also at the core of design and better patient safety. But most importantly, I think the dialogues which precede this design come from an intent of giving the patient the very best care. And it is for us together to make this care happen in our country. I'm extremely proud and thankful of everything that all of us have been able to do together. But I'm also very cognizant of a changing world, of a more empowered patient, of more rigid protocols, of rising costs of technology, of evolving medication. And so let me say that if we've achieved X in the last 20, 30, 40 years, the pace of change is so fast that you will see that change happening in the next 5 to 10 years. So training programs like these, conferences like these, where you can not only hear, but talk to each other and share protocols are, I think, the most important. So I congratulate all of you for your commitment to quality, and thank you for this opportunity to be part of your community and to share some thoughts. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Garu, for her insights on leadership in Indian hospitals towards culture of safety. And in the interest of time, we move on to the next presentation by Dr. Guru N. Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director, Continental Hospitals, Hyderabad, who is going to talk on role of distributive leadership to meet the challenges in healthcare.
Morning. The distinguished organizers and the governing body of the CAHOCON, the panelists on the podium, the chairpersons, and the most exciting established leaders, emerging leaders, and the future leaders that constitutes his entire audience. It is always a very tough act for a speaker to follow a very dynamic, charismatic thought leader, not just in our area, but across the country, Dr. Sangeeta. If I don't do justice to this topic or what I'm going to be speaking on, I have to blame Sangeeta to some extent. And I have a disclaimer. The disclaimer to the organizers at the end of the day is that this is the disclaimer. If I don't do justice in what I'm presenting in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and if you can't take home a profound message at the end of my talk, my disclaimer is that please settle the score with Dr. Govind Hari, Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Dr. Lulu Joseph, Dr. Agarwal, and Dr. Giridhar Gyani. So I'm clean here. Fine. So I was given this assignment. I'm not a management grad. I didn't take an MBA at the end of the day, but I have been a humble position. It happened so in my entire life from the west to the east and east to the west that I was thrown into leadership, and which I've learned several things during this course of the last 4 or 5 decades. And I have to summarize this now in 20 minutes to share that with you. But the interesting part of this subject is that I'll be speaking on distributive leadership, how it is going to impact or impacting healthcare across the world, not just in this part of the country. Now, the most interesting part is when I talk to my 2 sons who are alumni, undergrad and postgrad alumni, the Wharton School of Business Management about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Hey guys, what is distributive leadership? And both of them, very successful leaders in their own domain, they said, no, I've not heard of this. Well, that was the most sobering thing at the end of the day. If they have not heard, who are leaders, management leaders, I think it's going to be much more easier for me at the end of the day. So I go with the presumption here, the entire audience, that all of you have been leaders and all of you are emerging to be leaders. We are used to certain style of leaderships for the past, from our school days or for our education and wherever we are working at the end of the day. So let me just walk you through the, which is a slide changer here, please. The red. Great, yes, that's what I thought. Here we go. Okay, so there are several definitions of leadership. There's several types of leadership. Well, not impossible for me really to delve into them, but I'm going to share a few of them for us to kind of lay a context for understanding distributive leadership. Now, leadership is centralized, we all know, which is deemed to be autocratic. Leadership is decentralized, which is also has various synonyms of democratic leadership, participative leadership, integrative leadership. And lastly is distributed leadership, which will be, addressing that in the next few minutes. Now, centralized leadership are truly, these are autocrats who run organizations, these are politicians, they are other business leaders, and there's nothing wrong with that. One of the great prototypical example of history of centralized leadership was Henry Ford. And nobody can forget Henry Ford. Henry Ford was a controlling person, a young engineer who really put the automotive industry. And Henry Ford controlled every design in his company, also to the extent of Henry Ford controlled what were their employees doing outside of their company. But nevertheless, Henry Ford was successful. One of the great quotes of Henry Ford at the end of the day, which most of the management grads perhaps remember, there is no failure in this world. Failure is only an option for those who try to give an excuse. It's a very profound statement that Henry Ford has made. So like Henry Ford, we have seen in our own country, various business leaders who have been autocratic and across the world. Now, when I Googled a week ago, in healthcare organizations in India, what is the type of leadership? Very interestingly, the first thing comes up autocratic. And then they go on to say, citing an article in 2015, written by somebody from the West, which was not very appealing. You know, India does not disseminate leadership and typically run by, you know, physicians or family leaders and on and on and on. But certainly there is more, you know, changes that we are seeing in the past decade or two, and these changes are happening for the good. So when it comes to decentralized leadership, we have several examples in history. You know, in this, from our own country, we have the Tatars, we have Azim Premjis. From the West, we have, to some extent, I guess, Bill Gates floats somewhere between autocratic and, you know, decentralized leadership. And we have, you know, from our own countries, several other, even Ambani is placed in that context at the end of the day. Distributed leadership, one of the great, I'll just give you the examples, then I'll set a definition for that. Distributed leadership, the people who have practiced this is the greatest company called Google. And all the Google leaders embrace distributed leadership. They have contributed tremendously to the business world about their actions and what has emerged from distributed leadership. And in India, they cite Mr. Agarwal of Oyo. He's counted in that category of distributed leadership. So on and on, I think there is change and emerging of in the world of distributed leadership. Now, there are, as I mentioned, there are several different types of leadership. At the end of the day, one of the other types that recognizes or classifies leadership is into autocratic, as well as democratic and laissez-faire. Then the Likert management systems, those of you in the business world understand this is another very important classification. Likert, Dr. Likert was an American social psychologist who has contributed from his educational theories and published various management styles and articles where he classifies leadership into four, which is participative, consultative, benevolent, authoritative, and exploitative authoritative. So beyond authoritative, you're also basically exploiting in a given company. So in a nutshell, I borrowed this cartoon from one of the publications called The Four Became BA, and whoever was the designer for this. So what is happening truly in distributive leadership? Distributive leadership is where you are basically making the organization or the individuals who have the talent and the expertise accountable and participative. And the collective wisdom of these individuals translates into in the organization into a very fluid and emergent property, which means to say that the organization becomes very dynamic with the contribution of these multiple individuals, and it's not something that is just controlled by one person who is heading or who is leading the role. Now, distributive leadership is based on three key ideas. Leadership is a product of an interacting group or network of individuals. It is not based on the actions of a single person. Number two, expertise should be distributed across the organization and not concentrated in the hands of select individuals. Number three, the possibility of leadership should be made open to those who might have been previously excluded. Distributed leadership is a broad and a diverse concept and shares some overlap with other types of leadership, which I just spoke about, which is democratic, participative, collaborative, and shared leadership. And it promotes leadership as a fluid and emergent property and avoids the typical leader-follower dynamic and distributes the responsibility based on expertise. The model also envisages or professes that in distributive leadership, there's diversity, there is maturity, there's interaction of the individuals at the end of the day who are bringing out a fantastic new culture that completely modifies and shapes up your governance of that institution. It's not only healthcare, but all the institutions across. Such is the profundity of distributive leadership. Now, who coined this word? Where did this come from? Is it new? Is it ancient? If you read the literature, distributive leadership has been around in 1250 BC. Many ancient civilizations practiced this. But in the modern world, distributive leadership to some extent was taught on the fringes in the 1920s and 1950s. But the key architects who really kind of brought this to the forefront in the past 2 decades was Dr. Ed Hutchins. Dr. Ed Hutchins, during his navigation theories while flying on the naval spacecraft, was the first architect to basically define what is distributive leadership. And subsequently, some of the great management scholars, James Spillane, Peter Graun, Clara Harris, all of them in the last 15 to 20 years have emerged to be the spokespersons who have published articles and who were driving this philosophy. And I'm going to share a slide where organizations are and how they're adopting this. So traditional leadership versus distributed leadership, I don't want to go into great detail, so you can clearly read there. In traditional leadership, you take decisions and give instructions, and you tend to sometimes delegate tasks. Whereas in shared leadership, the team leader enables people to act. He facilitates teamwork. He stimulates experimentation. He coaches and gives feedback, which is extraordinarily important. So that is the contrasting difference between these two styles. And what are the hallmarks of distributive leadership at the end of the day? This was given very nicely, stated by Dr. Linda, who happens to be the Dean of Illinois State University. And she has contributed tremendously to these 8 principles of distributed leadership. Number 1 is shared responsibility. Number 2, shared power and authority. Synergy. In an organization, if there is no synergy by the individuals who are contributing to our daily works, there is no organization. Leadership capacity. A good leader is always should try to build up capacity in the organization, giving an opportunity to those who mature to be the future leaders and who can become the stakeholders of success. Organization learning, extraordinarily important. We continue to learn all the time. If this learning is not available, leadership will not mature. Equitable and ethical climate. If you have multiple people who are involved, they certainly will question the ethics of the organization, and they will contribute that the organization really kind of adopts and embraces ethical principles for its success. Democratic and investigative culture and macro community engagement is very important, that how we are perceived internally and externally, how our outreach for any organization, whether it's a hospital, whether it's a clinic, whether it is a IT company or manufacturing company, pharma company, does not matter. Perception at the end of the day, is extraordinarily important. So those are the 8 cardinal principles of distributed leadership. And then here, how do you really kind of bring this forth? What are the key elements here for us to trust, for us to really can emerge and embrace these 8 principles? End of the day, trust is extraordinarily important. If you don't trust yourself as a leader, you cannot expect trust from those who are working with you. Number 2, you trust me. You give the power, or you share the distribution, but you don't empower because you don't trust them. It won't work. So you trust yourself and you trust the individuals that you're basically giving the power. We trust the project at the end of the day. Everyone has to come together that they are in, and there is no deviation from that. We trust the purpose is very important, and we trust the indifferences. In distributive leadership does not mean that all of us have to agree it all the time. Absolutely not. It is really a forum and a platform where you can really bring forth your differences. You debate them at the end of the day and see that you're working in the interest of the organizations for its ultimate success. And last but not the least is that, shared leadership. So, which is very important. Good leaders replicate their qualities in other people. So the responsibility of leadership is distributed, which is very important. All of us, please take cognizance of that. Now, the essential aspects, I'm going to skip this essential, but it's a very quick cartoon to show that. This is the triangle by Spillane. Each segment of the triangle represents here leaders, followers, and situation. And that is distributive leadership. It's a leadership practice that is determined over a period of time. So remember this triangle. You have leaders, you have followers, you have a situation. And if this kind of a leadership practice is really kind of instituted in every organization, I think we in healthcare can really be something fantastic. I was going to skip this slide. I'm going to go through, just want to say a few words about distributed leadership at Google. Eric Schmidt and Larry Page, at the end of the day, who really built Google up. Prior to building Google, they were academics. They were merely researchers who wrote papers, but they believed in something. And that something is that their ability to express themselves and come forth with ideas. So that fundamental belief of theirs went on to hiring the best of the talent across the world. And they empowered their employees with a 70-20-10 rule. What is a 70-20-10 rule? 70% of the times Google employees are engaged in the core Google work. The core Google work being, at the end of the day, is the Google advertisements and Google search. And 20% of the times, they are allowed to participate in the emerging Google activities that go on to create, something else, like Google Maps and whatnot. And 10% of the times they're allowed to do whatever they want, come up with their own brilliant ideas. That's how Google Glass was created. That's how Google News was created. So why people were joining Google is that ability to have the 10% of the time where they were able to think and contribute, and without any top down, and without somebody basically discarding their ideas. And that's how this company emerged, so successfully. And Eric Schmidt, who joined Google in 2001, basically for 20 years he ruled Google. Everybody was circumspect in the business world. Will Smith embrace the founder's philosophy? But Smith did exactly embrace the founder's philosophy and made the first $1 billion for Google 10 years ahead of Microsoft. And his principles were very simple. Get to know your employees, establish new ways to reward them. If there are problems that need to be solved, let employees own them. Ensure employees can function outside of Google's hierarchy. And these were his cardinal principles. And last but not the least is that Google's Sundar Pichai. Many management gurus today believe that in the 21st century, Sundar Pichai's 12 qualities, if embraced by every thought leader, they will be fantastic. They'll be fantastic leaders. And what are the 12 qualities people have talked about Sundar Pichai? Humanity, understated, relationships, collaborative, deal maker, mastery, fearless, transformational, math and science, engineering, and visionary. He's a true distributive leader. And my last couple slides before I wind down. And how does all this apply to healthcare? I deliberately did not want to talk too much about where we are with healthcare, but if these principles are really incorporated in healthcare for all of us, this is a slide just to show you where is distributive leadership going. The blue line, in the last 30 years, it is really kind of superseding your democratic and all the other types of leadership at the end of the day in organizations. And why distributive leadership is the future of management? Simply, the future of work requires nimble leadership to cultivate a workforce that is able to accommodate new technologies and evolving risks. So relating, sense-making, and visioning. And here is, and also inventing contribute. This is our healthcare. Now just tell me, how could one CEO, one COO, one quality officer of an organization, if somebody did a quick count, there are about 24 of these responsibilities on day to day to run your administration. Now you take your medical services here. Now clinical services run your medical and surgical services. There are another 18, 20 altogether, 60 of them. And you're entrusting this responsibility in the hands of one person or two people, we are set for failure. So in conclusion, I'm sure you got the message that distributive leadership is a way to go. And I myself have practiced this for the last 3 to 4 decades. My office is an open door. And everyone knows, some of my office staff is here today, that I allow anyone at any time, even sometimes in serious meetings, that they can have an entrance, they can express, they can share their idea. and we take from the junior most person for their contribution and see that how this can apply in at continental hospitals. True leaders don't create followers. They create more leaders. That's my message. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your profound message at the end. And what you talked about, distributive leadership in healthcare, I think that is the way forward. Though we have many challenges in terms of keeping people together because of heterogeneity in terms of thinking as well as incentivization, all the stuff. I mean, feelings of insecurity among admins. So these are the things which may come up, while building this distributed leadership. But I think that is a way forward. Thank you for a rightful message, on this stage. I also thank Dr. Sangeeta Madam for her wonderful presentation on how quality, which was given a lost importance in 2 decades before by all the leadership, became the first, or now every leader is talking about the quality should be the fabric of organization, because that is the only way forward to take our healthcare into future. And we are also in a watershed movement in this decade. I think our healthcare is exactly moving towards more and more quality in this decade. I think we are going to see a lot of differences in next 5 to 10 years in our healthcare. And also our first speaker, which talked about the various approaches in implementing things in a healthcare organization, top down or bottom up. So there is nothing like a standard template. So we have to choose an approach which fits into your ecosystem and which fits into the parameter which you want to establish in your organization. And also the 4-step approach, which he mentioned, and use of AI in making healthcare more effective. So as he mentioned, it is a double-edged weapon, no doubt about it. But when we use AI, especially in areas of data collection, which is going to save time of our nursing and technicians, I think that is going to do wonders in our healthcare, as well as improving patient safety, as well as improving quality of our services to our patients. So I can finally quote Dr. Sangeeta Madam's, quotation that a chain is as strong as the weakest link. I think that is where we have to be cognizant of finding our weakest links in our organization, making them stronger. Only then our chain becomes strong. So thank you one and all, and we'll close this session.
Thank you very much. May I now request our honorable chairpersons and our esteemed speakers to kindly take a photograph with the CAHOCON points there. So can we have one more with the Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the inaugural session, and a big round of applause for all the 3 speakers and our chairpersons. I think there's a high level of hypoglycemia existing amongst our audience. We don't seem to be getting a resonating applause coming from you. Big round of applause, please. And as we move towards the inaugural session, we'd first like to understand how's the Josh in the room? It's not at all high, ladies and gentlemen. I can't hear anything. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Fantastic. So with all that Josh, we will now request our organizing chairman, KAHOCON 2023, Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao, to kindly escort Dr. R.P. Singh, Secretary General, our guest of honor. He's the Secretary General of Quality Council of India. Request Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao to kindly escort Dr. Singh on stage.
And we request Dr. Vijay Agrawal, the President of KAHO, to kindly escort Dr. Vikram Matthews, Director of CMC Vellore, on stage.
We also request Mr. Govind Hari, co-organizing chairman, KAHOCON 23, Dr. G. Anil Krishna, co-organizing chairman, KAHO 23, Mr. Raghunath Reddy T, organizing secretary, KAHOCON 23, and Dr. Lalu Joseph, Secretary General, KAHO, to kindly join us on today's. So as our dignitaries settle down, ladies and gentlemen,
This is a place where the lamp of knowledge shines perennially. So here we have the lighting of lamp. We request all the dignitaries on stage, and especially Dr. Singh, to kindly light the lamp.
KAHO in its 10 years of existence has ensured that this lamp of knowledge will remain lit, and we look forward to the next few decades of learning with KAHO. Big round of applause, please, for the first decade of KAHO.
It is indeed a moment to be captured. This is, of course, a wonderful moment where the entire KAHO family is lighting the lamp. Thank you so much, dignitaries. So may I request Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao, Chairman, Organizing Committee of KAHOCON 2023, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Distinguished delegates, my colleagues on the august body of KAHOCON, and respected President and other executives of KAHO. As organizing chairman of KAHOCON 23, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this great event in this vibrant city of Hyderabad, Telangana. I would like to compliment to the President of KAHO and his team for their splendid work in pursuing the objectives of KAHO. KAHOCON is a prestigious annual event awaited eagerly by the medical fraternity. The theme of this year is the leadership is the key to quality. I would like to share my personal experience on this concept. In my childhood, we used to go and get milk from a place of 3 to 4 kilometers distance from our house. Though milk was available nearby, we used to go that far because of the quality of the milk available. The milk used to be more expensive than the rest. In spite of higher cost and longer distance, we used to go to the place only because of the quality of milk. The leader of the theme of quality at home is my mother. She impressed upon us about quality, right from quality of milk to quality in education to quality in life. She is the leader who nurtured the importance of quality in my life. And ever since I have become a staunch advocate of quality in whatever I do. And that is one of the reasons for whatever I could achieve in life and what makes me to stand before you in this position today. I wish that qualities of leadership are to be inculcated from the days of joining the medical education, whether it will be a nursing, paramedical, or administration, so that they can become a good doctors as well as a good leaders and be able to serve the profession much better. Leadership is the key to quality, but what is the key to leadership? It is quality again. Quality makes all the difference. Unless you have a quality, you can't be a good leader. Thus, both leadership and quality complement each other. Quality breeds the leadership and leadership leads to good quality. Quality does not happen accident. It is the product of a conscious effort. Again, it is not one-time affair. It is a continuous process. When we say leadership is the key to quality, it implies that leadership should assume the responsibility for quality. It is said that followers accept responsibility while leaders assume responsibility. I am sure KAHOCON is full of leaders who are willing to assume responsibility to deliver quality. Let us internalize the concept of quality as leaders who have to inspire quality, enable quality, ensure quality, enforce quality, and execute quality, so that it becomes the infectious and spread across every nook and corner. Our today, Honorable Chief Minister was supposed to come for this function. Because of his busy schedule, he could not able to come. Little word of our Honorable Health Minister, Harish Rao Garu, is not a doctor, but he proved to be more than a doctor in his valuable contribution to the healthcare sector in our state of Telangana. He is proving to be a tough competitor to private hospitals with his innovative thinking and planning. He is crystal clear in his thought and talk and delivers what he promises. He is a standing example of leadership in the key to quality. Here is a leader who has delivered both in terms of quality and quantity to healthcare of millions of people in Telangana. I congratulate him on behalf of us to test whether all of us, each and every person in healthcare provider should have these two qualities of quality and leadership. How do we test? If anything is growth, the budget is going on, the leadership is good. If a doctor wants to test, his mortality, morbidity should come down. A sister should test, it is the mistakes that she commits as to gradually come down. A paramedic should also test what is the mistakes that is keep coming down. One way we can able to test, if you see the education period, when people are coming for an employment, if you look into that, in the +2, the marks will be around 80–90%. If you go to the degree, it will comes down to 70% or 60%. If you go to the final exam, it will be 50%. That means 95% of the educated people, this is the trend. There are 5% of the people, they sustain the quality from 80 to 95%, they will shine. So that means the quality and the leadership gradually diluting when the years progress because of various reasons. So this August gathering comprises of many stalwarts and veterans in healthcare. I am hopeful that the convention will ignite enlightened deliberations, stimulate creative ideas, and results in fruitful actions in ensuring enhanced patient safety and quality standards. In the conference, two things are important: how much you have shared from your knowledge and experience, and how much you have learned from others. What is more important is to put into practice what we have learned so that it will do greater good to society. KAHOCON provides a wonderful opportunity to expand our contacts that could be quite useful in our professional journey. I conclude now, wishing the event all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar Rao, for sharing these wonderful experiences with us to enhance our knowledge. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. More than the destination, it's the journey that's more interesting, it's more endearing. So let's invite Dr. Ladlu Joseph, Secretary General of KAHO, to share the journey of KAHO with us.
Very good morning, friends, and welcome to this KAHOCON 2023. I bring greetings from the Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations India as the Secretary General. And it's my proud privilege to welcome all of you to this conclave here today and tomorrow. KAHO, as you all know, it's called as KAHO, but the full form is Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations in India. It was established in the year 2013 by visionary leaders, Dr. Giridhagyani, Dr. Alexander Thomas, and many more founding members who felt the need for having an organization for accredited healthcare institutions in this country as a sounding board to come together to promote quality, patient safety, and accreditation. Here we are, 10 years and growing. So let's give a good round of applause to our founding members, particularly Dr. Gyani and Dr. Alexander Thomas and all the patrons of KAHO. I think they deserve a standing ovation probably. Why don't we do that? I think it's very important as we grow, 10 years and growing. Kudos to our patrons and our founding members. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's KAHO. So what do we do at KAHO? KAHO is an organization that is established for promoting quality, patient safety, and accreditation. We have three verticals in KAHO: the healthcare division, quality professionals division, and the diagnostic division. The healthcare division is for the hospitals. We have member organizations that have joined us, and there are many organizations that are not members whom we treat as deemed members. We do not distinguish between the members and non-members. That's the beauty of KAHO. With quality professionals, of course, we have Father Johnson here, he's the chairperson of the healthcare division. Father, please, if you could stand up and let the audience see who you are. Father Johnson, Rajagiri Hospital, who's leading the healthcare division. We have the quality professionals division with Dr. Anuradha Pichmani taking the lead. Dr. Anuradha there for you. That's for all of you, dear professionals. Doctors, nurses, technologists, administrators, all of you are part of this quality professionals division. We have the KAHO diagnostic division headed by very dynamic Dr. Seema Bhargav. If madam is here in the audience. Yes, they finished their lab conference yesterday. I'm sure they are very tired. They must have gone off. Thank you so much for being here. And these three verticals take care of the three divisions of KAHO. Apart from this, we have different state representatives and the regional representatives, 5 regional representatives. So KAHO today is a very large organization. What started in 2013 with just about limited number of members is about 92 members in the governance of KAHO today. That's extremely important as we have spread all over the country and also the globe. I must really thank and appreciate the contributions of our International Advisory Committee, headed by Professor Ravindran Jagasoti. Sir, are you here with us? Professor Ravindran Jagasoti? Yes. We have a very dynamic and vibrant International Advisory Committee, and we have 5 members of the International Advisory who are here with us. If I may request Professor Shinoshiro, Dr. Shani, and the member from Taiwan had to leave yesterday. Thank you so much. This committee is established to help us accumulate best practices from other countries. So what do we do at KAHO? We are into capacity building and knowledge management. We have about 47 training programs, very carefully handcrafted by our experts. And all the faculty are very carefully picked up. Programs are doing quite well. And we have almost 1 program running every day, whether it is a physical program, online program, or otherwise. So we have so far trained about 40,000 professionals in this country. I think that deserves a big round of applause. I think we are just beating our own drums, but it's so important in conferences like this to tell the audience as to what we do. So thank you so much, audience, hospitals, for the kind of commitment that you have shown to KAHO. So KAHO, we believe in encouraging participation, in partnering with the industry. So we have excellent partnership from the industry. We have decided to collaborate with the industry in a way that we use the collective synergy to promote quality patient safety in this country. I want to end here by saying, if I can have a bottle of water. So Father Johnson says my boss is giving the water. Thank you, sir. I quote from Dr. Abadis Donabidian, the father of healthcare quality. He says, system awareness and knowledge are important for healthcare professionals, but they are not enough. It is the ethical dimension that brings healthcare together. It is the love for the job. It is the love for the profession. It is the love for God. It is the love for what you do. In KAHO, we have plenty of love. We have people passionate about quality patient safety, and that's what is taking us ahead in this journey. It's been a beautiful journey, and we have lots to achieve, miles to go before we sleep and miles to go before we sleep. So I encourage all of you to become partners of KAHO. This is a beautiful journey. It's an organization for us, by us, with all of us together. We believe in collective synergy, and I encourage all of you to become members and partners of KAHO. Thank you so much for coming. Be a part of us, partner with us, and let's take this beautiful country forward towards the journey of quality and patient safety. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Lalu, for sharing it so emotionally, so beautifully. And I'm sure all of us would definitely agree. The sun never sets in the KAHO empire. I think that's how we look at it. All of us belong to this KAHO family, and this journey was so beautifully shared by Dr. Lalu. Thank you so much. Now, may I request Dr. Vijay Agarwal, the president of KAHO, to kindly share the journey of CAHOCON.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, our esteemed guests of honor, Professor Dr. R.P. Singh, the Secretary General of Quality Council of India, Dr. Vikram Matthews, the director of the prestigious Christian Medical College, Vellore, my organizing chair of this conference, Dr. Bhaskar Rao, co-organizing chair, Govind Hariji, and Dr. Anil Krishna, the co-organizing chair, the organizing secretary, Raghu Reddy, and my partner in crime, Lalu Joseph. We all can see KAHOCON is the premier annual event, I will say, of KAHO, which has been created in the year 2015 to promote patient safety and capacity building and continuous quality improvement. This is the 7th edition of the event in our 10 years of existence. This event starts to integrate all stakeholders, including the healthcare professionals, policymakers, industry experts, everybody, whosoever is a part of the healthcare delivery becomes a part of the KAHO event. Typically, healthcare is a very fragmented delivery care system, and therefore you have organizations which are dealing only with clinicians, only with their own domains. But here we believe in amalgamation, integration, and this event reflects all that. So over the years, KAHOCON has become a significant source of education and learning, providing groundbreaking ideas and solutions in quality, patient safety, and accreditation. Every year, a particular theme is chosen. This year, it is leadership is the key to quality. And around that theme, we get eminent national and international speakers from the industry, academia, and government. We come together and share best practices developed and implemented around the theme in any part of the world. KAHOCON has become a must-attend event for all stakeholders in healthcare delivery, as it provides an excellent opportunity for healthcare professionals to learn from each other, share their experiences, and develop innovative solutions for improving patient outcomes and safety. KAHOCON is in fact a culmination of our year-long activities. It is not merely just organizing an event for the sake of filling our calendar that yes, we have to have an annual event. It is a culmination of all what we do during the whole year. It is an attempt to infuse energy in all healthcare organizations all over the country by organizing platform, poster, video, clinical audit, and research competitions. Every year, the number of participants is increasing in these competitions. And this year was no exception, with more than 400 entries offering themselves for being judged. And what is heartwarming is that these entries are coming from all regions and all parts of the country. It's indeed a matter of great satisfaction. KAHO's main focus is to promote patient safety by demonstrating reducing medical errors. This year, a special effort has been made to invite clinical specialty organizations to urge them to join this movement of patient safety, as their involvement and taking a leading role in patient safety initiative is very crucial. WHO theme for patient safety this year is patient empowerment. Patient for Patient Safety initiative that was started by KAHO last year has now been given a status of an independent foundation has been made about it, so that, and it is progressing extremely well, and you will hear more about it during the next 2 days. Starting a national level certifying exam for the infection control professionals was again a landmark achievement for KAHO. And that also gave us an opportunity to start for the first time graduation ceremony for people who passed out of this national level certifying exam, as well as our 2 other prestigious international training programs, that is of the leadership program, LEADS program, and the healthcare risk management program. So also over the next 2 days, You will also meet our young quality achiever, quality champion, and the lifetime achievement awardees of the year 2023 will be unveiled tomorrow during the valedictory. Your feedback in the past has been our food to grow. Your feedback is very crucial to us. Please continue to give us the same. I am sure that over the next 2 days, we will enjoy these deliberations. There is absolutely, this whole topic of patient safety is like an ocean. And like what we heard in the first session, we were mesmerized by all the 3 speakers. That's what is going to follow in the coming next sessions. So thank you very much. And hope that you enjoy CAHOCON.
As I invite this luminary to speak, it is important that we recognize his achievements over the last few decades. Dr. Ravi P. Singh is the 4th Secretary General of the Quality Council of India, an independent organization under the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Government of India. He heads the national accreditation body, which has the mandate to improve the quality of processes, products, and services in all sectors, including education, healthcare, skills training, manufacturing, and others. Prior to being appointed as Secretary General, Dr. Singh has had a stellar academic career and a very well charted out trajectory where he has served IGNOU as the Director of Regional Services and then also as the Senior Regional Director in Delhi. He was also the former Vice Chancellor of Sharda University. Let's talk about his achievements in Quality Council of India. Well, there are many. In Quality Council of India, since September of 2014, Dr. Singh has initiated various innovative schemes. Under his leadership, Quality Council of India has grown more than 10 times in revenue as well as human resources. He has been instrumental in bringing all accreditation bodies under one roof. He has also initiated many schemes and projects, notable amongst them being role in Swachh Sarvekshan, Ayushman Bharat, virtual assessments in GEM, cold testing to non-power customers, zero defect, zero effect maturity model, school accreditation, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our guest of honor, Dr. Ravi P. Singh, Secretary General, Quality Council of India. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to CAHOCON. And thank you to a lot of people out here who, before me, have served Quality Council of India. Girdhar Gyani is here. A lot of people who are currently serving the National Accreditation Board for hospitals and healthcare providers, as well as the National Accreditation Board for calibration and testing laboratories. 2 of our champion accreditation bodies are here. And I'm sure that a lot of those are also here who left us and established a new accreditation body. Dr. Harana is here. So I wish you all well. There is no doubt that healthcare is a national priority, both at the national level, because you all know about PM's initiative for PMJY. And it is also, fortunately, a state priority. For example, in Telangana, you have this Arogyashri Yojana, which is being pursued by the state government. So one thing is for sure, that all of you hold a very important place in the ecosystem of healthcare. Having said that, this particular ecosystem in the country is one which is in the eyes of 140 crore citizens of the country. And we as a democratic country
somehow keep our ears and eyes open and criticize when we can and when somebody is listening. So having done exemplary amount of work in the COVID times, India is on the 66th rank of the healthcare safety in the world. If you tell that to anybody, they will say that all these organizations who rank countries are a load of crap, because India has shown that it can not only help its own citizenry, it can help the world. And therefore, it is important that we pat ourselves on the back for a job well done. So thank you, all of you, who are the frontline workers of healthcare. Having said that, I would, on KAHOCon, I would like to place my sincere gratitude to the leadership of KAHO, Vijayji, Lalu, for helping us out in doing something which was very, very, very difficult for us to do. In one state, we ventured to assess the nursing institutions in the country. And a lot of our KAHO friends who were not from that particular state contributed in assessing these nursing and paramedical institutions in that particular state. It was an eye-opener. And fortunately for us, the kind of ethics and morality that you have built in your members helped us swim through. And I'm sorry if somebody may object to my using the word, a very corrupt ecosystem in the country. We were KAHO people and assessors for offered money. When they did not accept, the money was thrown into their car. They were asked to keep a blind eye in the facilities that are there. Teachers, nursing practitioners were brought in a van or a bus just in order to show that they had one. Students did not know about their teachers or the principals, and anything and everything that you can think about going wrong into the system was there. So we were asked to rate these institutions. More than 30% are not institutions. They are called non-attending colleges. Non-attending means that you don't attend, you will get a degree of nursing, whether it is GNM or BSc nursing or whatever it is. 30% of those institutions did not have the requisite training aids, which our technical assessors in the nursing field told us. There are 40% institutions which were doing something, and they are the ones that we will have to build on in order to have a healthcare system that works. The second important point that I wanted to mention was, and this was primarily to tell you that sometimes in the country, for a good leadership, it is important to give power to others. Primarily what happens is that the leaders want to keep the power very close to their chest. And that does not help the ecosystem. And this is what we are telling to the government also, that please do not get involved in operationalizing things. Rather, it would be important for the government to only monitor what organizations like Quality Council of India or KAHOCON do as a third party bodies. If that kind of a system can be built up into the system, where the government has trust on the domain expertise and domain experience of organizations like KAHO, like AHPI, like NABH, like NABL, perhaps this whole ecosystem will be better served. So sometimes these bold decision makings that the state show or the central government shows, where we are asked to deliver on something which is broken, is what we cherish most. The second important point that I wanted to focus on was that all of you who are sitting over here, especially in the allied healthcare field, you are the most important touch point in a healthcare organization, whether it is hospital or a clinic or a super specialty or a lab for that matter. And what is important for us to understand is that this healthcare system in the country would only have trust in the frontline workers when your communication is of that nature. The empathy that you show to the patients, although it is easier said than done, primarily in the public sector, because the load on the public sector is extremely high and people do get irritated. But important thing is that the nursing staff or the paramedical staff who constantly engage with the patients as well as their relatives maintain that decorum and that communication, which is most essential in establishing this trust of citizens with the healthcare system. We have been working on this, and I have absolutely no hesitation of saying that this is one of the improvement areas that we are working even in NABH as well as NABL, our two accreditation labs. Our Dr. Pawan Kapoor, the most important pillar of NABH from the very beginning, Dr. Gyani knows, he has been instrumental along with two more people. One is Anand and the other is, I don't see, Srinivas. He has not come. Okay. So three of these important people are working on this, and we have had a lot of success in the first two lead assessors or principal assessors training program, where we tried to tell them how to behave during an assessment or an audit. I would like all these accredited hospitals, the consortium of accredited hospitals, to give us the feedback of whether things are changing on the ground or not. If not, then we will have to make a little more effort. The third important thing was skilling. As I talked about allied healthcare professionals, there is no doubt that our medical education system is doing well. But the allied healthcare system, we need to create more people and capacity in having this healthcare system to be more robust. And therefore, NABH is trying to partner with HSSC, the Healthcare Sector Skill Council, and we are trying to develop something which can take us through this important initiative of skilling of the allied healthcare professionals. The fourth important thing is how to, in fact, test your healthcare system. As you all might know, that there was a very recently, a global quality index, which was evaluated out of 184 nations. Fortunately, India got the 5th rank in accreditation system, being dealt with by Quality Council of India. And it was a huge morale booster for an organization like Quality Council of India that our accreditation system is 5th in the world. But when we see that in the healthcare safety and security index, we are 66, then it makes me wonder, should India not start ranking and rating other countries vis-a-vis the healthcare system which exists in India? Maybe we should start thinking about a global kind of a ranking for healthcare indices and start a competition among our own states first. Although I know that Niti Aayog is doing that indexing, but a third party must do it. And maybe KAHO or HPI would like to take this initiative. And the last important thing is that, like we have done the ranking and rating of the nursing and paramedical institutions, we are also coming up with a ranking framework of hospitals as well as medical education institutions under NMC. I would seek your cooperation in doing that, especially with KAHO, because it's a huge initiative that NMC has taken for the medical education institutions. And Professor Narottam Puri is not here, but he has made a framework for rating of the hospitals which are accredited by NABH. So a lot of things are on the anvil, and I believe CAHOCON will discuss some of these initiatives that NABH and NABL have taken, as well as Quality Council of India is trying to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. R.P. Singh, for your insightful thoughts on our healthcare ecosystem. And this, I'm sure, this understanding would be helpful for designing future programs for the healthcare industry. Next, we request Dr. Vikram Matthews, Director of CMC Vellore, to speak on quality and medical education. A few words on Dr. Vikram Matthews. Introduction. As a Director of CMC Vellore, a great clinical hematologist, so well respected worldwide, with more than 500 publications in his name and a world-renowned authority in bone marrow transplants. It's an honor, sir. Please put your hands and welcome Dr. Vikram Matthews.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to be here today. It's a true honor and privilege to be in this August gathering. Dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, and friends. It is said that quality is the totality of features and characteristics of a product or service that bear on its ability to satisfy given needs. This is a definition taken from American Society of Quality. I'm not going to debate this with a room full of people who are experts on quality, but I'd like to focus and stress on the last part, satisfy the given needs. And I think there is a context to this, and I think it's important for us as healthcare givers to put that in context. India is an extremely diverse country with different standards of different problems, different challenges, and different access to healthcare. I mean, all of us are familiar with this. There is a balance between excellence and relevance. If I were to take an analogy of our arm, there's a full flexion and there's a full extension. And one extreme is very high standards with very little relevance to the majority of our population. And the other extreme is very poor standards, poor excellence. Neither in fixed positions are good. We need to learn to recognize the importance to be able to adapt blindly applying standards that have been developed in other developed countries and implying that it will work over here will not be correct. It will not be socially relevant, and nor will it impact the majority of our patients. And I think that's important for all of us to understand. And I'm sure that the quality managers over here, like the speaker before me has said, the importance of being context specific and relevant to our country is very important, rather than blindly chasing rankings and standards set by others. Patients first is also a very important aspect. While we talk about many aspects in quality as key performance indicators, getting certifications, I think it's very important to bring the patient into the center of that entire process. And that again will depend a lot, to a large extent, where you work and what you do. What is relevant for CMC will not work to one of our outreach hospitals in Madhepura, where the challenge is even having a doctor there is quite a challenge. So what you apply as quality in CMC will be very different from what you apply over there. And there is no reason for us to look down on somebody else. The only time you have a right to look down on somebody is if you're giving a hand to help them up. We also learn to need to adapt and constantly adapt to the challenges that are faced in our hospitals. How do we improve access to the poor and marginalized? That should be a very important parameter of quality assessment for a country as beautiful and diverse as us, with all its challenges. And that, I'm not an expert in quality management, would be my challenge to KAHO. And how do you factor that into your quality assessment and not make a standard that is relevant for a centralized sitting in a tertiary center versus something that's sitting in rural India. Finally, when it comes to quality, there are many aspects to improvement of quality. I will not dwell on this in detail, but I think it's important that quality and leadership is important. There is a danger of leadership to isolate itself, and not that we are kings and queens, but I'm going to quote from Thiruvallur. It sounds much better in Tamil. It takes away the sharpness of the statements when you translate it. But he said the best way to bring down a king is not by going to war, but by surrounding him with people who only tell him nice things. He goes on to say, the enemies cannot destroy the king who has at his service the respect, friendship of wise men who can find fault, disagree, and correct him. And you can see the challenges that we in administration face. It's an inherent tendency to slip into a comfort zone of surrounding yourselves with people who say the right things and make you feel good. But it's so important to listen to the ground as to what is happening. The solutions are not often at the top. The solutions are often at the people who are on the front line and in the battlefield, so to speak, at the front line and dealing with them. Listening to them, understanding them, and saying, how can we facilitate and bring solutions to them is important. Because in addition to patients, the well-being of our staff and our service providers is equally important. I'll stop here and say that we need to have metrics that at times may be different for our country, and very central to that is access to healthcare. And that, I think, should be central to all of us, including those in quality management. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those enlightening words. As we all know, one of the core mission goals of KAHO is to spread the wave of quality and patient safety. And this has been undertaken through KAHO-affiliated Centers for Quality Promotion. These are hospitals and healthcare providers who are accredited, who have trained quality implementers and are recognized by KAHO as CQPs. These centers reach out to nearby small and medium healthcare organizations to sensitize them to the issues of patient safety and healthcare quality. A number of hospitals have been motivated to apply and achieve accreditation because of this initiative. This helps the CQPs in building relations with HCOs in their region and supports the national movement of enhancing quality in healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged and honored to respect 3 such organizations. Without further ado, may I first read out a small brief about the first hospital. Pushpagiri Group of Eye Hospitals, a well-established group in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh over 15 years, is a charitable not-for-profit NABH accredited tertiary care eye hospital, which addresses the needs of below poverty line patients and all those who cannot afford healthcare, with a strong commitment for quality and safety. Best known group for eye hospitals for pioneering training, capacity building, and handholding in the field of ophthalmology, today qualifies itself as the first center for quality promotion in the state of Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite Dr. Vishal Govindhari, Vice Chairman, Pushpagiri Group of Hospitals, and Ms. Shweta Bandal, General Manager, Quality and Operations, Pushpagiri Group of Hospitals, to come on the dais and receive the honor at the hands of Shri R.P. Singh. Big round of applause, please. Let's hear it for Pushpagiri. India truly is a big and great country. We move from the south of the country to the north of the country, and we go on to talk about Fortis Hospitals Mohali, a flagship hospital of the Fortis Group. It's a multi-specialty hospital and center for healthcare excellence in the region for more than 2 decades. Established in 2001, it's a state-of-the-art tertiary care facility set across 8.22 acres. Internationally accredited by Joint Commission International since 2007, and proud recipient of the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers Accreditation India, it is a veritable torchbearer of super specialty centers of excellence, quality, and patient safety. Fortis Mohali is the first center for quality promotion in the northern region. I invite Dr. Shweta Prabhakar, Head Quality and Patient Safety from Fortis Hospital Mohali, to the stage to receive the honors. We are sorely missing Dr. Vikramjit Singh Daliwal, Medical Director, as he is unable to make it here today. Let's hear it for Fortis, ladies and gentlemen. And we come back to the south of India, to the beautiful state of Kerala. Caritas Hospital and Institute of Health Sciences, Kottayam, a towering lighthouse of good health and healing in central Kerala. As modern science has turned the dread associated with illnesses a thing of the past, Caritas states commitment to helping patients in the light of good health and happiness. Caritas Hospital is run by the Catholic Diocese of Kottayam, operates under a registrable charitable trust, and is accredited by NABH, NABL, ISO 9001-2015, NABH Nursing Excellence, and NABH Ethics Committee. It has grown to be one of the best healthcare providers in central Kerala, with 34 clinics plus and departments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reverend Father Binu Kunnat, the Director of Caritas Hospital, Dr. Deepthi Madhu, Chief Quality Officer, Professor Sarika Teresa J, Chief Nursing Officer, and Mr. Febin Matthew, Manager Operations, to receive their CT. Caritas, let's see you on stage. We look forward to seeing more centers for quality promotion coming across India as we move towards this journey of healthcare quality.
Have next the much awaited book releases from KAHOCON this year. He that loves reading has everything in his reach. If you are a reader, you may be alone but never lonely. KAHOCON releases some wonderful books every year, and this year is very, very special. We have 3 wonderful books And it's a prestigious moment for all of us to acknowledge the hard work of eminent people who are authors here. The first book is Incident to Action in Hospital, authored by Dr. Lalu Joseph, the Secretary General of KAHO, and Dr. Vasundhara Atre, the Medical Director of Fortis Healthcare. Requesting Dr. Vasundhara Atre to please come up on stage. And a few words about this book. This book is a fantastic tool called Convert, which converts medical errors to patient safety. What a boon, isn't it? Confidential, national, voluntary events reporting tool to provide healthcare organizations the digital platform to report anonymously the medical errors and to learn from these adverse effects. This tool is a master guide to patient safety. This is a must keep in every organization with its root causes and preventive measures written so beautifully, handy for the varied medical errors that could happen, God forbid. The three people who helped in contributing to this book, Dr. Geeta Fulari, Ms. Danya Michael, Dr. Anna George, and supported by Mr. Edel Bennett and Dr. Babu. We request Dr. R.P. Singh and Dr. Anil to kindly come up and release the book, to please. What a moment. Please put your hands together. Now, thank you very much, please. And now we go on to the book number 2, the Hand Hygiene Guidelines book. Washed hands are indeed caring hands. So this is a guideline for healthcare workers to do the hand hygiene. This is a wonderful tool. It's been authored by Dr. Ashto Mathur, Consultant Gynecologist, Medical Director from Family Planning Association of India, Dr. M. Malati, Associate Consultant, Meenakshi Mission Hospital, Madurai, Dr. Aruna Pujari, Head of Department Pathology and Microbiology, Breach Candy Hospital Trust, Mumbai, Dr. Deepthi Madhu, Chief Quality Officer and Infection Control Officer, Kottayam, Kerala, India, and Dr. J. Jayalakshmi, Professor, HOD, KMCH, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, and Dr. Sonali Rawat, Scientific Editor, Gurugram, Doc and Doc Creative Labs. This book provides a comprehensive resource for healthcare professionals and organizations looking to implement hand hygiene protocols effectively. Not to miss the practical tips this book would provide for implementing effective hand hygiene in your place. And can I request the team to please come up on stage and invite Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Anil Krishna and Dr. Govind Khari to please release the book. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a roaring applause for this book release. Can anybody do without hand hygiene? I'm sure not. Thank you so much, Dimitri. And the third book is about air conditioning and healthcare facilities. ISHRE, the guidebook for healthcare facilities, talking about heating, ventilating, air conditioning, fire and life safety. And about ISHRE, ISHRE is a premier Indian society in the HVAC and R field with approximately 25,000 members pan-India, dedicated to advancing the arts and sciences of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration, to serve humanity and to promote energy efficiency and sustainable building development in India. ISHRE serves its members through 45 chapters across the country. And may I request the ISHRE team, if present here, headed by Dr. Chandrasekhar? Anybody present? And please, I request the dignitaries to please come up and release the book.
Thank you so much, dignitaries. As you all have realized when we spoke about the Centers for Quality Promotion, the name KAHO is synonymous with capacity building. And as part of this capacity building, KAHO launched a national level certification exam for infection control professionals to recognize and honor the competence of professionals who implement infection prevention and control in our country. We're extremely proud and must highlight that this is the first of its kind in India certification at par with international standards. On the 12th of March earlier this year, 105 young aspirants appeared for this exam, out of which 75 have successfully cleared. And 7 candidates won gold, silver, and bronze medals based on a grading of more than 75%. As we call out these people, we request them to come on stage, and may I request Honorable Shri R.P. Singh Ji to kindly give the certificates as well as the gold, silver, and bronze medals. We will be starting with our clinical and laboratory doctors first. Mr. Singh, request you to kindly do the honors. Can we have the slide, please? We have Dr. Suvarna Kirulakar, gold medal in medical infection control officer at the SRCC Children's Hospital managed by Narayana Health in Mumbai. Big round of applause. Congratulations on the gold medal. We have Dr. Sonali Jain receiving the silver medal. She is a consultant microbiologist and head of department CSSD, infection control officer at the Kailash Group of Hospitals, Noida. She unfortunately is not here today. Next, we have Dr. Sumed Lokapure receiving the bronze medal. He's a consultant microbiologist and infection control officer, head of the molecular department laboratory medicine at the Aster Aadhar Hospital, Kolhapur in Maharashtra. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. May I now request Dr. Matthews to kindly do the honors. We have 4 young nurses who are going to come up and receive their awards for infection prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ms. Kojila Jayakumar receiving the gold medal, Nurse Manager Infection Control at the Dr. Rela Institute of Medical Center, Chennai. I request Ms. Bessie Sebastian, winner of the silver medal, Infection Control Nurse, Medical Super Specialty Hospital, Mukundapur, Kolkata, to kindly come up and receive her medal and certificate. Ms. Bessie, please stay on stage. Ms. Bessie will also receive the award for Ms. Anumol Joe's silver medal. Anumol is the infection control nurse at the Medical Super Specialty Hospital, Mukundapur, Kolkata. And again, we have a third silver medalist in the nursing category. We have Ms. Gulab John, silver medal, consultant infection control nurse, Americas India Foundation. Please put your hands together for all these people. Thank you very much. And you may not be seated for a minute, Dr. Matthews, because we're going to request all of you to stand and release the souvenir for CAHOCON 2023. May I request all of you to kindly come up, and may I request Dr. R.P. Singh and Dr. Matthews to kindly release the souvenir of CAHOCON 2023. This is our souvenir for our CAHOCON 2023. Can we have some applause, please?
Now we request Sri R. Govind Hari, the co-organizing chairman, to kindly felicitate the guest of honor, Dr. R.P. Singh, and Dr. Anil Krishna to felicitate Dr. Vikram Matthews.
Thank you very much. And before we move on to the vote of thanks, one final announcement. These books are available free of cost today if you decide to pick them up at CAHOCON 2023. Otherwise, they're available for a nominal charge of 150 rupees if ordered later. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we come to the end, and we request Dr. T. Raghunath Reddy, Organizing Secretary, CAHOCON 2023, to please give the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, please put your hands together to thank CAHOCON Conference 23 Hyderabad. This is, I was just informed, highest ever delegates registered for CAHOCON, more than 1,500. Before I proceed to my formal vote of thanks, in a lighter vein, I learned more about KAHO on the stage than in these last 7 months. We have the founder of KAHO and founder of Continental, Dr. Guru Reddy, as both of us are celebrating our 10 years in existence. And both have similar logos. One, the logo of KAHO has petals, the 3 petals depicting the hospitals, the diagnostic centers, and a continuous learning. So much so, Continental logo is a lotus, having several ferns and petals to it. I deem it as my pleasure. I consider it as my privilege. I rare it as my honor in expressing our gratitude and thanks on behalf of the National Governing Board of KAHO and on behalf of the organizing committee KAHO 23 to our guest of honor, to that individual whose immeasurable contribution to the growth of Quality Council of India reflects always in glowing resplendence his painstaking efforts and remarkable patience that he has displayed over the last 10 years. Perhaps this is the first KAHO conference which is full of quality people on the stage, quality people on the stage. We are privileged to have him as a guest of honor. As Quality Council of India, every one of us know, is an independent, autonomous organization set up with the help of Government of India and Indian industry, represented by 3 major associations of the country, ASSOCHAM, CII, and FICCI. I take this opportunity in requesting the Secretary General, why not they include KAHO also to be part of these organizations, as these 3 organizations represent the various verticals of the Indian industry for the quality assessment. I also take this opportunity in expressing our thanks to Dr. Vikram, Director of Christian Medical College. I first thank you for giving one of the excellent Secretary Generals KAHO has ever produced, in the form of Dr. Lallu Joseph from your institute. It's a constantly asked, how is the institution allowing Lallu to participate in all these meetings? Now we can understand, the man behind it who has given us the liberty and other things to ensure that quality prevails across the country. I also take this opportunity in expressing our gratitude and thanks to a warm and genial personality who has a fine blend of culture, keen perception, knowledge, and humanism. And he is none other than the President of KAHO, Dr. Vijay Agrawal. I also thank a simple, cheerful, and adorable personality in the name of Secretary General of KAHO, Dr. Lallu Joseph, who has been instrumental in guiding, helping, and following it up every day where the conference stand, motivating the people across the country through her Zoom calls. Thank you very much for putting this together. Both this, as Dr. Vijay was telling, they are partners in crime. Truly, through their proper planning and application, through their perseverance, through their commitment, through their dedication, they could put this KAHO 23 together, along with the help of Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Dr. Govinda Hari, the chairman of the academics committee, Dr. Reddy, and chairman of various other committees. Ladies and gentlemen, it is always said, we as healthcare professionals are in the service of humanity. When I say service to humanity, is to protect the health of the people in whichever form we contribute it. I always felt service is both an opportunity and responsibility. Service done with quality is a privilege, assume it. Service done with quality is a challenge, accept it. And service done with grow is a gift, adore it. Thank you very much. I thank all the delegates who have come here to participate in this KAHO 23. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy Garu. Request you all to kindly stand for our national anthem.
Thank you, dignitaries, for your presence on stage. So we are planning to move on to this session number 2. Change is a simple word, but a difficult meaning. In healthcare, you can either react to change, embrace the change, or create the change. In the coming session, we are presenting the change enablers who made the big difference to this industry. Okay. Requesting Dr. Vijay to kindly move to the side stage for the picture so that we could start the session.
May I invite the chairpersons for session 2? Dr. Preeti Reddy, Managing Director, Mallareddy Health City, Hyderabad. Dr. Preeti is known for a launch of the Mallareddy kit for poor pregnant women and the announcement of special offers for such women. As the director of the Mallareddy Medical Services, her rational approach has resulted in building a 750-bedded teaching hospital with outstanding infrastructure facilities. In addition to being a fitness aficionado, she is also a yoga enthusiast, a travel enthusiast, and a wonderful dancer. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Preeti Reddy.
The next chairperson needs no introduction. Mr. Samir Mehta, Vice President, KAHO, and Vice Chairman, Dr. Mehta Hospitals, Chennai. Samir Mehta brings over 20 years of leadership experience in various sectors, including healthcare, education, energy, technology, retail, with organizations like McKinsey Company and Shell. He's also the co-founder of India Home Healthcare, Arya Play Games, and Atlas Intelligence. Mr. Mehta has an MBA from Kellogg School of Management and holds several professional certifications. He serves on the boards of several organizations and is a regular speaker and governing advisor at international conferences. So please put your hands together to welcome the 2 chairpersons. And now moving on to the speakers.
Before we move on to the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, may I request that the first 2 rows kindly settle down so that we may pay attention to the talks coming ahead. I request our Honorable Secretary General to help and get the first 2 rows called to order. Okay.
Thank you very much.
We move ahead and invite Dr. G. Anil Krishna, Chairman and Managing Director of Medicover Hospitals India, one of the fastest growing healthcare networks in the country, a gold medalist DM from Osmania Medical College. Dr. Anil Krishna is a renowned interventional cardiologist, providing quality healthcare at affordable prices. This has been the success mantra of Medicover Hospitals, It has its presence across the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Maharashtra, 24 hospitals in 16 cities, which includes 2 women and child hospitals, 4 cancer institutes, treating millions of patients each year. Put your hands together for Dr. Anil Krishna, please.
We have yet another eminent speaker here, Dr. G.V. Rao, Chief of Surgical Gastroenterology and Minimally Invasive Surgery, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Hyderabad. A renowned surgeon, Dr. Rao is credited for performing the world's first trans-oral endoscopic appendectomy in humans. He is involved in the development of various stents for clinical use. Natural orifice transluminal endoscopic surgery, NOTES, notes. Dr. Rao has collaborated with IIT Hyderabad and IISC to develop a cost-effective robotic nurse on economical endoscopic simulator, respectively. Please put your hands to welcome Dr. G.V. Rao.
And we also have pleasure in inviting Dr. N. Sridhar on stage. Dr. N. Sridhar is a consultant intensivist and critical care specialist with an MD in anesthesiology and advanced training in intensive care from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Birmingham. He has won the Registrar's Gold Medal in Critical Care and Clinical Excellence Awards in the United Kingdom National Health Service. Also a founder of a medical tech startup partnered with IIT Madras, developing innovative devices and technologies to enhance healthcare delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, we hand it over to the chairpersons to take things forward. Request you to kindly maintain the time. Thank you.
Parag. Thanks, Parag and Gayatri. Guys, you're very, very tepid for a morning. At least give them a round of applause. This is supposed to be about change. Right? KAHO is all about tomorrow's better than yesterday's. Remember that. It's as simple as that. And I think on this panel, we have some outstanding leaders, both to my left and to my right. The irony is they all come from 2 states, so that's not so much fun. So I'll have to pretend I'm Gujarati for a little while. So sort of I am. But I think, guys, for those of you who are here and you're enjoying, we're going to hear a feast of what making a difference matters. Whether it's through leadership, process of innovation, how they bring it into their health system, all the way to trialing of new technology, which is what we're going to get covered. I think you're going to have a feast over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And I think in the absence of time, let me pass it over to Preeti. Some kick-off words.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Samir sir. And I think before the event starts, I think I would like to introduce a little bit more about ourselves. Thank you to the anchors, but I would like to add more to it. I'm Dr. Preeti Reddy, and I'm the Vice Chairman of Mallareddy Health City. And this is the time you all have to know what is Mallareddy Health City is all about. Mallareddy Health City has 2 medical colleges, each medical college with 200 seats of intake, and 1 medical college especially for women. So it's both the medical college with 200 seats of intake, and then we have 2 dental colleges with 100 seats of intake. Now, this is what I'm talking about UG and PG. We have more than 100 seats of PG, postgraduate seats in each medical college. Now, this is what I would like to introduce about ourselves. One more thing is we run 2 teaching hospitals, and each hospital is 1,500 bedded hospital, which we run absolutely free of cost. The OPD services, the IPD services, the surgeries, except for the major, absolutely major surgeries like implants and all, rest everything is free of cost. It is just because we are here to make the best doctors. And we know clinical material is the most important thing to make your doctors more confident. Next, coming to the corporate hospital we have is the Mallareddy Narayana Multispeciality Hospital. This hospital is more than 500 bedded hospital, which each, like we are doing every month, more than 160 angioplasties per month and more than 600 angiographies per month. We are at the moment, we are leading in all kind of surgeries, and I feel there is much more to do. And of course, we are more into education, and we believe that the healthcare is for everyone and the education is in every field. We also run Mallareddy University. The university is having 6 schools, including the School of Allied Health Sciences. I think Allied Health Sciences, most of our hospitals need today. Allied health sciences, like we have BSc in cardiovascular technology, we have BSc in emergency, we have BSc in radiology, and so many. So I think in today's era, I think all the hospitals are in need of the paramedical staff, the technicians. I think we are the producers of one of them. So I feel and proud telling that, yes, I think I can see so many doctors right in front of me. I feel that we are the one who are producing the doctors, and I hope to see one of the best coming in the nation in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And we hope you're going to get much more involved and push your students to be more involved in KAHO and the patient safety and quality.
Of course,
manner.
next time we are going to rule the KAHO.
So
Thank
I
you.
think with that, let's move to Dr. Anil. He's going to talk to us about the future of healthcare. Spice it up.
So, good morning. First of all, thanks for the organizing committee of KAHO for inviting me to speak on future of healthcare in India. And thanks for the chair for the introduction. And next 15 minutes, please bear with me because I'm not a great speaker or a orator or a great presenter too. And I disclose that it's all my belief what's going to be the healthcare in this country. It's not what is written by the economists or anything else. So what are we? I think right now we are the 5th largest economy, and next 5 years, I think we are going to go through Japan and become the 3rd largest economy in the world. What it means is the money relevance or the people become richer with time, as is the population. We have already overthrown China and become the most populous country in the world. So there is a growing middle class, close to 30% now, and it's still growing. So is the lifespan of the people is increasing. So eventually what it needs now, other than the food and the housing, the next biggest thing, what is going to be the biggest need will be the healthcare for the next decade, 2 decades or 3 decades to come. So are we there? Definitely, I think we are on the path. Close to last 10 years, we are told there are close to 300 medical colleges, new nursing colleges, new technicians which are getting added. And so the demand is going to come, and so is we need to pull our socks to reach that. So the spending on healthcare is also going to increase as this is going to come. So now healthcare in our country basically is more unorganized sector so far. Only 20% is organized, and rest of the 80% is small clinics, small nursing homes to smaller centers, which is very distracted. And 30% of healthcare is the public healthcare service provided by the government, the public sector hospitals, the government medical colleges, and rest of the stuff. This is getting to change. So the sector is going to become more and more organized and more and more organized, and a lot more new players are going to come into the industry. So what are the challenges for us as a healthcare? So healthcare, now we have being still a developing country in spite of being a largest economy, we will have to face the Western world and the underdeveloped world. So the developed world versus the underdeveloped world. So we have to face both the communicable diseases and the growing increase as an epidemic. We have the non-communicable diseases, the diabetes, heart disease, the strokes, the renal failures striking us. Right now, in the present scenario, we have close to 60% of non-communicable diseases, which we are serving as a healthcare. So naturally, what happens is we need to spend a lot more than what the West or the others are doing. Presently, the biggest limiting factor for us is we are only spending 2.2% of our GDP on the healthcare, whereas the developed countries or the economies which are bigger than us are spending 8 to 10% of the GDP in healthcare. Besides, the population is close to 1/10, 1/20th of what our country hosts, and which literally means the per capita spending per person is close to 2,000 rupees, meager 2,000 rupees per annum. This has to change. This is what the government slowly, because of our various reasons, we have the issues in spending. So I think this is increasing from previously 1%, 1.5%. Now we are close to 2.1% or 2.2%. I think the spending is going to increase going forward. There is a change expected, in the healthcare. Now, as a healthcare, if you speak, we speak of hospitals, we speak of pharmaceutical companies, we speak of diagnostics, we speak of retail pharmacy, selling the pharmacy. My assumption is the next 2 decades, it will all become one entity, the healthcare. So there may be big industrialists. Right now, we are a scattered sector. Now this becomes a more industry, the healthcare industry. And now to sustain this industry, we need to cater to all these forms, right from the pharmaceuticals to the diagnostics, the preventive health, to the healthcare delivery, the hospitals, and even the retail selling of the medicines. Only then I think there will be a sustenance for healthcare. I think we are in a mode of transition from separate entities to a more integrated healthcare delivery system where all of this, that healthcare delivery will come together, where there will be production of the pharmacy to the distribution, to the diagnosis, preventive healthcare, and finally the healthcare delivery mechanism. And going further, I have to narrate on the thing. Medical tourism is going to be the biggest contributor for healthcare in this. I have to narrate a story. It's more or less our healthcare is dependent. The tourism is dependent more on the underdeveloped or the African countries so far. But there is a huge potential where we can tap the tourism even from the Western world, because as par, I think we are giving a healthcare as par on par with the Western world, but at less than 1/10 of their cost. Our cost of healthcare delivery is far cheaper than Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, or any other underdeveloped countries compared to India. I have a patient who has traveled all the way from Canada, which is for a hip replacement to a hospital. He has to wait more than 6 months to get a consultation. So he had to travel all the way to get a private consultation, which costed close to $2,000 for a private consultation, traveling 600 kilometers, driving away to a different city to get the consultation. For this wait, he traveled all the way to our hospital. For a close to $15,000, he had 3 stents implanted because being a cardiac patient, both his hips replaced and went back. So I think we should more focus on even this category of health tourism. What is going to bring down the healthcare or the future of healthcare depends on how the government plays on the health schemes. Now, presently, because of our constraints in the budget, we fix a budget and regulate the price based on what we could afford. I think this has to change in the future, and this is going to change. We need to allocate budget what it needs, definitely to cater to the needs. Otherwise, the contemporary healthcare which could be given to our population will get spoiled. And at the same time, I'm skipping few of the things. At the same time, we need to focus more on the clinical research, which in fact, our clinical research is more dependent on the Western world, and we don't have any major clinical work, happening in any of the hospitals. Basically, because our profitability in healthcare at this moment is more or less a non-profitable or a marginal profitability. We should account into the prospect of clinical research to give a better healthcare to the next generation, so that we have our own research which works for our race and our people. I thank you. I think I have overshot the time, which I generally don't do. Thank you again for the patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Anil. I think for those of you who are interested in research, KAHO has a very vibrant group of research communities. I actually thought you were going to talk more about the launch of robots and AI and the future, but I suspect that Dr. Rao will have a little bit of spice there. Now that the scene is set, why is India poised? Please, sir.
Thank you so much. At the outset, let me thank the entire KAHO team for the honor of this podium this afternoon. Technology is all about getting new technology, and it is predominantly clinical oriented. So my talk would be predominantly technology in relation to clinical leadership. Technology and leadership is predominantly understanding the patient or the customer needs, taking advantage of the data and analytics, embracing new technologies and staying ahead or on par with the competitors, and collaborating with other institutions or organizations. AIG's leadership vision has been something like this, trying to acquire the technologies that is available as in today, extend the technological indications of the acquired technology, and innovate newer technologies. There are different cons of acquiring latest technology. The latest technologies are quite expensive, they're evolving, and it is very difficult to keep in pace with the frequent upgrades that we get. And the outcomes and collaborations are unpredictable with these latest technologies that keep coming in. Is conventional leadership in technology advancement optimal, especially in Made in India and Make in India initiative? There's a lot of West to East technology implementation has a lot of limitation in terms of cost. But you change over to indigenization, we talk about indigenous local technology development that translates to national, international visibility and recognition. And it also translates to maybe East-West technology implementation. How do we practice at AIG? We identify and recognize untapped inherent potentials of clinicians beyond their clinical practice. Identify areas of clinical and non-clinical interest. We have brainstorming sessions with them, involve them in those areas of interest beyond the routine clinical practice, supplement them with specific educational courses as, with ISB and AIG executive programs, and we collaborate with national, international institutions and industries. Part of this, actually, a lot of things have got into clinical practice at AIG. I'll give you a couple of examples of this. This lady actually had malignant dysphagia who not swallow. The standard of practice was to put a tube into the stomach and feed the patient through the tube. So intense was the urge to eat that this lady used to chew the food and spit the food into the funnel that is attached to the gastroscopy tube. These tubes that came into commercial use in clinical practice were very, very expensive. For the first ever time, way back about 2 decades back, we innovated this and made indigenous processes with the help of local people in the local lathe machines, costing about 15 to 20 rupees. These we have gone through the bench to bedside technology means adaptation, make sure that these are absolutely good in quality, and subsequently we have tested them in a lot of occasions. And this was one of the standard of practices till the metallic stents came into clinical practice. Nagi stent, the lumen opposing metal stent, is one of the most widely globally used for biliary pancreatic diseases. It's a patent from our hospital, Dr. Reddy's patent. It's a metallic stent that is innovated, designed by our in-house designing done, and we got it done by the T-Wing industry. And this is one of the most promising lumen opposing stent that is available in clinical practice as of today. Inspired by this movie called Matrix, when the evil gets into the body somehow. But the best part of this movie is how this evil that gets into the body is removed from the body without making an incision. This is what has led to the innovation called as the natural orifice transluminal endoscopic surgery. For the first ever time, we tried to do this in animal models, intubated hen models, did transoral liver biopsies, cholecystectomies, appendectomies, and made sure that the hen recovered after this procedure. This was again subsequently translated for the first ever time. And you talk about this natural orifice transluminal endoscopic surgery, wherein without making an incision, you get into the abdomen and do appendectomy. And AIG is credited with the world's first transgastric appendectomy, absolutely scarless. Now, as a part of this, when we're trying to do this, people made mockery of us, thinking that you need some instrumentation like this. And even people made cartoons of us, thinking that it is not highly impossible task to do this procedure. But this again, by inspired these movies like this, we extended this clinical use, what we thought was the initial mockery, and we started designing these tools. This was the first ever design that came in 2004 by the industry. And this translated into umpteen number of these newer endoscopes that came into clinical practice. There are, to the right, what you're seeing are the newer ones, which have got robotics included into these things. We also trying to acquire endorobotics, other technologies. I'll show you a couple of examples. For the first ever time, we use this flexible endoscopy robotic system in collaboration with the Nanyang University, Singapore. In the sense that we have two flexible robots compared to the rigid robotic system that we have. And we have shown that these robotic systems, which pass the flexible robotic system, are faster and the recovery is faster in these patients. This is the first ever flexible robotic system from Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Hyderabad. Likewise, we have this endobrain right now, which come into clinical practice in the sense like, as in today, suppose if you have to make a diagnosis after endoscopy, you need to take a biopsy, send it for histopathology. Now this scope, suppose if you use it in contact with the thing, it makes a diagnosis of a malignant versus a non-malignant nodule. As I'm today, I'm not saying that it replaces histopathology, but in the days to come, I'm sure it's going to replace histopathology. For the first ever time, we translated this on the laparoscopy side, where we use this endobrain on laparoscopy side for a patient with unexplained ascites with multiple nodules, wherein we use this, made an on-table diagnosis, trying to differentiate between malignant deposits versus non-malignant deposits. As in today, it is helping in targeting biopsies right now. We have this a collaboration that is going on with the Indo-Japanese government collaboration, umpteen number of projects. One of the projects is this yellow enhancement, which has come in, wherein compared to the white light laparoscopy that you talk about, we are talking about yellow enhancement right now. The next generation laparoscopy is all about doing surgeries in the yellow enhancement compared to white light, which has shown significantly less blood loss and able to visualize structures better than what we do on conventional white light. This is the prototype that is being evaluated in AIG hospitals. We have a lot of other things which we say where we have innovated the thing, including artificial intelligence. As in today, most of you will know about this ICG technology, which is used to perfuse and also help in nodal clearance. As in today, it is subjective. We just go by the color of the ICG to make sure that the organ is adequately perfused or not. But for the first ever time, we at AIG included AI into this. And now it shows the percentage of perfusion of the organ, which helps in decreasing the overall morbidity of these procedures. We also developed for the first ever time, the endoscopic simulator, which is on par with any of the simulators that are available in current day clinical practice, which has got AI incorporated into the thing, and it is able to pick up lesions, and the pictures are absolutely stunning. This is all done with the help of the IIT, IISC, and AIG hospitals. And you can see the beautiful images that you get on the simulator, which are better than the 4K pictures that we get in clinical practice. We also, the cardiothoracic team has also developed artificial heart. It's an Indo-American collaboration. The initial trials are going on. I'm sure in the days to come, we'll see this artificial heart into clinical practice. Islet cell transplantation, AIG joins the Islet Club, wherein we are one of the first ones to do this islet transplantation in this part of the world. As in today, it is autologous, which requires no immunosuppression, but allogenic requires immunosuppression. The question that we posed to our researchers was, can islet transplantation be done without immunosuppression? Something similar to what we see in these movies like Iron Man, where you have a bioartificial heart, which does not require any immunosuppression. We had a government of India approval, and then we were supposed to test this before we get into clinical practice. We did this on a non-human primates, wherein we had a device called Therasite, which allows nutrients to pass through but not the immune cells. This was successfully done and we published it. And this translates into clinical practice. Soon we are going to have a subcutaneous implant, which is going to take care of diabetes. Can we regenerate esophagus? This is the work that is going on at AAJ as of today. We have a rabbit experiment that is going on, wherein we have a scaffold, we remove part of the esophagus and try to regenerate this esophagus. Putting in a fully covered stent, a scaffold and mesenchymal cells, we're able to regenerate a centimeter of the esophagus as in today. This, I'm sure, is going to be a big translation, big into clinical practice. All this translated year after year, we seem to be getting awards and recognitions from various institutions, from CNBC, Week, Newsweek. We're very proud of this. And what does this add to? This clinician involvement increases clinician satisfaction, credibility and visibility, both academically and socially. We have about 27 patents and over 1,000 publications from all the departments. It decreased the attrition rates among the clinicians. It led to emergence of new technology leaders and the institution recognition as center of excellence. And last but not the least, it's improving patient outcomes and satisfaction. Thank you so much once again for the patient care.
Oh, thank you so much, GV sir. There's a lot of information and I congratulate AIG hospitals for creating such a beautiful technology in India today and also in Hyderabad. Thank you so much. And we should not forget that technology assists in developing more effective leadership and of course, leadership that embraces change, learning, communication, and diversity. So undoubtedly, the impact of technology serves as a catalyst of new style of leadership. So I congratulate you, sir. Thank you so much. So now I request the next speaker to kindly speak. I think Samir sir would like to speak something about him.
Yeah, Dr. Sridhar is a path breaker in the critical care space. He's done some remarkable work in connected care, especially during the COVID period. So Dr. Sridhar, stage is yours.
Thank you, Shamir, for that
Go ahead.
introduction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fine. So this session is on change enabler in healthcare. So before I go on to the meat of my talk, I want to put 2 slides on how healthcare has enabled change in the entire human evolution. What am I talking about? Healthcare, human evolution. So I'll start off by asking a general question. We share 99% of our DNA with our closest cousins, the chimpanzees. But we have evolved. We say we are civilized and human civilization has started. When do you think human civilization started? Any guesses? About 10,000 years back when we started doing the cave art that you see there. About 5,000 years back when we started developing the written script, or about 3,000 years back when we built cities like Mohenjo-daro with roads, central town planning and drains. When do you think human civilization started? Okay, so Margaret Mead, one of the world's famous archaeologists, was asked this question and she pinpointed it. She said, we found this bone 15,000 years old on radiocarbon dating in an archaeological dig site. And she said, this is when human civilization started. And we're all like, you must be kidding. I thought you're going to show me these huge structures like the pyramids. You're showing me a small bone. So she said, this is not any bone. This is the femur. This is the hip bone. And you can see that it has healed in the middle. So a callus is formed. So this is a fractured hip bone that has healed. In those times, or even now, a fractured hip bone takes 6 weeks to heal. During the 6 weeks, the animal which has got a fractured thigh bone cannot walk, cannot fetch water, cannot hunt, cannot run from danger, and no animal with a fractured hip bone will survive. And the fact that this human has survived 15,000 years back means for 6 weeks while this bone is healing, somebody looked after him, protected him, shifted him, fed him, and took care of him. And this is the index of human civilization. And this sort of healthcare is where human civilization started. So compassionate healthcare, which we are all involved in, is the hallmark of the beginning and continuation of civilization. So quickly moving on to the meat of the talk. So we did a small study. There was a lot of talk about wearables coming in. We all have smartwatches which measure our heart rate and blood pressure. And my pain point was, as a critical care doctor, we had patients in our ICU who we could monitor continuously for 24 hours every day. And then after a short stay in ICU, we'd move them to the ward. And then they would be monitored once in a shift or twice in a shift, once every 4 hours, once every 8 hours. And some of these patients who we spend a lot of time, patients spend a lot of money, a lot of effort in getting them better, would have a cardiac arrest and come back. So this is one of the standards that we monitor, and I'm sure a lot of other hospitals monitor as well. The number of cardiac arrests that we have in the hospital, the code blue calls. So we decided that we would try and trial a system that had come into the market that time called Life Science, which is an FDA and CE approved wearable monitoring device. I thought, let us try this so that we can have seamless, continuous wearable monitoring on the wards as well. And because it's wearable, patients can walk about, take part in physiotherapy, go to the bathroom and come back and still remain continuously monitoring. So we did this trial period for 3 months. It was a before and after study. We decided to compare our data that we had now for the number of code blues we had now versus once the start of the study. So we had about 3 to 4 cardiac arrests every month in our hospital. And we started the study and we decided to use this. And one of the changes we made was we ensured that the whole hospital was Wi-Fi enabled. We ensured that we had a hospital dashboard, and we also ensured that we had 24/7 presence of ANMs. And the presence of ANMs was the one that made this study possible, because when we started using wearable monitoring, one of the things that happens is there is an increase in alerts. We monitor continuously the heart rate, saturation, respiratory rate, temperature, and every time there are slight variations from this, an alert goes off, and nurses who are already overburdened get an extra call. So we decided to filter this. We created a hospital dashboard. We put an ANM there whose only job 24/7 was to look at these alerts. And whenever there's a flashing red sign, to go to the patient side and check on the patient and make sure that this is not a false alert, and if it is a real alert, to escalate it to our normal medical emergency response system. So on the left side top, we have a dashboard, which is looking at about 20 patients who are wearing this wearable monitor. We can go in, as you can see, and look at each patient's ECG. We can look at trends, and the patient is comfortable because it's stuck onto the chest. They can take a shower, they can walk around, and there are no wires that are tying them down to a monitoring system. So this was the outcome of the study. So we studied about 225 patients. We looked at the patients that were transferring back. And as it happens, this is a very small study, and the number of cardiac arrests of 2 or 3 per month is not something where we can get a clear outcome with such small numbers. But we found that during the 3 months that we were doing the study, there were 0 cardiac arrests. And we've gone on to use this system in more of our hospitals. We're a chain of about 8 hospitals. So now this system is now being adopted in other hospitals as well. So what happens is we're able to pick up patients before they reach the point where they have a cardiac arrest as they are deteriorating, and the medical emergency team goes, recognizes it and brings them back. And a various set of parameters are being monitored, and more are being added. At that point, we did not have blood pressure, but now blood pressure is added as well. What do the studies say? So a lot of studies, all of them in Western patients, about 200 to 300 patients each, except a couple. All of them are showing that by using continuous wearable monitoring, we are able to make a difference, and we're able to detect patients earlier before they go into cardiac arrest. Although statistical significance is not yet achieved, there is a clear trend towards improvement. So where do I see this going? I see this reaching a stage where we will have more Indian studies. There's quite clearly a signal for benefit, and this benefit will be more when we're dealing with risky patient populations rather than fit and healthy people. And this will be integrated, not just vital signs, but you can have the vital signs integrating with blood results, with radiology, and with AI coming in. AI will alert and say, look, this patient's got a patch on the X-ray, the white cell count is going up, oxygen is going down, this patient has got a pneumonia, have you taken cultures, have you started antibiotics? And although AI will not replace healthcare, they will definitely start providing an invaluable assistance to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridhar. I think you've heard 3 different views of change. One, they all interestingly enough started with history and sometimes ended up in the future. I thought you were going to scare us saying that AI will substitute. So let me say my vision a little bit for the future. I hope that today we have a number of clinicians sitting on the stage sharing innovation. I hope that next year at KAHO's Changemakers, Perhaps we'll have quality heads. Perhaps we'll have nurses. Perhaps we'll have admin because they represent large chunks of our clinical population. And I think that is what we would like to see more of. So it's not just that you have to be a clinician to be a change maker, but I think these clinicians have obviously done remarkably well. And I think in the interest of time, let's pass it to Parag. We would have asked questions, but the stomachs are needed to be kind. So come, Parag. So let's hope for more change next year.
Thank you very much for that wonderful session. May I request all our speakers and our chairpersons to kindly step away and take a lovely photograph at the selfie point. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to take selfies with the CAHOCON 23 logo. Do not forget to post it online, and please remember to add hashtag CAHOCON 2023. Thank you.
We have a plethora of good stalls, very informative, excellent books available. So please do visit the stalls during lunch, before and after. And thank you, speakers and chairs, for this very informative session. Moving on, in the words of John F. Kennedy, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. The next session is all about a wonderful personal leadership journey. So let's invite the chair and the speaker for this. To chair this session, let's invite Dr. Vijay Agarwal, the president of Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations, KAHO, a pediatrician, strategist, and administrator in India. He has led significant healthcare initiatives in India, including the National Pulse Polio Program and Centralized Waste Management Scheme in Delhi. Dr. Agarwal has also helped establish prestigious tertiary care hospitals in the NCR region. He's a founding member of KAHO and has held various positions, including co-chair of the NABH Accreditation Committee and Director of Operations and Administration at Max Healthcare. He's a distinguished author and has received numerous awards, including the Quim Pro Platinum Standard Award 2019. Please welcome, with a good round of applause, Dr. Vijay Agarwal on stage.
Our speaker for today is Dr. Graham Dixon, the Chief Executive Officer of Leeds Global. Dr. Dixon is a Senior Research Advisor to the Canadian Society of Physician Leaders and the Canadian Health Leadership Network. He was a principal investigator in a cross-Canada research project on Leeds in a caring environment, Leeds in a caring environment capabilities framework. He teaches 2 leadership programs for the Physician Leadership Institute and helped develop the Master of Arts in Leadership Health Specialization for the Royal Roads University. He is the author of a book entitled Bringing Leadership to Life in Health, Leads in a Caring Environment, and has authored peer-reviewed articles on leadership published in various journals. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for an outstanding faculty, Professor Dr. Graham Dixon. Over to our chairperson to take us forward, Dr. Agarwal.
So I think we come to a very, very crucial session, which is where the tagline of our conference this time is leadership is the key to quality. And we have with us today, whom we consider as, I've come across one of the greatest gurus for teaching leadership. We had a full one-day workshop yesterday, and a lot of us benefited from that interaction. So friends, when it comes to leadership, we hear a lot of gyan, right from WhatsApp University to every time, now and then, let's say the function of leadership is to produce more leaders, not more followers. Leadership is not about being in charge. It is about taking care of those in your charge. Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. Go on and on, we keep on hearing these beautiful sentences. The problem is we know about probably what leadership is. We hear about it, but then how do I become a leader? How does anybody become a leader is the crucial thing. I don't think that we have ever taken efforts to bring leadership as a kind of a separate thing that everybody should be learning. And that's the reason we remain confused about what are the attributes that I have to learn about leadership. And what I once heard about from Graham, and that's what probably propelled him to structure this entire thing. And when somebody said, listening to all these kind of good sentences, he says, what is leadership? Is it like a fog? I mean, so this is leadership, or what is leadership? And therefore, we had to think of creating a structure so as to at least translate and bring kind of a curriculum around which the leadership could be learned. So I'd not like to stand much between me and the reason we have brought Graham Dixon from, he has traveled all the way from Victoria, Vancouver, from Canada. So thank you, Graham, and the stage is yours.
Well, good morning, everybody, or should I say good early afternoon. I must tell you that it is a tremendous reward and a privilege for me to have the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you from the other side of the world. How appropriate and applicable they are to your world, of course, is totally up to you. But it's really an exciting opportunity for me to have the privilege to do that. I have one word for this morning's presentations, and that is wow. You know, I'm looking out over 1,500 present and future leaders in the Indian health system. And I heard that you better be prepared for complexity in this health system because it's the most complex enterprise that human beings do. I heard that your job is to create a learning health system. Your job is to be a really good distributive leader. You're to take care of a quality culture in your organization. You're to ensure that you can use power effectively and not in an overwhelming way, and that you can listen to parents and families and communities with a true honest appreciation of their views, that you can in fact be a change enabler to deal with all of the future challenges that were just put in front of you. So the wow is, that's an enormous task to put on your shoulders. So I hope talking a little about how leadership can be learned gives you a sense of comfort. That if indeed it is a journey, you don't have to meet all those expectations today or even tomorrow, as long as you are committed to the journey of development and service of your population. And if you are committed, then I'd like to share with you some thoughts about a process that you can use to continue to grow on that journey. So the overview of my session, really 4 things I'm going to do. I want to talk about why learning leadership is a unique challenge, what learning and unlearning of leadership means, the experiential approach. In other words, take advantage of the journey. Use the journey as the tool for learning. And finally, what the mechanism you can employ is for being in charge of your own development as a leader. So why is learning a unique challenge? Well, first off, it's deeply personal. As a leader, it isn't just putting your mind into operation. It isn't just putting your body into operation. It's also putting your spirit into operation. It's a deeply personal exercise where you are out in front of people, showing all your frailties and challenges that you are feeling at the time of leading them. It's an art as well. It's not a science. You can't pick up a recipe book and learn leadership that way. You have to understand it as an art, a performing art, because you're performing for other people. You're there to make them feel good about their contribution, and you're there to make them understand or to help them understand that quality is the #1 purpose for having a health system in the first place. And the instrument for that is everything you bring to the table. Your personality, your knowledge, your strength of character, everything becomes part of performing the role of a leader. Secondly, leadership is needed the more dire our situations become. This is a picture from Victoria, British Columbia, of us interacting with a group of about 300 people who showed up at a board meeting to express their rather virulent discomfort with they had heard that we were intending to close the pediatric ward in that hospital. We actually didn't intend to do it, but there was a memo to that effect and it was leaked. And there were 300 people in the audience, all there with their children. And as you can see, this man who was about 6'6" was holding his child up in front of the group. And if you look carefully, you can see the scars on his child from the operations that he's had since he was born. That tested our leadership. It was a moment in which we were not prepared by everything we had studied to how to deal with it. And it was a deeply emotive moment. What's fascinating is it was actually resolved not by us, the board, or by the CEO, but by someone in the audience who, after 3 hours dialogue, was able to articulate a solution that made sense. And to the credit of the CEO, so we had leadership from the person in the audience, and we had leadership from the CEO in that he listened. But that's the circumstances in which leadership is required. And to learn how to handle those circumstances is not the same as learning chemistry, believe me. Leadership doesn't exist without followers either. So for many of us, we may think we're leading, but if there isn't people with us, then I guess we're not. And in the dimension of distributed leadership, if you're over here and the people are over there, then you're not really getting it done. The notion of distributed leadership is you're with them and you're sharing the leadership with them. And sometimes you're a leader and sometimes you're a follower. And ask yourself, is that something I'm good at doing? And I'm able to do that? That's a challenge for a lot of leaders. So why is learning and unlearning central to leadership development? First step is to treat leadership as something you do, not as a position. In other words, because you have a title does not give you the ability to lead others. And I like to look at it this way. It's important to know what leadership is. In other words, what works. And it's really important to also know what it is not. What it is, you can always acquire new knowledge. You can always acquire new skills. But because most of us have experienced leadership throughout our life, from the time we were born till now, we've picked up from other people both good and bad habits. And sometimes those habits get in the way of us being good at our leadership. And in that sense, we have to unlearn them. We have to suppress them and replace them with different behaviors and way of being. And that certainly happens as the scope and breadth of your leadership grows. As you move to roles of greater and greater responsibility, what worked in one setting may not work in another. And indeed, if it gets in the way, the barriers that Dr. Engel talked about this morning need to be taken down. This particular quote really caught my attention. A man who carries a cat by the tail learns something he could learn in no other way. Now, I'm not a cat hater. I love cats, actually. And this is a couple of 100 years old. But I think the message is really clear. You cannot in a classroom learn leadership. You have to learn it through experience. The classroom might help you learn it a little quicker if it builds on that experience, if it connects itself to the real world. So the mechanism for being deliberate about your growth as a leader is something that a gentleman called Peter Senge called personal mastery. And I use Peter Senge because he's the architect of something called the learning organization, which I think is very similar in notion, systems notion, to a learning health system. And personal mastery essentially says this: if you are in a learning health system, then had you not better be a learner? And if you are a leader in a learning health system, had you not better model what you want from everybody else in that health system? And the tool to do it is personal mastery, the discipline of continually clarifying and deepening our personal vision, our service to the population, and our commitment to quality, which has to be the driver of everything we do, of focusing our energies, of developing patience and seeing reality objectively. And what does he mean by that? Seeing reality objectively. He means, do we see the effect we're having on others? Do we get feedback on our quality of our leadership? And when we do we listen to that feedback and make adjustments in our behavior? Because our job essentially as a leader is to service the needs of the people who are following our direction. And this turned into a discipline of learning and unlearning becomes a vehicle for personal development. It puts you in the driver's seat of your learning. You're not at the behest of an instructor. You're not at the behest of someone else's curriculum. You're actually determining, based on the scope and breadth of the challenge you're facing in a particular day or time in your career, that you look at and say, what elements of leadership do I need to be better at to do better in my job? Now, I flipped by a few moments ago a picture of a book. I did that partly because I don't want to promote the book particularly, but the purpose of that picture essentially was to say, boy, if you are going to learn leadership, then you'd better have a sense of what it is. You better know what it is, and then you can make it a goal, make some aspect of it a goal for your personal development. So personal mastery of self as a leader, has the same dynamics as improvement, or having a vision in an organization and knowing your current state and then deciding that you got to move from your current state to your future state, and then laying out for yourself a learning plan, a methodology of learning that uses your organization and your job as the focus of your effort, your peers, the people whom you are trying to lead for feedback purposes. There is a discipline to personal mastery, and it includes a number of attributes or aspects to it. And it's a lot like a PDSA cycle, a continuous personal improvement mechanism, if you like. So here, for example, are some of the tools that exist for self-reflection. First, 360s, 360 instruments, self-assessment tools where you get feedback from your colleagues, from your boss, from your peers, from your subordinates. There's the notion of journaling where you take time at the end of each day to reflect on what went well and what didn't, and what you learned from that experience. By the way, Peter Senge also said, don't assume you learn from experience unless you're very disciplined about it. He said, in fact, for a lot of people, a learning disability is our inability to learn from experience. There are instruments such as this case, the Herman Brain Dominance Inventory, that gives you insight to your natural thinking ways of being. And there's tons more of such instruments that you can employ to get feedback and awareness of where your strengths lie, because it's always good to know what your strengths are. Peer dialogues are really important. Can you talk to your colleagues about how you're doing as a leader and vice versa? And can you share insights with one another? And in the case of learning, if you were to take the CAHO program, taking little micro treks that are set up so that you can take an hour and a half of learning for a moment, for one day, take 2 weeks to think about it in the context of your work, and then come back and reflect on the experience itself. It's fundamentally important that when you do develop your leadership, you're doing it in the context of the challenges you're facing every day. Not case studies, but real challenges. And that is implicit in personal mastery. And I'll end by just saying there are 2 examples that I can share with you. Programs are built around the principle of personal mastery. And one is the Simu Leadership Program that the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada offers to its members. And it's a self-directed game simulation that gives people feedback as they move through it. And another example, of course, is the program that CAHO offers, a self-directed program and a powerful program because it demands of you self-direction, the personal mastery element I'm talking about. So I want to remind you that in closing, we do this for our grandchildren. We're concerned about quality, not for us, but for them. That actually is my granddaughter, who is of Indian heritage. And I do everything I do for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham, for your beautiful lecture. I don't think we have time, so over to Parag.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Graham and Dr. Agarwal. May I request you to kindly come and etch this memory in eternity and have a photograph taken with us. As we move towards the next session is interestingly called Papuri. We are going to be inviting our next chairpersons on stage. May I kindly request Dr. Nagendra Swamy, patron KAHO and founder chairman of Medicine Health Management Services, a health management specialist, the former group medical director and chairman of the Quality Council at the Manipal Health Enterprises, and a person who's held senior roles with JSS Medical College, SDM College of Medical Sciences, Symbiosis Medical College and Research Center, and True North. A patron of KAHO and the principal coordinator of the Federation of Healthcare Associations, a personal mentor and a guide. Welcome, Dr. Nagendra Swami.
We have another eminent chair here, Dr. Hari Prasad, President Hospitals Division, Apollo Hospitals Group. Dr. Prasad joined the Apollo Group of Hospitals and contributed to the launch of the first ever dedicated accident and emergency hospital in the country at Hyderabad. Dr. Prasad is the first individual outside Europe to be honored with the Fellowship of College of Emergency Medicine, UK, and the first individual in India to be honored with a fellowship by the International Federation for Emergency Medicine. He has also been honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Society for Emergency Medicine India. Dr. Prasad was elected as the best leader across Apollo Group of Hospitals in the year 2012. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Hari Prasad on stage.
To start inviting our speakers, I invite on stage Dr. Ravindran Jegasoti, the former president of ASQA and chairperson of the KAHO International Advisory Committee. Dr. Jegasoti is a clinician from the University of Malaya and a fellow of the Royal College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, London. He has been recognized with the Distinguished Community Service Award by the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, FIGO, in 2003, and the Fellowship of the Academy of Science Malaysia in 2018. He's currently a surveyor with the International Society for Quality in Healthcare and the Secretary of the Asian Society for Quality in Healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ravindran Jegasoti.
And the next speaker would be Mr. Som Mittal, former president and chairman, NASHCOM, and chairperson, Patients for Patient Safety Foundation, PFPSF. Mr. Som Mittal, former president and chairman of NASHCOM, Patients for Patient Safety Foundation, has been part of the tech industry for the 30 plus years. He is on the board for Apollo Hospitals, EXL Services USA, Sheila Foam, Tata SIA Airlines, and Vodafone India Services. He chairs leading NGOs like NCP, EDP, Museum of Art and Photography. He is currently chairing the Patient for Patient Safety Initiative of KAHO. Please welcome our chairs and speakers on stage for this session of OPV.
Over to you, Chairperson, sirs.
Thank you. Sir, I welcome both of you on behalf of KAHO, and it's a very interesting session. We have Ravindran will speak on the maternal mortality, which is a most important health indices for any country. He will share his Malaysian experience. Then we can take through, because of the paucity of the time, we don't want to lose much of the thing. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the organizing committee of KAHO for giving me the opportunity to speak to you on a personal journey as well, the reduction of maternal mortality in Malaysia. I have been a member of the confidential inquiry system into maternal mortality in Malaysia over 30 years, starting from 1991 until very recently in 2020. If you look at the maternal mortality in Malaysia, I think a few landmarks would stand out. When we attained independence in 1957, it was very high. Then we started reducing the maternal mortality by half every 10 years, but it was still high. And then a system of confidential inquiries into maternal mortality was set up in 1991, when it actually increased from about 20 as the reported number to about 41. And then it stabilized, and then there is a blip in 2021 when it rose again about 3 times. And that was due to the COVID epidemic at that time. and the involvement of pregnant mothers. There were a lot of benefits from the CMD. That's not the purpose of my talk today, but it provided objective data to clinicians to source for resources from the funding agency that was the Ministry of Health. This system also included private hospitals. So any maternal death that occurs in private hospitals is also investigated under this system. And they also provided data to those funders, private funders, to look at whatever they could do to improve care. So what is the first lesson that we learned? We learned that maternal deaths will increase when you have a good system of data capture. So the leadership must be able to educate the authorities that this is not because of a reduction in the quality of care, but we are actually capturing all the maternal deaths wherever they occur, outside the obstetric wards, in the medical ward, at home, or elsewhere. We also learned that with a good system of capture, of data capture and implementation of remedial measures, maternal deaths can be reduced. Now, we have reduced the maternal mortality from about 40 at the inception of the program to about 22 per 100,000 live births over a period of time. But we have struggled to reduce it below 22, and that will be due to many factors. We also learned that we need to improve the system of management of the major causes of mortality, like postpartum hemorrhage, because we found that most of the cases of deaths due to postpartum hemorrhage were managed by relatively inexperienced doctors who did not institute care early enough or did not consult senior colleagues until it was too late. And this referred mainly to the public health system, where you have various categories of doctors. So we inculcated an alert system which brought everybody on the scene when an emergency occurred. We also learned there's a higher risk of deaths in mothers of high parity, especially those who have delivered more than 5 children. And that was the data. If you have already delivered 5 children, do not think that your risks reduce, it actually increases. And therefore, we needed to take action to make sure they do not get pregnant again. There was a higher risk of deaths in older mothers. And if you're aged more than 40, your risk of death increases in childbirth. So again, this emphasized the importance of contraceptive use among mothers. The prevalence rate of contraception in Malaysian mothers is not high. It is only at about 55%. But out of the 55%, 30% are using traditional methods, and only the rest are using the modern methods of contraception. The other important lesson was we need to audit the implementation of the recommendations. Whatever you have made a recommendation about, you need to make sure that these are carried out by all. We learned the lesson that vital signs may remain normal even when there is a blood loss of about 15% of blood volume. So this data was educated to all the caregivers that if the blood pressure may remain normal, even when blood loss was more than 500 cc. We recommended a system for having a rapid call system for services of personnel called a red alert system, which included alerting the blood bank and anesthetic staff to come to the scene in the labor wards. And we learned that most maternal deaths occur in the postpartum period. Care cannot be relaxed. Often care relaxes after the labor is completed and the baby has been delivered, and the postnatal wards are not often manned adequately enough. We learned anonymized audit was the key. There is no punitive action taken on this audit at the national level. We only look at a systems approach and look at systems which can be improved. If people are frightened by punitive actions, such as demotions or transfers, then they will sometimes not report all the facts and you will not improve the game. Leaders must be familiar with the system and preferably grow within it. You cannot parachute a leader into a system and expect them to make the appropriate decisions. I think they have to grow within the system and you need to avoid the shortcuts. You need to educate the authorities concerned about what are the causes. So leadership is one of the most important elements in the healthcare organization. Strong governance and leadership is essential for a high-performing organization, and the absence of that leadership can often lead to serious breaches in patient safety. For example, we've used the word shortfalls in care at one time, and often we found that we were shooting ourselves in the foot by calling it a shortfall in care. So the term was changed to a remediable factor, which carries a more positive connotation. And then the higher ups could understand that we were trying to improve the system. So the perfect leader, I mentioned this yesterday as well, has to have many characteristics. I think the most important is the personal characteristics of the leader. He must be honest. He must be a change agent. He must have a clarity of purpose. He must be a decision maker, a negotiator for resources, a diplomat in having to explain the issues, and most importantly, he must be ethical in the decision making. Is it possible? My belief is yes, it is possible with clarity of purpose. So the leader often has to be the person who leads his team over the dangers that are always there, and hopefully you lead the team to a higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ravindran. I think your experience has been valuable. In India also, we are constantly seeing the numbers reducing. In 2014, we had about 130 as a number amount. Today, I think we are trying to achieve below 70 as a SDG. I think that's a good thing, but given our diversity and the vastness of the thing, the data collection seems to be the biggest challenge today. Thank you, sir.
It's good to see so many people in the room in the afternoon. I'm sure many of you are feeling hungry. Patient safety and quality have become the fashion today, if I might call it. And all of us sitting here and those who are not here also as healthcare leaders say that patient is at the center of everything that we do. But unfortunately, the patient is missing in conferences like this when we talk about patient safety, in meetings which we have in our hospitals when we talk about quality and patient safety. And we are very fortunate to have Mr. Somital, who needs no introduction. He created a revolution in the IT sector as the founder, president, and chairman of NASSCOM. And now he's taken the bigger task, which I think he'll impact the country in a bigger way by taking up Patients for Patient Safety Foundation. So without wasting too much time, we'd like to really listen to a patient's perspective in all this.
Thank you so much. I hope in my introduction, they had also mentioned that I'm a patient here. So I represent. By raise of hand, can I see anybody who's not a patient? Not one. Anybody who's not a caregiver? There you go. So every one of us here in this room is a patient and a caregiver, and some of us here are people who take care of patients. So this is about us. And what I'm going to speak to you is about us, because we must get, and we spoke about patient centricity. I must compliment, I've been to several KAHO events, almost all the KAHO tech events, the excellent work that's happening when we see the innovation that's going on. Everybody is looking at clinical excellence, and I think your heart is in the right place to ensure that patients remain safe, to give them excellent care. but errors do happen and will happen. And particularly, we spoke about the Indian context. The volumes are large, resources are constrained, demand is high, supply is low, complexity is getting bigger, and also for us, the aging population is a pressure. So we understand that there is going to be issues, but then how do we solve it? I think we do need to get patients in because you're doing everything else. We hope the patients come in as well. This is a chart that you can see. If I go through my journey, it starts with a physician, then I go to a specialist, a diagnostic lab, hospital, pharma companies, pharmacies, everywhere at every stage through my journey, there is an error that's possible. And look at the direction of the arrow. Everybody is giving me something. Nobody is asking the patient, right? I wish the arrow turns out to be both sides. The patients, and it's sometimes good to exaggerate when we say patients are never consulted or they never play a part. Many do. I think many of you are doing a good job to involve patients, but largely we don't. And when these moments of truth come in, then it becomes even more because errors start happening. So why the patients are not being involved in this? The question that comes to mind is patient a customer? And what is the definition of a customer? Two definitions that are common. Hospitals exist to serve patients, and just like enterprises that many of us run are for customers. Patients pay for the services, and that's the primary source of the help. But I think that's the only place where the comparison is common. After that, it's all different. A patient does not come by choice. It's an emergency. They are anxious, they're concerned, they are disturbed. The expenditure on healthcare is something that you don't plan for, right? So that's another strain that's on. The family is involved, so it's not only the patient, the family is distressed. The only expectation, this is not about customer delight. Only expectation is safe and quick recovery, attention to the patient, sympathy, empathy at every stage. I know it's not asking much, but it's asking a lot in any case. The point is that we don't understand the complexity. We don't understand the illness, and we depend on good faith. And actually, we all say the doctor is a god. So if that is the case, why should we not be right in the middle of it? So that's where the dissatisfaction starts. And what is it? When we say, I pay for something, I deserve quality, so it becomes a hygiene factor, right? So everybody is looking at getting a hygiene factor. So how do I rationalize error? Every time something happens to me, I say, why me? Right? And many times they say that never happens, but it happened for me. So one does not rationalize that an error can take place as a patient. The caregivers are at the edge, and hence, if there is any lack of empathy at any stage, you can understand there is pressure on the healthcare givers, but as a patient also he is distressed. The delays, the long waits, billing cycles. I was so happy I was being discharged, but it took me 6 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours to get a discharge. Yes, there is a process, but why do I have to wait? There is no real listening post, and there are too many silos to navigate one department to the other. If we want to make centricity of the patient, can we do this? But what's the result of all this? And I thought we had some presentation which talked about one good satisfied patient brings in 4 more, but one who has a bad experience talks to 10 others. So patients share their missed experiences, and unfortunately, we as patients don't tell you, we move on to somebody else. So how do we learn from these missed experiences? But the reputational damage that causes is actually enormous. So what could we do as patients? How can we help you? I think we can ask you the right questions. We don't come prepared with questions. We can keep better track of our medications. Do we have it on time? Do we buy it from the right source? We can be very honest and open about everything that's going on. Sometimes we are able to only share part of it because we are not ready for a meeting. We don't keep medical records with us so that you are only able to take a decision based on little that you know. We don't follow your recommendations, but we will. We can be our own advocate by raising those questions and answers. And we can also take better care of ourselves by taking a second opinion when we need to. But we are shy. We are afraid that if we take a second opinion, how will our doctor feel? So I think these were the questions that are coming up. And when KAHO several years back started this initiative on patient for patient safety, we got involved. I have my colleague Nadira, who's here, and we've been working for the last 3 years on this to understand what role we should play. So we did form this foundation, and this foundation is to do two things. One, exactly what we said before, make patients aware about their rights, responsibilities, engage. We are asking them to engage and be vigilant in their own care, educate and empower themselves, and speak up when they think a harm is happening. And with you as healthcare providers, we will help develop best practices for patients. This is not about best practices to do clinical excellence, but the interaction that you have with the patients. Build patient safety, help you build patient safety culture, learn from patient experiences, and use our feedback in your, not only in the hospital, but some of you are also in education, and are you building that into your nursing and your other areas? So we are actually aggregators of knowledge, and we need your help because we don't know as patients. So our feedback is really coming from you. These are the ways we reach out through websites, our outreach plan, social media. We have a resource center. Nothing that we put as our recommendation is not something verified by one of you. So this is what we will do. And I think we're seeing traction coming in over this last 6 months. Whoever we have spoken to has been very encouraging, whether it is a healthcare provider or patient groups or insurance companies. And I think this is a movement which has a long life. And we hope that this itself would make a big, big change. We have a stall here. I wish you visit there, leave your card, sign up. Only request to each of you who are here as a patient is to go and subscribe a free subscription, which will be eternally free, to start getting information in a language that you understand. Our whole problem is that sometimes the language that is used for us is something that we don't understand, and our job is to simplify it. Some of the best practices in engagement, and I think we are now speaking to the choir, but I'm speaking it from patient's perspective, is please communicate with us in a language that we understand. Please be clear. We are actually trying to make a directory of all the abbreviations that you use in your prescriptions, so that when we go back looking at a discharge report, we're able to make out sense. Educate us. Educate them about health conditions, treatment options, how should they manage their health. You can involve us in not only taking a consent, actually, the umpteen times that I sign when I go for just a routine test, for every test I have to sign a consent. You think I read the 3 pages? I don't, right? But please, this is not about signing consents. It's about educating us and sharing with us as to why I'm going through a particular procedure, a test, or whatever, so that I feel educated. Help us in patient portals. If you create, we know that you're short of time, but we will go access and see the portals. We will publicize those portals to your patients so that everybody can do. And then, of course, this whole program of self-management, recovery at home, I think we need, there's something that you could help us all with. So our belief is that if we get engaged and you are engaged with us, the outcomes will be better, the satisfaction level will go up, and more importantly, I don't think we have spoken about it enough in this conference, and I hope KAHO takes that up. I think there is a need to build a very strong trust between the healthcare providers and we patients. We think that trust, we have no choice, so we will trust. But I think the need to enhance the trust is very high. So I hope that as the conference finishes and you reflect back going, I think put yourself in the shoes of a patient, because I didn't see a single hand going up. But take the hat off as a provider, put the hat on as a patient, and look at the journey that you go through and what your expectation is. We thought that if leadership has to come, and I think we are extending beyond our charter here, because but I think if you think we are going to be patient-centric, then involve us, not in just terms of processes alone, but by putting us and giving us a seat on the table. And the seat of the table can be by creating advisory boards, involve us there. Patients are not noisemakers. They will come back and share and help you improve your own systems. You can involve a whole lot of people in the advisory board. So this is not about getting well-known people and stars, but I think the first person that we suggest in the advisory board, somebody who's received recent care, because he or she has had an experience recently. So I think we've got a lot of stuff here which you can look at. And lastly, we are advocating that if you really want patient representative in all your decision making, patients will not always be there, but we want our representative who can be in form of a chief patient officer. So you have a CXO, CFO, CMO. I don't know how many CXOs we have, but can we put the word P and get a CPO in all our large hospitals? I think that linkage is, we want somebody to speak for us in the hospitals. I think together we can create a much, much safer and a high quality area and an environment to get going. So we're looking forward to working with every one of you as patients. We are here to work together to save ourselves and to ensure that the hard work that you put in gets the outcome that you so desire. Thank you so much.
So at the beginning, all of you agreed that all of us have been a patient at some point or the other. So the takeaway message is, remember your mindset when you were yourself a patient. And when you start working, irrespective of what position you're working, if you work with the same mindset of what it was when you were a patient, then you would make a real difference for that patient. I'd like to thank both our speakers and hand over to the host.
Thank you very much, chairpersons. Thank you, speakers, for that very, very crisp and on-time presentation. We request you to kindly convene for a group photograph. Big round of applause for all our speakers and the honorary work done by our chairpersons. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hear a one number answer from all of you en masse. How many years are we at KAHO now? Little louder. We are 10 years old and growing. Ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate the first decade anniversary, we'd like to give you a small glimpse into what we've been doing over the last 10 years. Can we have the film, please? Lights on.
Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday.
Well, thank you very much. And a big round of applause once again for all of you and all our speakers. We've come to a very, very critical point in time where our blood sugars take the better of us, and we are forced to start going on and moving on to our lunch halls. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that we are ready for lunch. Those of you who are participating in the quiz may stay back, as we will hand over to the quiz masters. For speakers and faculty, lunch is organized opposite MRG 6. For delegates, it's organized in the exhibition hall, that is exhibition hall 1, 2, and 3, and also in the first phase. I'm sure that with your keen sense of using queuing theory, you will find yourselves the fastest way to go and have lunch. I'll hand over to my colleague Gayatri to announce the quiz.
Be back again, ladies and gentlemen. I think many things get better with age, like wine, women, and KAHO too. So I'm sure this is lunchtime, but we have something more interesting happening here. And it's going to be a beautiful quiz. We've called it Kaun Banega Gyanpati. And this is a sponsored event by Medline. It's quiz time, food for thought first, followed by food in order to avoid the bottleneck in the eatery areas. And therefore, kindly cooperate. Some of you who know the answers for most of the questions can kindly stay back and enjoy this quiz, because very knowledgeable people are going to be conducting this quiz. So let me call upon stage the facilitators for this program. First, let me call on stage Dr. Sonia Bhagat, Head Quality Assurance, Ruby Hall Hospitals, Pune. Group Head Quality Assurance, Dr. Sonia Bhagat. She's an NABH consultant with 11 years of experience in healthcare quality assurance, successfully handled more than 20 different NABH audits for Ruby Hall Clinic Hospitals Group. Please put your hands together and invite Dr. Sonia Bhagat. Then we have our very favorite Dr. Santwana Varnekar, founder and chief trainer, Q team. Dr. Santwana Varnekar, founder and chief trainer, woman entrepreneur in quality, expert in training, education, and healthcare technology. Dr. Santwana was awarded the Woman Entrepreneur of the Year at the Six Sigma Healthcare Excellence Awards 2019. Along with her contribution to the healthcare industry, Dr. Santwana also believes in welfare service and contribution. She has been a part of various social service camps and blood donation camps and has served extensively the society selflessly. So please give a strong applause, put your hands together and invite Dr. Santwana Varnekar on stage. Thank you. And Dr. Sushila Kawade, Medical Superintendent of Rao Nursing Home Pune, Chairman of Maharashtra State KAHO and COO HB Desai Eye Care Organization Pune and freelance quality consultant. So please invite Dr. Sushila Kawade on stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead with the quiz, this is Gayatri and Parag signing off from the pre-lunch session. You will be joined by an equally vibrant team of MCs in the second half. We hope to see you over lunch and interact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being so supportive. As an audience, we completely enjoyed this first session as much as you did and look forward to the other sessions. Please give us your presence all the time. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you all who are present in the hall and a part of this quiz competition, Kaun Banega Gyanpati. We are up for this particular quiz with an exciting event that we all are looking forward to. This quiz is with a noble objective, achieving better patient safety. This event is a curtain raiser for a joint initiative by KAHO and Medline. So what is this initiative all about? Just let me brief you all on it. We at KAHO have partnered with Medline and are determined to create an awareness on the understanding of medical device regulatory framework and product standards that has come into effect in India. These two pillars, that's KAHO and Medline, are an integral part in improving patient safety and safeguarding the health in Indian population. Understanding the medical device regulations and product standards will support healthcare providers with an idea on how the benefits of use of medical devices outweigh the risk associated with their use. So let's begin with the exciting event on Kahoot. May I request Dr. Sonia to please continue?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all have downloaded Kahoot on your mobile. If not, you can Google it and with kahoot.it. The pin is shown on the screen. We'll wait for a minute for all to log in. The pin is 7007992. 10 seconds more to join in. Okay, so good luck everyone and give your best. Start. The first question is on the screen now. And the question is, what is the full form of MDR? The options are medical device regulations, medical device rule, medical device requirement, or medical device reporting. Yes, and the answer is medical device rule. The Government of India has introduced an act completing the Drug and Cosmetic Act for the regulating devices, that is medical device rule. The next question is?
The next question is on the screen. What is the full form of IPC? A, Indian Penal Code. B, Indian Penal Committee. C, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And D, Indian Pharmacopoeia Center. So what is the correct answer? Yes, C, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is the correct answer. The government of India has created an autonomous institution to deal with matters relating to timely publication of Indian Pharmacopoeia, which is the official book of standard for drug included, to specify the standard, purity and strength of the drug imported, manufactured for a sale, stock or exhibited for the sale or distributed in the India. Thank you. And next question is?
The third question is, the medical device regulation entered into force on, the options are 1st March 2018, 1st January 2018, 11th June 2017, 1st March 2017. And the answer is B, 1st January 2018. India took its first step in medical device regulation in 2017, when the Health Ministry notified the MDR 2017, which came into force on 1st of January 2018. We may go to the next question, question number 4.
What class of medical device are classified as low risk? Options are class A, class 2A, class D, and class 4. And the answer is option A, class A. Medical devices are generally based on the risk. The actual risk-based classification of the medical devices depends upon its intended use and the purpose.
And the next question is 5. What is the full form of MVPI? A, Meteorovigilance Product of India. B, Meteorovigilance Provider of India. C, Meteorovigilance Program of India. And D, Meteorovigilance People of India. Yes, correct answer is Meteorovigilance Program of India. The word vigilance, as per the Oxford Dictionary, means the action or the state of keeping careful watch for possible danger or difficulties. All the medical devices carry certain level of risk. Meteorovigilance envisages close monitoring and undesirable performance or characteristic fluctuations of medical device.
This is our scoreboard as of now. Now we go to the question number 6. When was the MVPI launched in India? 6th July 2015, 6th June 2015, 6th July 2016, or 1st June 2015. And the right answer is 6th July 2015. Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is functioning as the National Coordinating Center for MVPI, and various steps and strategies have been made by the NCC, that is the National Coordination Center, including launching of report tools to report the MDAE, that's the Medical Device Adverse Event.
So the next question is, as per risk classification of India, MDR 2017, medical devices are classified as option A, class 1, class 2A, class 2B, class 3, and class 4. Option B, class A, 2A, 2B, 3. Option C, class 1, 2, 3, 4. And option D, class A, B, C, D. And the correct answer is class A, B, C, D. The CDSCO classification of medical device govern alongside the regulatory approval, and registration by the CDSCO is under DCGI. Every single medical device in India pursues a regulatory framework that depends upon the drug guidelines under the Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940. CDSCO classification for medical devices has a set of risk classification for numerous products planned for notification and guideline as medical device. And the next question is?
The next question is question 8. So Form MD15 is a license for which category as per the MDR 2017? A, license to import medical device for the purpose of clinical investigation or the test or evaluation or demonstration. B, license to manufacture for a sale or distribution of class A and B medical device. C, license to import medical device. And D. So correct answer is option C, license to import medical device. This license is issued by CDSCO. For the import of medical device, there are different licenses issued by state licensing authority for domestic manufacturing of medical devices. Next question.
In continuation with the question 8, who launched the MVPI? Is it the Central Drug Store Control Organization, or the Drug Controller General of India, or the National Regulatory Authority, or the National Coordination Center? And the correct answer is B, the Drug Control General of India. The MVPI was formally launched on the 6th July 2015 at IPC Ghaziabad by the DGCI. After inaugurating the event, DGCI mentioned that MVPI is a necessary step to ensure the patient safety because medical device monitoring also is equally important like drugs. Now we go to our question 10.
The question is, what is the full form of MDMC? Options are Medical Device Adverse Event Monitoring Center, Medical Device Monitoring Committee, Medical Device Serious Event Monitoring Committee, or the option Medical Device Monitoring Center. And the correct answer is Medical Device Adverse Event Monitoring Center. The MDMC are selected by MVPI and are assigned with a coordinator and a research associate responsible for its functioning with a set of SOP. Feedback to all healthcare professionals involved in reporting is to be sent by the MDMC coordinator. The next question now.
And this is the last question. Question number 11. Which of the following is not a part of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission for the medical devices? Biocompatibility, quality management system, good manufacturing practices, and clinical evaluation, that is feasibility. Which is the correct answer? Yes, option C, good manufacturing practices, GMP is the correct answer. So medical devices, the QMS like ISO 13485 2016 is a part of MDR 2017. Actually, GMP is for the drug and pharmaceutical manufacturing. So what is the final score? Great. Well played, team. Congratulations, one and all. Thank you.
And I take this opportunity to announce the winners. The second runner-up is Pramod. Congratulations, Pramod. The first runner-up is ABDE. We would request you to please identify yourself with us just at the podium. And the first winner of this quiz competition is Dr. Vinay, scoring 7,410. And a hearty congratulations to all the winners and of course the participants who really put in a lot of efforts for it. On behalf of KAHO and the Medline team, I would request the Medline team to please come up on the stage. On behalf of KAHO and the Medline team, we thank all the delegates for participating in this quiz and looking forward to see you all on the floor again.
Congratulations to all the participants and the winners. KAHO and Medline will join hand in hand in creating awareness through the national and the international webinars and education meet in the healthcare facility in cities to share knowledge on MDR 2017, MVPI and BIS. Once again, congratulations and thank you for participating.
Thank you, everyone. Now you can join for lunch. Yeah, we'll have one group photo, please.
For 30 years, UpToDate has been by your side. Some describe it as the esteemed colleague they can always turn to for advice. Some say it's like having the world's experts at their fingertips when there's no one else to help. Some say it's a calming voice of clarity in times of crisis.
The urgency to get it right is just core to our culture. So when users interact with UpToDate, they have to know that they'll find the information that they're looking for, and that information is something that they can actually use on a real live human being. You can never drop the ball. You have to be trustworthy.
For 30 years, UpToDate has offered evidence-based answers to critically important questions, boosted confidence even when the evidence was unclear, and provided context to inform more consistent care. It's a real responsibility that we create the best understanding of what a clinician should do with a patient who has this disease today. And I can come to that again tomorrow to see if that has changed. You'll find up to date on clinical rotations in medical school, in the background of virtual visits, and by patient's side at the point of care, no matter where the point of care happens to be.
Up to Date has been a great friend of mine for the past 5 years, helping me treat the poor and desperate, the underprivileged people of the most rugged and hard-to-reach places of the Himalayas. It makes me feel the touch of modern medicine can be felt by the most distant places on earth.
We send this feedback routinely to our editorial team. I think it sends chills up their spine, as it always does mine, because you realize on a very personal level, your work really matters. Over the past 30 years, Up to Date has become the standard for evidence-based clinical decisions. And yet, our work is far from done. Our focus will always be on delivering actionable recommendations when and where they're needed, closing the gap between question and answer, between insight and decision, between clinician and patient.
Our work is definitely not done. There is still a great deal of variability depending on who you see, where you're seen, a bunch of factors that no one would wish can influence healthcare delivery.
As long as students and residents continue learning, as long as there are variations in the quality of care, as long as medicine continues to advance, as long as clinicians have questions, we'll be right by your side.
Continental Hospitals is nestled in the western suburbs of the city of Pearls. Hyderabad is the destination for the world's biggest and brightest IT conglomerates, and Continental Hospitals is one of India's premier healthcare facilities, with state-of-the-art infrastructure, the finest of clinicians and surgeons, and a quest for redefining patient-centric care. Over 1.4 million square feet of built-up area, 18 floors, 800 beds, and 16 modular operation theaters, Continental Hospitals brings together over 50 specialties and 7 centers of excellence. With advanced logistical, clinical, and trauma care facilities for any kind of medical emergencies, including stroke, vehicle accidents, falls, burns, or any other medical emergency, Continental is your preferred destination for 24/7 emergency healthcare. State-of-the-art, spacious OT complex comprises of 10 modular operational theaters, a suite of pre-operative and post-operative beds. Built to international standards, with perfect airflow sterilization and designed to minimize surgical site infections. Our suite of OTs is technologically advanced, scientifically designed, immaculately thought through from safety point of view. The highlight of new OT complex is a dedicated, integrated robotic surgery and minimally invasive OT. The ultra-high-definition monitors and sophisticated instruments will assure precision, safety, and surgical dexterity that will transform the surgical experience of patients and patient outcomes. Continental Hospitals offers excellence in treatment care to patients from over 14 countries of the world, providing them a space that is reflective of their culture and language, making them feel right at home. An embodiment of collaborative and multidisciplinary care, our doctors come together to make collective diagnosis and plan treatment pathways, resulting in excellent patient outcomes, and it remains our everyday mission to provide best quality care for every patient with compassion while promoting integrated clinical practices in partnership with our medical staff employees.
Life is a quest of faith in what we do. Our faith and excellence work as pillars of strength and health. Being the largest corporate healthcare group in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra, KIMS has always kept the virtues of faith and excellence at the forefront of healthcare and well-being. Our fully independent and extensively provisioned multi-super speciality hospitals across the 3 states treat lots of patients more than any private healthcare group in the 3 states. Led by a team of visionary doctors, KIMS growth has been the result of its humble mission to make world-class healthcare services at affordable costs across all medical departments. KIMS multi-super speciality status means that every department at KIMS has dedicated and full-time specialists, paramedics and staff attending patients round the clock. This benefit is only possible with a healthcare provider that is truly on papers and its spirit nurtures and invests in multi-super speciality practices. With 40 specialities and 9 centers of excellence, KIMS has built an institutional strength that leaves nothing to chance from the moment a patient enters our corridors and through to diagnosis and prognosis. For the patients, our investments only translate into better outcomes and quick recovery. Our operation theaters and labs features state-of-the-art devices and interventions to ensure nothing is compromised in treatment. KIMS' relentless focus on the excellence, dedication to serve, empathy for the patient and respect for an individual directly. Patient to experience positivity while recovering at our hospitals. Our staff is trained specifically to ensure that every patient gets the best healthcare experience and maximum health benefits from his or her hospitalization. Every recognitions that KIMS has achieved directly benefits the patients, be it the certifications, the endorsements or the accolades. Precisely how KIMS hospitals have evolved to become known for not just being affordable but also a dependable and trustworthy name among patients. With more than 4,000 beds, 1,600 doctors, supported by more than 5,000 support staff of nurses and paramedics. KIMS is on a mission to spread many more smiles. The smiles that reflect faith and well-being.
For 30 years, Up to Date has been by your side. Some describe it as the esteemed colleague they can always turn to for advice. Some say it's like having the world's experts at their fingertips when there's no one else to help. Some say it's a calming voice of clarity in times of crisis.
The urgency to get it right is just core to our culture. So when the users interact with Up to Date, they have to know that they'll find the information that they're looking for, and that information is something that they can
critically important questions. clinician should do with a patient who has this disease today. And I can come to that again tomorrow to see if that has changed. You'll find up to date on clinical rotations in medical school, in the background of virtual visits, and by patients' side.
Through variety and diversity, we learn and become so much more than we already are. Being doctors, nurses, and healthcare administrators, it helps us to learn and understand from other industries too. Be it the profound importance and nuances of service excellence from hospitality, or the concepts of total quality management from production industry, the Six Sigma from the Mumbai Dabbawalas, the checklist from the airline industry, learning, imbibing, and customizing the best practices to suit our organizations is key to continual improvement in any industry. And this session, ladies and gentlemen, is all about learning from other industries.
We invite the chairpersons and the speakers for this session to take their seats on the dais. We are honored to have for this session our chairperson, Mr. Raghu N. Reddy, the Director and President, Continental Hospitals Private Limited, Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Joy Chakravarti, Chief Operating Officer, PD, Hinduja National Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. Welcome, sir. We also invite the honorable speakers for this session. Dr. Richard Ramno is the lead at the healthcare consulting with Roche Diagnostic India Private Limited. Welcome, Richard. And Ms. Pratyush Sharma, Assistant Vice President, HR Cognizant. Welcome, madam. I think they deserve better applause. Thank you. And lunch ke baad glucose to बढ़ ही जाता hai. I'm sure we can act. We request the esteemed chairperson to take the session forward. And only one small request to all is to stick to the stipulated time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope all of you had a good lunch and you are back to a session which is going to give us a lot of inputs and thoughts that what we can learn from the other industries. And we have two distinguished panelists they are going to take us through soon. And I can only tell you in 30 seconds my experience from learning from other industries, and for most of us probably. In the morning session, the Director General of QCI mentioned that India lags much behind many countries in terms of the safety ranking globally. Probably we need to develop this culture of safety. And if all of us remember, the greatest learning we had from the other industry was from the airlines industry, when they developed the crew resource management, CRM, and which got implemented in healthcare sector. And as a result of that, from the 90s and now at present, we have come up definitely in a significant way, the safety processes, methods, and protocols in healthcare delivery. So if that is one of the learnings, I'm sure there are many more learnings we can have in coming days. We can learn even today. So with this, I request Dr. Richard from Roche to come and talk about benchmarking, and especially he's going to talk about the lab diagnostic part of it, and how it is going to help the lab sector, and parallelly it is going to work some of the learnings in healthcare delivery part of it. So over to Dr. Richard.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that generous introduction, and thank you, KAHO, for hosting us and allowing us time to speak to you and share with you what we think is best practice. We've got benchmarking. Benchmarking is a practice that was really brought to the industry by Xerox, Rank Xerox. It was something that really turned their company around in the 1980s, when Japanese manufacturers really came into the picture and they couldn't compete with the new manufacturers that came in. So they wanted to understand what was the best practice that was there in the industry that they could imbibe, and let the industry teach them what they could do best. That is the practice that I'm going to talk about. The benefit of this practice is that I will also talk about how we are trying to imbibe it and the results that we have. And hopefully through the results, the preliminary results that I can show you how this can affect the one segment that is important, which is there are many in healthcare. I'm talking about the laboratory segment. So big thank you to the entire team at KAHO, Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Vijay, Dr. Lalu, for supporting us with this concept and really allowing us to take this to the masses in India, or all labs in India. So this is an initiative started between Roche and KAHO. And what we wanted to do is establish the 2023 Indian Clinical Chemistry Laboratory Benchmark. That is what we want. That was what we aimed out to do. So in this, what we tried to do was we started off as a first leg to start the whole thing off. We essentially started off this in March. In March, we went to 50 cities. We were able to cover 50 cities and 100 labs. Now, let me put that. Excuse me. How do I? Right. Okay, since I've got the slide here with me. So essentially what we did was we understood what we've used here is a web platform to do this survey. It was very important to reach as many people as we could. So we developed a web platform, which is called Lab Insights. You can scan the QR code if you want to check the platform out. It'll take you straight to the platform. But essentially what we did is we asked the entire region, and by region, I mean the Asia Pacific region. So this goes out to the entire Asia Pacific region, and we asked labs the same 30 questions. These questions revolved around quality. That's very important. That is where we started. Then we went on to speed. Then we wanted to understand the processes that went on in the lab and what made them successful. And very important, how did they use the resources efficiently? And that essentially was productivity. Now, if you have to look at the lab can be seen as a very important part of your patient care cycle, where it takes your patient samples or specimens from your patients and essentially manages those specimens in the lab and turns them into results that you will use for decision making. So it becomes a critical part of your entire care delivery cycle. And that's why doing this with quality, speed, ensuring that the processes that were there were in good shape and they were up to standards across the board, as well as managing productivity, because you essentially needed to manage your resources well. So that's what we were trying to cover. And the key concept being asking yourself or providing a set of data, set of data points that are from the community, that are representative of the community, to say, where is the laboratory today? Where should the laboratory be? And where does it want to be? So it gives you data points that you can assess your journey, where you are on your journey, where you want to go on your journey, where you shall be. So essentially, once you have this data, we encourage you to assess and then plan for the future. Now, having said that, let's go straight into the data. Now, what we had to say is we had to paint a landscape. So we knew there was across the geography, this is the landscape. If you look at the size of labs, you have to understand that different sizes of labs have different nuances and they operate differently and they have different challenges. So that's why it's important to segregate them across private labs, hospital labs, university labs, as well as their size. And what you see is that it presents data points where you can understand what different labs can do. And at least in general, that's in brief, if you had to start off with estimates and benchmarks, saying that, okay, this is where, if I had to use data for an estimate, this is where I could start and then progress. So it gives you this wide array of what a lab can do in terms of the services it provides. We go on further to say, what is the best turnaround time? So we go on to say, what is the best speed at which you can provide these services? So we've got different data points. Now, please understand, these are not data points that you have to thrash the lab about, but it's data points that will help you understand the situation that goes on in the lab. So you can make that interaction with the lab better. You can look at how you can improve those services. Not only as a lab itself, but as a clinician lab interaction, and really get that forward. So in this case, what we see is the best practice in India is there. But then we ask the next question, how does this vary in India? So if you look at the graph, purple represents India, the teal represents the APAC. And if you look at it in the 4 different quarters that you see, these are different labs. The one on the right, on the leftmost is the 1,000 samples per day lab, and the one on the right is 250 samples per day, and in between is a different categories. What you see is a comparison. So what are the first point you look at is what is India doing and what is the sentiment or what is the ideas in India? And then afterward, looking at it, what would be the best ideas outside India? And this is a nice representation of that in terms of the distribution at which people see their lab can deliver test at. So what is the speed that I can deliver that? It really sets the ambition of what people are doing in India, where you have 1,000 labs that actually have dependability in speed and high speed versus that is in APAC. So that gives you a nice measure of in India, who's the best and what should I achieve and where should I go. If I go there to space, resources, things like space, things like staff productivity, what are the matrices that I should use? Essentially, my primary service is to deal with samples and to deliver value on samples. So what are the resources per unit sample? How many resources do I need? How much space do I need? These are considerations that need to be taken, especially when you're evolving the lab or growing the lab or trying to manage resources in the lab. This gives you a good number to work with, and it's a common number in India, outside India. It gives you that sense to at least you're able to make better decisions, and you're able to take that concept of continuous improvement forward together with your lab because you have common data. Now, having said that, there are other things like leveraging digitalization. There's a lot of talk about leveraging data digitalization. There's a lot of utilities of digitalization. One very important point that came out was interoperability of systems. Is your HIS talking to your LS? Is your LS talking to your EMRs? What is the segregation of IT that I have, and do they talk to each other? Can I look at any data point? Can I ask my IT systems today, what are my end patient outcomes that can come for anything that is in the lab? So these are different questions that we asked, and perhaps one interesting point was this. The other part that we talk about in IT is, can I talk about AI? Maybe I'll not go back so high into AI. If I come slightly lower, can I use standardized logics? If I use standardized logics in my lab and I program that in an if then else tree within my software, can I reduce the burden of what my lab is doing? And that's this, there's this very nice paper that was published in 2014, where they said adding building common logics into your IT systems and allowing them to take over the burden of essentially normals reporting is what actually helps improve the efficiency of the lab. So these are different points that we can come across. So perhaps a few words in closing is that, why do benchmark? Benchmarks helps you document the trends in the laboratory industry. So you know what is happening in your industry and you're aware of it. It provides a list of performance indicators. Who's doing what should I measure? It allows you national and international references so that you can always compare and see where you can do best. And it helps identify areas that are of common need. So because I know that these are areas of common need and these are areas that the community itself is needs help with or needs to increase knowledge, we can have specialized programs to actually address that need. I know that's a lot and I'm running out of time, but just to say that this is work that's ongoing work. We've done the first leg, we've completed the first leg. We're actually looking for, our goal is to publish a white paper for all of you to understand this metrics in terms of benchmarking for Indian labs so that you have decision points and you have that data. But we also encourage you to think of other areas where you think benchmarking add value to your delivery of care. I've left the QR codes for lab insights and my contact details. Please feel free to contact me and talk to me. Really happy to talk to you about all of this. I'm going to stick to my time and I'm going to call that the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Richard. We could not have asked for a better speaker and better company to demonstrate what quality can do. All the healthcare professionals who are in this hall know the wonders which you guys have done through quality. And this is a shining example of how your company has done for past several decades in taking the healthcare system to a different level. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Pratyusha. She's the Assistant Vice President of Human Relations, Cognizant. She represents a company for the last 2 decades, a company which started with 4 employees, today have mushroomed into 3.5 lakh employees, headquartered in US and regional headquarters in India. Pratyusha, not only the human relations she heads in Cognizant, but she is also the Secretary General elect
of Cyberabad Security Council. She looks so demeanor, but here is the woman who virtually controls and monitors almost the 9 lakh employees of the IT world of Hyderabad city. She will be throwing her light on how in other industry, especially in IT industry, the human relations and human resources are being put into use. Pratyusha.
Much, Raghu. I hope I'm audible. You'll have a little heavy in my throat. I'm a little unwell, but I didn't want to say no to this wonderful forum. So good afternoon, everyone. And I know it's after lunch, listening to speakers and learning is always a little diminishing, but I thought I'll make it the best for you all. So I just wanted to share a couple of things after being more than 2 decades in the industry. I think everyone knows what are the latest trends and practices happening within the industry. You've seen the earlier speakers speaking about AI, machine learning, so much of data. I think all that is taking over all our lives day in and day out. And it's the same with IT industry and the BPO industry. So how many of y'all in this room use ChatGPT? Awesome. I see some 25, 30% or 50% of y'all. I think that's overtaking our lives. So I'm sure all of y'all know within the IT and ITS industry, some of the facts, clearly we are growing at a compounded rate of growth of 24%. And we contribute to almost 5.6% of the country's GDP. Direct employment, it's more than 5 million. And the indirect employment, which this industry gives, is close to 12 million. Clearly, in this industry, it's broken up to IT services. So you see all the software, testing, full stack engineering, development all happens. So there's engineering services, there's BPO or ITES. And ITES BPO is no more a call center. If you know that life sciences BPO is valued at 335 billion, that's the amount of work which is coming in into India in various organizations. So if you look at the revenue from IT services constitute 50%, but ITES industry, the BPO, which has grown the last 5 years, much more than the IT industry. And I'll give you a few examples. We keep hiring a lot of anthropologists. The industry identifies and looks at different human behavior and works with the clients, be it in healthcare, be it in the life sciences space or in the financial services space, to actually look at transformation and building new products. That's the kind of work which happens from India. And yes, you all might know, scribing is a big industry which is moving to India, and all of us are working through the doctor-patient conversations are recorded by an AI machine, which comes to India, and the doctors and nurses actually look at how this industry is evolving. Very interesting work. And most of the surgeons, if at all they are surgeons, they use the AI machines to help them, or even the ChatGPT. There are annotations which actually the BPO industry works out of India. So very interesting work. And there's no more just somebody taking calls, where we hire a niche segment from investment bankers to healthcare professionals to the pharma segment of life sciences industry. So if you look at, as I mentioned, technology is overtaking all of us. And the 3 important technologies are artificial intelligence, machine learning, and edge computing. I think if you want, edge computing is nothing but if you want to connect all the machines, patient experience, user experience becomes very core. So for us, it's all about the employee experience. For you, it's all about the patient experience, where the user in the middle should not know what's happening. And that's really catching pace in most of our industries. If you look at, there's almost 1 billion people who have to be reskilled. All of us have downloaded ChatGPT, I think 6 months back. We are learning. AI is taking over our lives, but it's not taking over our jobs. I don't think organizations can survive without people and without the human-centric approach. And that's what we've been telling all our employees. Nowadays, talent, I think it's again in all industries and in IT industry, which I worked the last 2.5 decades, they are looking for partnership. They're looking for a value with purpose. And they are actually looking at wellness and agility. So when I say agility, I think we as an industry, we've looked at the agile frameworks, how fast we can get to the customer, how fast we can get to our industry. How can we look at agile frameworks? So, we've created something like pod-based culture, where everybody comes in from different industries, the IT, the BPO, and the testing, everyone, they work together on building a solution for the client, which actually the user benefits much more. So that's a pod-based culture. But what are organizations grappling with? If you look at organizations are grappling with well-being, the retirement age is increasing. If you look at the workforce needs to be really diverse, and you can look at the quiet quitting. Nobody wants to work more than 9 hours, especially the multi-generation workforce. I think most of us in this room are pretty mid-management above level, but the next generation workforce is not looking at doing work more than the 9 hours. So that's what is quiet quitting, and that's what is evolving in this industry. And that's a little bit more about what are they looking for. They're looking for lifestyle choices. They're not looking for, a pay and a benefit and then move forward. Yes, so some of the practices, I think, personalized learning is becoming very critical. So what are we doing to our talent? We are looking at developing employees day in and day out. That's going to be our biggest challenge and how we are going to take forward that industry. HR analytics and future of work is changing. So I think all of you all know the workplace and the workforce is changing. So I went to recently Deloitte University. If you look at Deloitte University, the experience one has is like immense. You must go to YouTube and check out Bloomberg in London. The kind of experience Bloomberg has is like amazing when you get to that office. I think the workplace, which I'm talking about, the work itself, where we are working with AI and machines is changing, and the workforce. I think all of us know there is a lot of mix of talent and what kind of people are required. So I think with all this, yeah, I have 2 minutes. I'll just speak quick. What do we need to do? We need to ensure the right skills in a fast pace. There's a lot of decrease in demand. So what do we need to do if we want to decrease the demand? We need to ensure that we are redesigning our jobs, having automation, looking at very simplification. I think somebody spoke about Six Sigma, quality. How do we bring it together? So that's how the businesses are working. And we're also looking at how do we increase supply. I think talent shortages are across the industry. So we are finding new models of actually hiring and attracting talent. So we are embedding our curriculum much in advance, where the final year graduates can actually work with this curriculum, and we are able to get them production ready much faster than before. So there are a lot of new models which organizations are taking up to hire talent, improve the skilling. And just wanted to click on a YouTube link, but I thought this was interesting. Maybe if we can have the console team, just click on the link. And just stop at 2 minutes because I just have 2 minutes. actually got completed. I'm just pausing it for paucity of time, but I'll give the presentation. I think you must see that. If you can go back to the presentation. Can it be on slideshow? Yeah. So I just wanted to show that future of work absolutely is changing. Drones are taking over us. The whole supply chain system industry is changing. And so is the talent mix changing. But what does the future of talent looks like? There's a very fundamental shift in the industry. I think all of you all do believe in it. So people in the 20th century used to really say, there's pay, there are benefits, do I have insurance? And it's a loyalty which works. But if you look at current or in the recent past, it's all about the psychological needs, which an employee really wants us to fulfill for them. If we provide enriched jobs and engage them, I think that's where employees are much more. Instead, a futuristic approach is all about life sciences, lifestyle experience. So LX is going to be the new mantra, right? So if you look at the future generation, the next 10 years, they will look at lifestyle experiences, choices. They want personalized development opportunities. It's all about Netflix, Swiggy, Uber, anything you use. It has to be at that moment. So the generation is moving and we are actually working with that generation to be able to change our policies, look at our workforce and create that experience for the employees. So I do have a small short video. If we have time, it's 1 minute. If we don't have time, I can pause. Okay, but this is very important on how HR actually is working from a flux, which is so ambiguous. And when I say HR, it's more about strategic HR. HR is all of us in this room, as businesses, as leaders, as doctors. That let's establish our own flow. I think there's no secret formula. And always it is a pleasure to work in an ambiguous environment with lots of challenges. And that's what we do within the IT industry. With everyday new complexities, new challenges. And especially the talent and the people are the fundamental, especially in the IT industry in India. And I think that's where we are all grappling with. And it's a pleasure talking with all of you all. There is a lot to be discussed when it comes to talent, when it comes to industry, the new models, what we are working on. Happy to answer any questions if we have some time. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Atusha. Thanks for the excellent presentation. And probably we'll have a couple of questions later. But I must tell you that you touched upon some of the points which are even very pertinent today in the healthcare industry. To begin with, in 90s end and beginning of 20th century, globally, we are very proud of IT at that time, and IT has India got represented through IT for the rest of the world. And probably the days are coming when healthcare will be doing the same thing. But I was quite stunned to see your first YouTube video where I saw everything was happening without a human being. I thought whether that is possible in healthcare,
but your second video gave the answer that we have to, develop and reshape ourselves. Couple of points what you have touched upon about focusing on skilling and technology, which is very important for us too in healthcare, and we have to learn for that. You told about the IT sector got threatened with this chat GPT and other things. Probably healthcare is also not far away. Today we see a lot of people, even they try to get into that kind of mode when they need some answer. So your presentation has given a lot of food for our thoughts, and I'm sure that our HR, our organizations, our leadership also will take learnings from there and shape up a future. I think we have a couple of minutes left before finishing and this session, completing this session. If there is any one or two questions, we can take up. Is there any question?
So just as the theme of this event was on leadership, for me, leadership is all about building a culture. And in the industry, it's not a top-down culture, it's both a top-down and a bottoms-up culture, which is a midpoint, where leaders are able to exhibit a culture, the right practices and well-being, and create an environment for us to sustain. So I think that's what all leadership is all about. Great team, and thanks for having me over. Thank you.
Will not be taking much of time. Thank you, Dr. Richard. Thank you, Pratusha. The first session of the afternoon happens to be different one. Thanks for taking us into a different world. We stand refreshed now because the whole of forenoon we were hearing about medical and medical technology and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, dear chairs and speakers, for that wonderful session. We request all of you to kindly stand in front of the KAHO photo corner for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a warm applause to the team. Thank you. We now request you to join the audience as we move to the next session.
Healthcare leadership faces immense challenges, and accreditation helps supplement this effort. It is also worthwhile to move beyond accreditation and go in and do an introspection on how we can take things beyond accreditation to benefit all stakeholders. In the next session, we are going to hear about the experience of some of the senior leaders on this front. We invite the chairpersons and the speakers for this session to take their seats on the dais. We are honored to have for this session our chairpersons for this session, Dr. Gayatri Kamineni, the Chief Operating Officer, Kamineni Hospitals, Hyderabad. Welcome, madam. Dr. Satish Chandra, Senior Specialist and Director, Medical Research, John Hopkins Medicine, Tawam Hospital, UAE. Welcome, sir.
We also welcome our eminent speakers for this session, who are Dr. Rahul Deshmukh, Medical Director, Aster Medcare Orthopedic and Spine Hospital, Dubai, and also a practicing anesthesiologist with formal training in healthcare quality, business administration, and leadership. Welcome, Dr. Rahul.
Before we start,
we have also Dr. Shin Oshiro, the Executive Board Member, Japan Council of Quality Healthcare. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Anurag Saxena, Professor and Associate Dean, Postgraduate Medical Education College of Medicine, University of Saskatchewan.
Before we start this session, with the permission of the chair, I'd like to invite Dr. Lalu Joseph, Madam, Secretary General KAHO, to make a small announcement.
Very good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that vibrant energy that is here in this hall. Let me invite Mr. Pankaj Jori, the Director of NABL, to make a very important announcement that's going to benefit the diagnostic division of KAHO and also all the hospitals that are associated with KAHO. So I invite Mr. Pankaj Johri. Let's give him a big round of applause. It's a great partnership that's going to be between KAHO and NABL. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Some good announcement. We already told it's good and happy announcement. Yes, so everybody knows that NABL grants accreditation to the medical labs as per ISO 15189. And everybody is knowing also that the new standard of ISO 15189 is out now. That is 15189-2022. And KAHO talked about that the requirement of the laboratory personals about getting aware and sensitized about the requirements of 15189-2022 version. So it's an announcement coming from NABL that in collaboration with KAHO, NABL is going to conduct some awareness program. I think 12 awareness program we are going to conduct in collaboration with KAHO. And this program will be for the laboratory personals, accredited laboratory personals, through KAHO. The personal nomination will be through KAHO, and it will be 2-day program. And we are wishing and expecting that KAHO will organize this program in different parts of the country, so that all the accredited laboratories in various parts of India, they will get the benefit of this sensitization programs. So thank you very much. I hope this program will benefit more and more accredited laboratories. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's indeed a pleasure for us. It's going to be 12 programs this year with NABL and 2-day training program open for all members of KAHO Diagnostic Division, quality managers of the Diagnostic Division, the different laboratories in the hospital, standalone labs that are members of KAHO could avail this opportunity. Thank you so much, NABL, for tying up with us, sir. And it's a real opportunity. Let's give NABL a big round of applause. Thank you.
That's great news, and thank you for that. We continue with our next session, and we request the Honorable Chair to kindly go forward. Please keep a watch out for the time, and hope all speakers stick to the same. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, KAHO, for having us on board and having an esteemed panel over here to give their insights onto the accreditation part of healthcare. So I think without further ado, I think we can go forward with the talk for today. So we'll start off with Dr. Rahul Deshmukh with the topic of experiences of implementing PREMS.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible right up to the back. So first of all, thank you all for staying back after the lunch session. That's quite appreciative of the whole hall as such. Thanks to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. And a special thanks to Professor Mittal for laying the background for my talk. In the morning when he was talking about the patients, this is about the patients. I will be talking about experiences of implementing PREMS. PREMS are patient-reported experience measures in GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council. Disclosures, no financial disclosures. Only thing that I would like to share is most of my images have been created on DAL-E, which is a counterpart of ChatGPT, and there are some images from Google as well. These are the list of abbreviations that I will be using. Again, Dr. Mittal was talking about all the abbreviations that we use. These are the abbreviations that I shall be using. Let's begin with, as I'm talking about the patient-reported experience measures, let's see the power of patient reports. Do we have any anesthesiologist in the audience? If we have, I'm sure you are aware of this image, which depicts the first successful demonstration of anesthesia by WTG Morton on 16th October, which is why we celebrate the Anesthesia Day. There was a very unique comment by the surgeon, and he said, "This is no humbug." There is a background to this. because this was first successful, but first demonstration of anesthesia was this one by Horace Wells. The only problem was his patient reported pain. And since then, the patient has the power to create history, because this was called as a humbug affair. That was about history. Let's come to the modern organizations. Take any organization in Hyderabad, Dubai, Singapore, wherever you go. These are the departments that work tirelessly to make the patient feel better. And at the end, what does the patient remember? It's billing and accounts. They charge huge amounts to me. I was not very happy with the effort that they put in. If there was one key to change this, it is involving the patients and their families in their own care. That brings us to the concept of value-based care. Value-based care basically offers all these advantages to patients, payers, society, to the providers. What exactly is value-based care? It revolves around the customer, in our case, the patient. It is measured by outcomes and not by inputs of services. In short, I want you to imagine a patient who underwent state-of-the-art technology, robotic surgery for knee replacement. We used a very high-cost implant, and at the end, patient ended up with a surgical site infection, requiring multiple surgeries after this. What is the value that we have given to the patient? Probably zero. And in that case, insurance companies across the world don't pay you. I know many of you are thinking this is not my problem. Let me tell you, the insurance sector in India is likely to grow at 11% per annum for next 5 years. So within next 5 years, it is likely that half of your patients will be insured. And hence, it is important to get that concept right away. So what is value? Value is the outcome that we have given to the patient as well as experience. This is where the experience comes into picture. I want you to imagine Mr. Bond. I'm sure there are lots of Bond fans in this audience as well. So imagine that Mr. Bond attended this CAHOCON. He was very impressed by us, and he decided that I want to undergo surgery in India. So he visits an orthopedic surgeon, and orthopedic surgeon sends him to the anesthesiologist. Anesthesiologist finds something in his heart, sends him to cardiologist. In effect, Mr. Bond has seen 3 doctors and their nurses, and he has got a lot of complex information. Amount of information was also too much. Number of people who provided the information was again quite a bit. Even if he's Mr. Bond, he has grown old. So he can't remember most of his things. There could be language barrier. And another thing is, imagine Mr. Bond is going for surgery after 3 weeks. What is the likelihood that he will remember the advices that all these 3 doctors and their nurses have given to him? There are scientific studies which show around 40 to 80% of the medical information is forgotten by the patient immediately after your consultation. So Mr. Bond actually feels like him. And that's where we need to involve the patient and family in their own care. What do we, again, scientific evidence, it shows better recall by patients, improved outcomes, improved patient safety, which obviously leads to less litigation, better patient satisfaction, better financial performance, competitive advantage over your competitors, and Mr. Bond will again feel more like this. He will be more in control of the situation. That brings us to PROMs and PREMs. I'm sure the audience already knows it. I won't be going into details of this. Patient-reported outcome measures and patient-reported experience measures. Obviously, the outcome measures are about outcomes. They show the impact of treatment on quality of life. Progression of disease is measured by PROMs. For example, degree of pain relief. A patient has come to you with low back pain, how his disease has progressed. Even chronic diseases, this is a very good measure to measure the outcome. Next is PREMs. That's the patient-reported experience measures. This pertains to the experience of the patient, overall journey through the care episode. It is the perception of the patient about your care. For example, waiting times are large, or I can't see my own lab results. There is a long process to see my own lab results. All these inputs will be generated by patient-reported experience measures. A word more about PREMs. This is a self-reporting instrument, whereas the patient himself is reporting his own experience, his or her own experience. And therefore, it can be used for gaining insights into what actually happens. You might be having best of policies, best of protocols, best of processes. What actually happens on the ground will be told to you only by your patient. Nobody else will tell you that. That will help us to identify the areas for improvement. It will also help in streamlining the patient journey, assessing the impact of corrective measures. You thought there are some lacunae, some loopholes. How do I improve them? Again, go back to patient, whether those measures are really working. They can also be used for evaluating the communication by our healthcare providers, in coordination of care, access to care, quality of care, responsiveness of healthcare providers, and patient safety. In short, if there was one wonder medication that you have, it is the patient-reported experience measures. Whatever you do, measure it by PREMS, and you will find better results. Now, if you are feeling like this child, lost in a library, I'm not sure where do I start. I want to start with PREMS, but where do I start? There is an easy solution to this. Something like HCAPS survey, which stands for Hospital Consumer Assessment of Healthcare Providers and System Survey. It's a comprehensive survey, 29 questions, which covers care by nurses, doctors, the overall hospital environment. I won't be going into the details of HCAPS, but this is something that's a ready-made solution for any of you who wants to start implementing PREMS. If you belong to other category, which believes in do it yourself, I don't put a doorbell on my door. I put 2 wires. You need to connect those wires to ring a doorbell. Okay, there is a solution for that as well. Building your own questionnaire. If you want to build a questionnaire, American Society of Anesthesiologists has come up with this. It's a very simple, basic thing. Identify the process that you want to improve, pilot a questionnaire, test the pilot questionnaire. If there are any further improvements to be made, make those improvements and roll out the questionnaire. I'm running out of time, so I'll be running through fast. My hospital is based in Dubai, so we get a lot of international patients. This is the distribution of patients for the last 1 year. Our experience started with misinterpretation of guidelines by one of our patients. We had asked the patient to be fasting. She did not understand it properly, and we had to reschedule her surgery. That's when we started to initiate 2 PREMS. One was about perioperative experience, and second one was about MRI experience. Perioperative experience was captured while the patient is waiting for discharge, particularly from daycare unit, and MRI was at the end of MRI. We use Microsoft Forms for ease of data analysis. So far, we have got 2,394 responses for perioperative PREMS and about 1,145 responses for MRI. There is a specific reason for choosing perioperative because pre-op and post-op care is very well looked after. The operating room is the one which is a black box. Unless you analyze data, you won't really get information what happens inside the operation theater. That's why we wanted it to hear from the horse's mouth. And the questions included, such as, were you advised about fasting before surgery? Because this is how we started our PREMS journey. Have you been explained about detailed anesthesia plan? All your questions have been answered about surgery. This also acts as a safety net. Patient has signed the consent, but patient also said all my questions were answered here. So if at all you go for litigation, patient can't say I was not explained properly. There are 2 foods now. Were you involved in surgical site marking? How often did you witness our staff use hand sanitizer? Again, a very silent observer. I'll be going very quickly. Silent observer for hand hygiene. Clear guidance about discharge medication, advice about food care at home, advice about follow-up visits. So you are monitoring literally everything, right from your in-house care to continuity of care can be monitored using perioperative PREMS. MRI questionnaire included where you asked about pregnancy, any metal implants or any previous surgeries that you have undergone, avoiding movement during scan, where you're told to avoid movement during scan. If you needed any help during the scan, how do you call for help? Where you explain that. Did MRI start on time? And if no, what was the delay? Advantages of PREMS, it's direct feedback from our patients. It's the most transparent system. You don't have to rely on incident report or OVR or anything of that sort. It is the patient who reports. It gives immediate feedback. You don't have to wait for a near miss to identify a loophole in your system. It is immediate that patient has identified some loophole and you can rectify it. It improves our proactive communication with the patient, which leads to better patient satisfaction. And it's more of a hands-on management, leading to addressing concerns on time. There are some limitations as well. It's a subjective assessment by the patient. So any previous experience, if he had a very good experience in some other organization, your ranking is low. It need not be only clinical quality. Your food was not good, still your patient-reported experience measure can go down a bit. That's a slight limitation of PREMS. Data collection challenges can be there. In the afternoon, we spoke about the load that the quality teams have to lift these days. This will add some more work to them. And QMS compatibility needs to be checked. I think that's my last slide. These are my references. I think I finished on time. One take-home message for each one of you. Please listen to your patients. They are our reason for existence. We exist for them. So try and implement these PREMS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul, for the great insight into PREM. I think we'll keep the questions to the end of the session, right? Now we have the next topic is incident reporting analysis and culture of safety by Dr. Shinoshiro from Japan.
Okay, thank you very much for kind introduction. My name is Shinoshiro. In the first place, I'd like to extend my special thanks to organizing committee and the relevant committee and the teams in KAHO for including me to be a part of very valued conference to improve safety and quality in Indian healthcare system. I'm working in University Hospital as a patient safety officer, so I'm a clinician. And I have two workplaces. The second one is Foundation in Tokyo, which provide hospital accreditation and running national reporting and learning system and so on. On this occasion, I'd like to focus on my job in JQ, the foundation. Okay, this is the project lineup of JQ. Beyond hospital accreditation, we have grown lineup of our jobs related to patient safety and quality improvement, such as reporting and learning system and a clinical guideline project and quality indicator project. And no fault-based compensation system for birth injury, brain damage to baby, which take place during delivery. I'm going to touch on very briefly on the compensation system later on in my talk. Okay, now here you see the national list of national reporting and learning system that is in operation in my country. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm in charge of 4 of 5, and I'm working on the rest of the remaining one system as an advisor. Okay, I'd like to focus on the reporting and learning system targeting hospital and clinic. We have established a web-based reporting and the learning system, and we collect adverse event and near-miss event. And we conduct a collective analysis to produce annual report and quarterly report, monthly alert, and we provide a database of adverse event and near-miss event. And we also provide opportunity for education. And what is important is that we work together with patient representatives. That is one of the reasons that we have observed the successful reporting. Here you see the number of adverse event reporting. We were successful in the increasing the number of reporting. Apart from this adverse event reporting, we are collecting millions of near-miss events on annual basis. And the second reason that we had successful reporting and learning system is that we work together with core hospital, advanced hospital providing advanced treatment like university hospital. I told you that I work in a university hospital, so I have a lot of friends in Japanese university hospitals. Our hospital has formed a group or alliance on patient safety, and this is a group photo to commemorate World Patient Safety Day set by WHO. Okay, we have published, as I told you, we have published 72 quarterly report and 17 annual report, which includes figures and tables and thematic analysis. For instance, what you see here is the numerical analysis. We include a lot of pie chart, we include a lot of bar chart and tables in our quarterly report, and we post them on our website so that everybody can see it. But you may think that only pie chart, only bar chart may be a little bit boring. So what is important is thematic analysis. We have published 250 or something thematic analysis so far over the last nearly 20 years, which include, for instance, adverse event related to COVID-19 treatment, adverse event related to pressure ulcer caused by medical devices, which was the topic of pre-conference conducted in Medicover hospitals yesterday. I joined the session and I found one of the topic was pressure ulcer caused by medical device. And for instance, yes, yes, you see another other topics on the list. Okay, and what you see here on your left is the thematic analysis. It is composed of 10 to 20 pages. And another product we produce is monthly alert, seeing on your right. And please note that it includes cartoon or illustration on your left bottom. Cartoon illustration is, we believe, they are really effective tools to convey our key messages to busy medical professionals on the front line of medicine. You know, Japanese people love manga, Japanese people love animation, we love cartoons. So we are capable, we believe that we are capable of obtaining key messages in very swift manner, very fast, and very precise manner from media like that. So I hope that we see growing number of young Indian doctors, young medical professionals who are really familiar with manga or cartoon animation, TV game, and they are capable of getting a key message from those materials. And yes, this is the monthly alert. It includes cartoon and animation and pictorial diagram on your left bottom. And our monthly alert is distributed across Japanese hospital and clinics. Nearly 70% of Japanese hospitals is looking at our materials. You may want to ask, what about the remaining 30%? The 30% are still browsing or getting our monthly alert through our website. Okay, we provide database of adverse event and near miss event because we value transparency when we run our system. And what happened is that our database is highlighted by researchers, highlighted by medical professionals on the front line of medicine. It's also highlighted by industries, and the industries issued alerting material, alerting document, citing the reported cases on our database. That's happening in my countries. And in 2020, Armal and Amalid is a notorious combination of sound-like drugs. And Armal, one of the brand name, was removed from the market for patient safety reasons because the company learned that it caused sound-like drugs and it caused error. They learned from our website. So that's what is happening in my country. I've realized that transparency has a power to galvanize commercial private companies into this action for patient safety. Okay, and for enhancing transparency, I periodically hold press conference. In the initial couple of years, press people urged to disclose the name of the hospital or name of the medical professionals, but I completely refused it. And I explained to them that this is a reporting and learning system for patient safety. If we disclose the name of the hospital, they will not report. So the reporting and learning system will not work. And I repeated the answer again and again for a couple of years. And finally, at the end of the day, they learned about the significance of our learning system. And the equivalent system is now running, targeting the community pharmacy as well. And this year, I'm happy to announce to you that we are launching a new reporting and learning system targeting dental clinic. Reporting and learning system highlighted in WHO report, as shown here in this slide. I'm a member of developing this report. And WHO issued a report on patient safety in coming 10 years in 2021. It has 35 strategic actions. Obviously, it includes reporting and learning system in 6.1, strategic action 6.1. It corresponds to reporting and learning system. Okay, lastly, I'd like to touch briefly our compensation system. It's sort of a reporting and learning system. A reporting and learning system which comes with monetary compensation for brain damaged baby. And we initiated this project because cerebral palsy case frequently ignited a lawsuit, and the medical professionals, particularly obstetricians and midwives, quit their job for fear of being sued. But after the launch of the system, we were successful in observing the number of eligible cases. In other words, profound cerebral palsy. And then what is unique about this system is that we produce investigative report of individual cases, and we deliver the report not only to medical professionals, childbirth facilities, but also to families. And so that families will read it, and then they will know what happened during delivery. And we made a comparison study on specific procedures between two time points, such as 2009 and 2014, making use of our investigative report. And it turned out that some of the procedures like fetal heart rate monitoring and administration of uterine contracting agent like oxytocin and the swift initiation of mechanical ventilation to resuscitate neonate, those procedures were dramatically improved. And then you may want to know about the lawsuit case. The lawsuit case of OBGY dramatically declined, and it is indicated by a line, and the bar chart is corresponding to the total number of lawsuit case of entire medical specialties. Okay, I'm running fast, and the similar issue is now burning in the United Kingdom. So last year I was invited by the House of Commons Special Committee, Select Committee on Maternity Safety by the UK Parliament, and I described our system. And the committee published the official report, which obviously include our data. Okay, this is the takeaways of my presentation. So that's all of my talk. Thank you very much. Thank you to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Shinashiro. We now have the next topic, linking quality education to superior patient care by Dr. Anurag Saxena.
Okay, good afternoon, folks. My name is Anurag Saxena. It's wonderful to be here in the presence of all of you in India. As you can tell, I am from India. I was born in Delhi. I finished my MBBS from University College of Medical Sciences, did my MD from Chandigarh. Was a registrar at Jaipur before I go to this conference is actually about leadership and quality in healthcare. I do want to take you on a slightly different journey about a system which is embedded within the healthcare organization system. So I want to ask you a question, maybe you can show with your raise of hands. So how many of you, when you've been to the hospitals, have actually been first seen by a resident or a medical student, and you're waiting for a fully qualified doctor to come? Right, so a few of you, actually, all right. So I do want to tell you a story here. 1 year ago, in my university in Saskatchewan in Canada, I went to the hospital CEO, who actually had this chief financial officer, chief operating officer in the same meeting, because she knew why I was coming. So I went to her to ask for more money for residents' education. And her question to me was, why should I give you money? So really what she was asking me was, what is the value of having residents or medical education system in the hospital system? What is it that the residents do? So that was one thing which actually, I thought about that. In my other role, which is a national role in Canada, which is with the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada, we have implemented countrywide an initiative called competency-based medical education, with the promise that this is going to improve the quality of doctors we produce, and therefore the quality of patient care. Honestly, I don't know how to answer that question because we don't know really how to measure. So I really got thinking about what to do. What is the quality of medical education which is embedded within the healthcare system? So in front of everybody who's an expert in quality, I'm not going to get into the debate or definition of what the quality in medical education is. But what I can tell you is that there is not a uniformly agreed upon consensus definition of quality in higher education and quality in medical education. Whether it's from a fitness of use perspective, whether it's from a customer perspective, whether it's compliance with standards, or whether it is reputation. Accreditation actually serves a great purpose. I have extensive experience in accreditation of medical education internationally. These 9 standards which are being shown here, this is the Canadian Excellence in Residency Accreditation Standards, which assess different aspects of it. And you'll notice here that one thing is clearly missing, which is the clinical outcomes. So that's which is very clear. The outcomes in medical education, which are important for the government which funds it, the universities which offer it, are actually around how are the learners progressing, what are their success rates in the examination, how many we are retaining, and at the program at the institutional level, what is the accreditation status, and what is the academic rigor of the programs. On the clinical care side of things, however, there is not much being done in the medical education system. So in response to those 2 questions, one asked to me by the CEO and then through my work at the Royal College, we said, well, there are 3 things we should be looking into. One is, what is the quality of care in the hospitals, which have medical education system or residency training programs compared to the ones where we do not have residency education. Second one is there any data on what is the quality of care provided by the residents when they are becoming full-fledged doctors? And thirdly, what happens to the quality of care after the physicians have finished their training? So there are some studies which actually talk about, depending on how you study the different training programs, that if you come from a higher quality program as assessed by accreditation standards, then there is some variation in the quality of care. And this study comes from NABH et al. Based on some hospitals in the US. Regarding the first question, there is very limited data. Regarding the second question, there is even smaller amount of data. So I just want to show you a few things here, because in response to those 2 questions, I actually put a team together and we said we should see what is out there, what we should do some research on, and how can we improve things. So I'm just going to give you some examples here. This is not comprehensive data. On the left-hand side, you have the teaching hospitals. On the right-hand side, you have the private hospitals. So if you look at the radical in the teaching hospitals, in one study, it was shown that the length of stay and the mortality was better, lower in teaching hospitals. If you look at the lower bullet point, notice that the overall outcomes and costs are lower. But there's no difference according to different study. Compare this to what happens in private hospitals where there is no residency education happening. In a case where there was microlumbectomy performed, as measured by postoperative pain, satisfaction of the patients, and the disability, it was shown that it was much better in private hospitals compared to academic teaching hospitals. Same thing. Patients admitted with delirium, you measured all-cause mortality, the costs were lower, the all-cause mortality was lower. So intuitively, what some people might think that the quality of care is better in academic hospitals, but the data is not completely consistent with that. What happens if you open residency training programs in smaller communities? So there are two studies from Canada which actually show you that if you open residency training sites, it does actually have a positive impact on improved capacity for physicians are there. Access improves, the standard of care improves, relationships improve, there's more social capital. And two studies from Canada actually show that. One is from British Columbia and one is from Yukon, which is in the north of Canada. So let's now talk about what happens to the quality of care for the patients when the residents who are working under supervision, that they provide the care. So in internal medicine program, it is shown that when residents are providing care, there is some evidence that there is reduced mortality rate, there is reduced length of stay, but there is no difference in the 30-day readmission rate or complications or costs. If you look at another study in an academic hospital setting, we find that there were higher ratings by the patients for the care provided to them by the residents as opposed to the medical students, who obviously are part of the hierarchy. So someone may start wondering, why are we seeing all these differences? So some studies have actually looked at, well, what is the quality of feedback given by the attendings to the residents as they are providing care to patients? And it's been shown that in some settings, changes in learner behavior, they do actually have an impact on patient outcomes. Second one is some training programs do actually provide a lot of training in lean while the residents are being educated. So practices associated with residents' efficiency, they actually improve the quality of care. So when you have residency training programs, you will find that some faculty actually quite like it, because to stay up to speed, to train the residents, they have to study a lot themselves. While others see the residents as a burden because it takes away from their primary care duties, and then they have to spend additional time. Sometimes their billings might be reduced as well. The feedback culture, how the faculty and the residents are interacting with each other, has got a huge say in how the quality of care is impacted. And finally, there is this culture issue, which we have heard a lot about, culture of safety and culture of quality, is the presence of residents definitely has an impact on what the culture in that hospital is. So what are the challenges we are facing when the residents are present in the healthcare system? The first one is residents themselves, because they are there to learn and become full-fledged doctors, they do worry about balancing clinical care versus their own learning and teaching to other people. The faculty do have some difficulty and some challenges in integrating residents in evolving models of care like virtual care. The QI education within the residency programs is also a challenge for some institutions, integrating that within the residency education because it's often seen as a standalone add-on job. But there are some strategies that can be done. So again, from a point of view of an associate dean who's responsible for residency education, trying to convince the hospital CEOs and trying to convince the government for more money, in trying to prove that the presence of residency education has a positive effect on healthcare, currently we have very limited data. And the studies that have shown you, the studies that have been published, they do suffer from some methodological rigor. They cannot be called very high quality studies. There are lots of confounding variables. You cannot show cause effect relationship. I told you earlier that there are varied notions of quality. People within the medical education system look at quality in a slightly different manner. Accreditation does improve the quality of education. However, it really is a minimum compliance with the standards unless you include exemplary indicators, unless you report leading practices and innovations. It is unlikely that accreditation by itself will actually lead to improved quality care. It's one factor. And then, of course, there are other stakeholders as I talked to you. So where do we go from here? I still don't have an answer for my CEO. I still don't have an answer for the Royal College, but I feel that we do need more evidence. And that is something which KAHO could take up, because you could actually study, when you're doing accreditation of the hospitals, you could have additional variables on, well, can we actually assess the quality of medical education in there? There needs to be improvement in continuous quality improvement in medical education. And finally, I think I'm trying to advocate that when we do the accreditation of medical education organizations, the clinical outcomes, the patient outcomes, and patient voice should be included. And that's where I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We are now at the end of the session. We are now open to taking questions.
Question is, are these reports available publicly from your studies, from your program?
Thank you very much for your question. I'm sorry, I took some time to understand your question. And the question is related to the availability of our data. Yes, you can have an access to our data because almost all the data is available on the web. And you also have an access to our database. Actually, researchers from Hong Kong and Australia is now making use of our data to see if the artificial intelligence could be applied to analyze incident data of medication error. But unfortunately, it is also all of those data are written in Japanese and some are English, but database is written in Japanese. But there is an automatic translation system from Google or other companies. So I hope you will enjoy working with our data on the web. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? If there are no questions from the audience, I have a couple of questions which I would ask Dr. Rahul. The first question is for you. You talked about the proms and the prems. I was wondering, does it sit over the accreditation standard, like Joint Commission and other Canadian standard? Does it sit over them, or do you find them? Do you work with them in isolation?
Thank you for that question first. Yeah, it doesn't sit over them as such. It is a part of the accreditation standards as well. But more importantly, it really is in improving your own processes. So as we are talking about quality beyond accreditation, that's where it really goes. It is really taking it to the grassroots, where we are not waiting for incident reports to happen and then investigate and then find. It is your patients who are giving you feedback that there is a loophole here and you need to rectify. So yes, it is literally going beyond accreditation.
Beyond, because there's a couple of things that I saw there: the access to care, the care of patients. These are very much the standards that Joint Commission on standards to have, right?
Yes. So that will help you in monitoring the same. For example, where your discharge medications were explained to you properly. That is the continuity of care that is being monitored. So it is part of your accreditation as well. But even for your own sake, for the organization's sake, it is important that we get that kind of feedback. So we can rectify. If for example, some doctor is not explaining the medication patient properly, we can always go back to the doctor and tell him that this is the feedback that we have received.
And one more question I had for you was, in a rapidly changing environment like Dubai of the UAE, how do you cope with, how do you meet these standards? Because once you develop something in a few weeks, things change.
Yes. So again, we had these two surveys that are going on currently. We are looking at improving another, that is emergency room. So MRI, essentially MRI started with, there were a lot of delays in MRI. So that's why there are a couple of questions in MRI. So we identify the opportunities where we need to improve. And instead of just, it's like bottoms up. It comes from the patients. So now we are targeting the emergency room, where we'll get a lot of feedback from our patients, visit the emergency room, get the real picture of what happens in emergency room. That's how we keep on improving on the practices.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Shen, I had a question for you too. Dr. Shen, I had a question for you. Okay. When you were during the day, when you showed us the data, 2010, you had a higher mandatory reporting, and in 2022, higher mandatory reporting. I would have guessed during the COVID-19, the mandatory reporting should have gone up. Is there any reason why it hasn't? You have mandatory reporting and voluntary reporting. 2010, it was quite high, and 2022, the voluntary reporting was quite high, but not in 2021 and 22, 2020 and 21. From your data, is there any reason?
So you're asking about the number of reporting in 2021 or 2022? Yeah. Okay. In 2022, I thought I displayed the figure, but we successfully marked a record high number of reporting in 2022. Maybe I hope we will revise the record number in 2023. So this, my interpretation is that reporting culture is deeply rooted in Japanese medical society. So they do not fear being blamed by media, or being sued by patients and families. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Dr. Rahul. Sorry, Dr. Anil. So you've asked for money to make sure that you have really good quality healthcare personnel coming out. So I wanted to know, what is your take on taking that money and investing into the teachers to teach the students?
I'm heavily influenced by the previous session here, who was talking about the future of talent. So I think anything we can do to keep people engaged and work in line with the values, I think that probably is the way to go here. I don't think throwing money simply at the problems and logistics is not really going to help, but if we can find newer ways to engage teachers, preferably non-financial, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul. Thank you, Dr. Anurag and Dr. Sheen, for this excellent session, insightful session. Before we close, before I thank Dr. Gayatri, I just have a little bit of information to share with you guys. First and foremost is the fact the business of hospitals. I believe it is a report that started in somewhere around 651, and later on into it, when that had sort of was taking shape, where poor people could be treated, it was called as God's Hotel at that point. Because it was free service, we were given 200 years later, after somewhere in 1850 or so, we find that things were in a mess, and people who are not being treated, there was compromise in care. So it's reported there is a patient, we did not know he or she, but he wrote a poem about God's Hotel, and he said that there were 3 birds who came and sat on the roof of God's Hotel, and there one was named Cure, the other one was called Contentment, and the third one was called Care. So Care, Cure, and Contentment. So one day, after a few years of suffering, Contentment flew away, and that left Cure and Care, left them behind. But once Contentment flew away, which I believe is quality in care, the other 2 were reduced to a stone, and even the rain and the wind could revive them. So which tells you the importance of quality in everything that we do. Thank you very much for an insightful session. Thank you, the audience too. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Gayatri too.
Thank you, dear chairpersons and speakers, for this wonderful session. Thanks a lot.
we request all of you to kindly to the CAHOCON photo corners for a photo op. Thank you once again for the wonderful and interactive session. In fact, the questions were quite interesting in this session, and we had and request you all to join in the audience. A round of applause for the speakers and the chairpersons. One small announcement: one of our delegate has lost or misplaced his delegate kit bag. It has his wallet. His name is Asif. In case if you can just look into your, because all the kit bags are alike. Possibly you have kept it. You'll be taking Asif's wallet along.
Well, we move on to the next session. Dr. Suvan, what do you think is the most interesting thing for us as parents about school? I feel it's open house. Do you know what's great about open house? It's a little scary, little exciting, something to look forward to. And there are some kids, who are, again, fall into all these categories. Some they look forward to, some are really scared, and some don't even bother what's happening. My son actually falls into that last category, as if, living in denial forever. But the context being our next session, which is actually an open house with NABH. Sounds interesting. NABH, the past, present, and future. There might be some skeletons coming out of the closet. Look forward to that. We are really honored to have for this session as moderator, Dr. Atul Kochar, who definitely needs no introduction. Such a famous personality, who is the CEO of the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare. He's also a medical professional, as most of you know. He's a master's in dermatology from Delhi University and the fellow of the American Academy of Dermatology. Sir, please come to the dais. I'd like to share an exciting experience I had listening to him in Apollo conference, where he was actually playing, I think he was on the hot seat, and there was some rapid fire happening with Gaurav, if I'm not mistaken, where we saw a different side of his character, where he was talking about Valentine's Day and a lot of other historical stories. And, that was really nice to hear Dr. Kochar. A warm applause for him to invite him to the dais.
Thanks, sir. Welcome to the conference and welcome to the dais. We also invite the panelists for the session to take their seats on the dais, and we have absolutely eminent panelists on board, sir, this evening. We have Dr. Narottam Puri, sir. Dr. Narottam Puri, sir, is a healthcare professional with over 5 decades of experience in healthcare. He is an ENT surgeon, he is a teacher, he is an administrator and a strategist. He is presently the principal advisor at the Quality Council of India, advisor medical operations at Fortis Healthcare, and co-founder of the Center for Design and Innovation. Welcome, sir. Next, our very own patron, one of our patrons of KAHO, Air Marshal Dr. Pawan Kapoor, sir. He is the chairman, technical committee, NABH, as well as the vice chairman, Rus Education, VC, and VC Lincoln American University. Welcome, sir. Our third panelist, Dr. Murli Srinivasan. He is the Chief of Medical Services at Manipal Health Enterprises Private Limited. With over 20 years of experience as a consultant neurologist, he has held various leadership positions at the Manipal hospitals, including the head of medical services and chief of clinical services. Welcome on board, sir. Our very own comes as the fourth panelist, Dr. Lalu Joseph, Madam, Secretary General KAHO, Associate GS and Quality Manager, CMC Vellore, own rock star and superstar of KAHO. The gracious Gracie Matai, Madam. Where are you, Madam? Yeah. One of my favorite in KAHO, always smiling and always gracious to meet her. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Baby Memorial Hospital, Calicut. She's the KAHO Kerala State Representative, one of the pioneers in healthcare quality management and one of the senior most NABH SSS, our evergreen heroine of KAHO, vibrant, always smiling and energetic, 24/7, 365 days a year. She's still smiling. And finally, I'll invite Dr. Vibhu Ranjan Gupta. Welcome on board, sir. He's the Group Medical Director, Sarvodaya Hospital and Research Center, Delhi NCR region. Welcome, sir. Over to you, sir. Stage is yours.
Request the chair to kindly keep a note on the time as usual. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of NABH, it's my proud privilege to be here today. And I'm immensely thankful, grateful, and full of gratitude towards the team for KAHOCON, 7th KAHOCON, for giving us this opportunity. It's been a wonderful show so far. And I'm sure that after this today's showstopper session, where Madam Hinsep is there, and we have legendary Dr. Puri, Dr. Kapoor, Dr. Murli, Gracie Madam, and Dr. Mepu. We'll try to accommodate questions also in the end. And as Madam very rightly opened the inning with how distressing it is to hear the word NABH, right? It's full of stress, excitement. So there are some smiley balls for you to relieve your stress. You'll receive them at your table. Our team is distributing these balls, but just don't throw them at us. Just a minute, please. It's the Murphy's Law. The way we have 45 minutes, 2 minutes are already gone. The way we have tried to plan this session is that I'll be showing some data about what probably you know about NABH and probably things which are as yet not known to you about NABH. Very few slides. Then we hear the experts about their take on various perspectives related to accreditation, where we were, where we are, and where we aspire to be. And going forward, we plan to ask them about what makes NABH great, if it does. They are free to voice their concerns or grievances otherwise also. So that's there. And then we'll have questions, and then I'll show you what's my take on what makes NABH great, which I truly believe in. With your permission, sir and madams, I'll just quickly take you through some data about what exactly is NABH, how we have been attempting to pursue the excellence over the past 18 years. Please remember, we are a teenager. We are not a grandma like JCI or a middle-aged person, 50 years like ACHS. We are just 18. And at 18, you are allowed to have a mind of your own. You are allowed to fall, stumble, get up, and then move on. So I truly believe in that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I give you what exactly is NABH very, very quickly. So we are an accreditation body, National Accreditation Board of Hospitals and Healthcare Providers under the QCI umbrella. Till 19, we could manage accreditation 1755 certification, which is a local enabling platform for hand holding small and very small hospitals, which is about 3,776. An empanelment which we do on behalf of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Tourism, which is the Medical Value Travel Empanelment Program, in all including 2,700. So these are the broad headings and these are the broad pickups. We started with one program in 2005, and today we are running about 25 programs and counting. So every month we are creating new programs under these broad headings, and we plan to club them together. We plan to make the process simpler. When COVID held us back, given COVID, the unpredicted pandemic hit us, we were caught napping actually. Then we tried to reinvent. We drafted, validated 243 new policies. We tried to use technology, body cams, these team rooms, etc., etc. We got huge support from our leadership, from the QCI leadership, from the board, and we did not defer anything. After the first 2 months, we carried out 4,000 new assessments during the COVID period. Most of these were virtual, which carried on still today and largely hybrid. The current data as it stands, this is the current snapshot of accreditation, certification, and empanelment. More than 10,080 certifications. We get about 350 certifications every month. And there is business as usual. We do not defer anything unless it's the need of the hospitals. There are 3,465 accreditation under all programs, including Ayush, which is a program of pride for us. And empanelments also are touching 4,000 currently. So we touch today more than 17,500 hospitals in one small way or other. And we truly hope that we'll continue to make this difference. We work very closely with Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, the ABDM. We work very closely with NHA. We yesterday, on 12th, day 4 yesterday, put in public domain for your comments the NABH digital health standards, which are truly unique and which are, we see the future of privacy, security, interoperability is there. So please do offer your comments. Day before yesterday, we also put in public domain our dental certification standards and dental accreditation standard and entry-level standard and care home standards. So these are newer evolving areas. So please do offer your comments, suggestions, guidance about how we can take them forwards. There are many other new initiatives. We are the active collaborating partner for G20 healthcare working group. Ayush entry-level certification. We have a mandate to assess and certify 12,500 wellness centers by the next year end. We are active partner with NHA, National Commission for Homeopathy. We are doing gap analysis for mostly all AIMS. About 19 AIMS are onboarded, and the medical value travel program. Under that program, the healinindia.org website is being populated by us. So thank you so much for all these opportunities which NABH is being given. We also continue to partner with specialty organizations like Foxy, IIDVL, Digital Oncology, Tata Memorial Hospital, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Healthcare Sector Skill Council, Services Export Promotion Council, World Stroke Organization, Smile Train Foundation, which is the world's largest charity, NISG, Social Defense, British Medical Journal, etc. So all these things are also in the pipeline. We have this national call number for a chatbot. So please do try this, say hi on a WhatsApp and let it guide you to a host of facility towards entry-level certification. This has been in operation for 8 months now. And the way forward, we will listen from the expert. There are lots of new standards in the offing and lots of new training programs in the offing. So these are lots of new things which are there, but let's now come straight away to our esteemed panelists who will ultimately tell us where we were, where we are, and where we wish to be, and what makes NABH great. So this few slides, I'll come back at the end again. But before coming to Dr. Pavan Kapoor, sir, You need no introduction, sir. You are one of the founder signatories to the NABH Section 8 company draft. So could you give us a brief historical perspective about what led to the foundation of this body which we are familiar as NABH?
Thank you, Dr. Atul. Am I audible?
Yes,
I am. You know what made NABH a better person to answer this question is sitting there, Dr. Girdhar Gyani. Because I believe he started the entire process. I really do not know as to how he selected 5 of us to sit together and create an organization called NABH. Till date, he has not answered my question that what made you get through to us and select 5 of us. And out of which 2 of us are present here. Dr. Murali, myself, Dr. Umesh Gupta, who was then a vascular surgeon in Apollo Hospital. And there was one Dr. Deepak Bandyopadhyay. He was actually ISO consultant who gave us a lot of inputs on engineering and facility management. We had Dr. Bidhan Das and we had Dr. Siddharth Supati, both from AIMS. So I don't know what went into his mind, but on one fine day, we found all 5 of us together sitting in India Habitat Center. And we were told you are required to make within 3 months a set of standards that can be implemented in India. We asked him whether it is for primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, or tertiary healthcare. He said, you make the choice, but primarily it is for secondary and tertiary healthcare organizations. And that is the guideline we got. And we got some documents. And we sat down. There was no leader. There was no chairman. Amongst ourselves, we decided that since I had less amount of hair on my head, so I gave that, era of wisdom around myself. So I was unanimously selected as the coordinator of the NABH standard making committee, which later on became as the technical. That was a very, very, frightening moment for us because we were told that we had to make standards for the country. We were, of course, not going to reinvent the wheel. So we went through all standards of other countries. And then there were fights. There were fights, what should be included and what should be excluded. Each one of us had our experiences. Each one of us had our own speciality to defend and to practice. And we made one principle, which stands till date as the principle on which NABH standards are made. That we will agree, but what we put down in the standards has to be by consensus. If one of us dissents, that objective element of that standard will not find a way into the printed text. And that till date remains the principle on which NABH standards have been made. Once we started, the first set of standards were made. We were all excited about it. Then we said we must have a sensitization program in various cities where the standards will be launched. All these programs were free of cost. There were no delegation fee, no registration fees. The standards were distributed free of cost and there were sensitization workshops. That was very challenging because there in the very first workshop that we did, we were asked, how is accreditation going to contribute to healthcare when it itself entails additional expenditure? So how are you going to make healthcare more affordable by introducing some more systems in place which are going to cost more money, which will be passed on to the client? This was the first challenging question that we faced. Till that time, we had no experience of implementing any standard in this country, except a pilot study which we did one of the private hospitals. We answered these questions. Our friends became foes. Many of you are sitting here. They said we have enough problems in healthcare. Here comes another problem. So we were identified as the problem makers of probably the healthcare delivery system or the problem shooters. The worst happened to us in Mumbai. half the audience walked out of the sensitization program, stating that what you state, my diabetic clinic cannot do it. He refused to understand that this standard was for a hospital and not for a clinic. And along with him, I had to, quickly go to the exit room and tell them there is something more coming for you. So don't leave. But we could not sustain that audience for too long. So we had all these challenges. And then we went to a city called Jalandhar. You know what is Jalandhar famous for? Jalandhar is famous for the greatest density of nursing homes present in entire Asia. And they said, these are standard for hospitals. I've got 20 bedded, 25 bedded nursing homes. What about them? And we had no answer. Because we were talking of hospitals which were, probably secondary level, tertiary level. We were not even discussing nursing homes. What are the challenges the nursing homes face? So we came back to the drawing board, and we said, okay, these hospitals are for healthcare, for hospitals which are greater than 50 beds, or which are, super specialty hospitals. We must have something for the nursing homes. And then evolved these smaller healthcare organizations. While we were doing this, Dr. Gyani sprung a surprise on us. And he says, gentlemen, we need to go for ISQA accreditation of our standards. And we said, what is ISQA? We were not aware of what ISQA was at that time. So we became aware of ISQA. We read the principles of ISQA.
Dr. Kapoor sir, we'll come back to that story in a while, but we have to listen to Dr. Murli now for that brief perspective about how each standard.
My only request is don't leak more secrets which people may not be able to solve.
Yeah, Dr. Murli, you are a practicing clinician. You have been also part of the journey from day one. Your assessor code is 001, and you also, if you agree, please tell us how each standard till date. There have been 5 accreditation standards under the hospital accreditation program. The 6th one is due in December. So do you agree that each patient and each standard is built around a matrix of patient safety and healthcare quality? How is it patient centric?
Thank you very much. Just one bit of history and then I'll go into the question. Is 27th of June 2005 is the day where NABH was born, where Dr. Pavan said that we all met in the Indian Habitat Center. I think some of us still have preserved that letter. So when we were given this task, I think all of us, the word accreditation itself was a little new in our own dictionary. So we all did a lot of homework. And when we said that, call it, when you look at clinical quality or anything, it's a two spectrum. One extent you talk about clinical excellence. That's a positive aspect. High clinical quality. That's a positive aspect. Something good should happen. And the other extent is patient safety. Something bad should not happen. So we all understood that it is a spectrum where from patient safety, where something bad should not happen, you go towards high levels of excellence. So one thing all of us understood, and I think that remains the DNA of the standards till date, is that the patient is at the center. Every standard which you make, question yourself after that, is the patient going to benefit? Now, if the patient is not going to benefit, then why do we need that standard? The next question, is there an ISQA requirement or is there a regulatory requirement or so on? Sometimes some of them may have to be met. But till date, what I think is very important, what we have, ensured, and as Dr. Pavan said, by consensus, is that the standards are centered around the patient and the other stakeholders around the patient. So that has been one single point, which I think even today, every standard has happened. So two important aspects to this. One is adaptability and another is dynamism. So Dr. Pavan talked about when we said that the hospital standards were there, then there was a requirement for nursing homes. So then the small healthcare standard came. Later, the government wanted a private, for a PHCs.
under, Gyani sir was there at that time. He gave this, and I think within a few days, the PHC standard. So one is adaptability to the needs of the community. So that has been there even that's one of the requirement of his work, even before that NABH was following. And second is dynamism. Maybe you would have seen some things on one standard, first and second edition different. And as we go ahead, we have also modified according to what, the practice has changed, what the practice is, what is the need of the outcome. So I think in a nutshell, we have kept patient at the center. We have looked at adaptability as far as the needs of the community, and then also looked at dynamism for change, open for feedback. So that I think has been what NABH has practiced, and hopefully that the standard point of view it has helped us.
Thank you so much. I think that's very well put. Adapting to the need of the community. And please believe us, we do not make money on these standards. All the new standard, whether it's dialysis or derma or for example, all the care home standard, they are very, very low price. For price of a dinner at such a swanky venue, we offer accreditation for 2 years, 3 years going forward. Coming to you, Gracie, madam, you are a true embodiment of nursing empowerment. You command a large hospital. You have rich experience as an astute administrator in most big hospitals of the country. You've been part of committees. What do you have to say and tell us about how NABH has been instrumental in empowering the nursing fraternity?
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I am the first nurse assessor, and I'm the first principal assessor of nursing. First principal assessor also. Nurse assessor, there was no problem. When I become the principal assessor, there was no problem for me. There was problem for Gyani ji. Many clinicians went to Gyani ji and they said, how can we work under a nurse when she became a principal assessor? But Gyani ji said, no, this is the practice and then we have to go ahead. And from there onwards, no stopping, no going behind. That was in my nature. My hospital, the first hospital accredited NABH, and all those associated hospitals also got accredited. And that time there was no consultant, there was no guidebook, there was no consultant, nobody to help us. It was all we reading one by one objective elements, analyzing what is the meaning between me as well as my boss. You may be knowing Dr. Professor Verma. And between he and tomorrow, today we'll do something and tomorrow we'll change. And then again next day we'll change, or that is a meeting. And that way we did. And when the assessment was there, the first time we got 120 NCs. I said, oh, 120 NCs, how to close it. Anyway, it was not a big problem because we know that we could not take any help from anyone. Nobody was knowing except those few people like all of you. Otherwise, nobody else were there. We have done from our own size and then we did. Coming to the nursing, it was really an upliftment for nursing profession in India. I am sure that in this audience, there will be more than 40% will be from a nursing background. Some of you may be in the CEO position, some other position, but more than 30% will be in the nursing background. Yes or no? And that is all because of NABH. NABH actually have raised the standard or raised the value, and NABH have recognized the nursing fraternity. It's because of that all these nurses are over here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's because of assessors committed support like you and of hospitals on which the shoulder of which NABH today stands tall. Coming to you, Dr. Pepusa, you command a hospital, you are a principal assessor, but beyond that, you are a master trainer also. So what do you have to tell us about the training programs at NABH? You feel they make a difference?
So good afternoon. Training programs are very, very important. And I want to thank NABH and KAHO also, like what we have seen in last about maybe for 5 to 7 years, training programs are very good. And I just want to share a few of my experiences. When NABH was not there, I was working in a hospital and we used to have, I was a ISO management representative. And at that time, you will not believe, we have our first assessment by ISO. Although ISO deals with more with documentation and it's a not a accreditation. But actually, when ISO people came and there were a lot of expired drugs in our hospital, and we became very, very depressed. How? Because nobody was following MOM in those days. So it was an eye opener, and I want to thank NABH like how things transformed in the year 2005. And as an assessor, I also want to share my two experiences. When I became assessor, I went to one of the hospital in Gwalior. I will not name. At that time, third edition was in progress, and we went to one of the hospital for their pre-assessment. Me and there was one other neurosurgeon with me. And management of that hospital was changed. And we were there for 2 days. You will not believe they did not have standard book of NABH third edition. Incidentally, I was having 2 books, so I gave them the book and told them, please read it. And there might be more than 200 NCs. At the same time, I went to one of the hospital in Hyderabad, which was taken by a very big group. And I went for their pre-assessment. And fortunately, after their final assessment and for surveillance. So I have seen that transition, how that hospital has evolved in this 3 level of accreditation. So that is the importance of NABH. And now coming to the trainings, like what we are doing nowadays, POI. So there are both methods, whether it is on-site or virtual. And we have seen, being a trainer, we have seen a lot of enthusiasm against hospital. And I will request CEO sir, that whosoever hospital applies for any accreditation, please make it compulsory that few of the people in that hospital must do POI or whatever program, whether it is for SSCO or whether it is for dialysis standard or anything. So these programs, and nowadays, especially in young generation, we find these programs are very, very interactive. Like even virtual session is for about 5-6 hours. So it's very, very interactive. We get very good questions in that. So that's very, very good part of the training, whether it is for POI session, clinical audits. I mean, we have seen the transformation earlier when we were going for assessment. Hardly we were interacting with clinicians, or sometimes we have to only interact with quality department and come back. But now things are changing, and especially on 5th edition, so many new things. So there are very good sessions Sunday after clinical audits. So whenever, I mean, I have taken maybe more than 10, 12, but it's a good thing. All quality protocols, whether it is clinical pathway, whether it is clinical audit. So time is changing, and I'm sure with continued efforts of NABH and as well as KAHO, now knowledge is not a problem. Everything is on your fingertips. Earlier times, when we were medical students, we used to go to NML library, AIMS library. So those things, now it depends on the people how to take those trainings. And trainings are very, very important. And now Dr. Kochar has said that even now from the public, we have gone to digital way. We are taking feedback from the public through digital method. So I'm sure with all these things, hospitals as well as hospital employees, they will be benefited with a lot of programs.
Thank you, sir. I think it's the need of the hour to work together with bodies like KAHO to create common good training, capacity building, and take quality to the next level. Speaking about trainings and speaking about quality, we have with us Dr. Lalu Madam. I truly believe that if there's one thing which is responsible for quality at the grassroots level is the introduction of a new cadre. NABH is responsible for creation of this cadre of quality manager, quality professional, call it what. And the one organization which has been singularly responsible for bringing together everyone and as a bond, as a force is KAHO. And Secretary General KAHO, Dr. Lalu Madam, who had lost 12 kg in the fast glucose journey. She keeps telling us, every time you offer her food, you say, I'm on a diet. So, Madam, what do you have to say about this movement? How KAHO has actually helped NABH propagate?
Thank you very much, sir. I actually didn't expect this question. This is, let me tell you, when we started with this journey, of training in KAHO. One thing we realized, I think it was Dr. Agarwal and me, when we were having a discussion, we said, we have army of assessors. Go to hospitals, look at how systems, processes and outcomes are, and they come to us with non-compliances. But we have this group of quality managers who are not in a position to actually understand the intent of the standards. Let me tell you one example. The vaccines will have to be stored in the refrigerator. But when we go to hospitals, we see that they are stored on the door of the refrigerator. When we ask the pharmacist, why do you store on the door of the refrigerator? They say it is easy, it can be easily arranged. Why can't it be stored? Because the cold chain is defeated every time the door is open and closed. When we try to tell them the intent, this is why it cannot be stored on the door of the refrigerator, then they change. When we go and tell as assessors, this is a requirement, they don't understand. That's a major gap we noticed, that people on the ground, the quality managers, did not have the right intent towards implementation of the standards. Lookalike, sound-alike drugs. NABH standards said lookalike, sound-alike drugs will have to be stored separately. You know, in hospitals, they separate them, they store them in one cupboard, the lookalike and the sound-alike. English is a very funny language. They have done their job. They have stored it separately, but not the pairs apart. So the intent was not. That is why we decided to start all these training programs to inculcate the right intent. Why do we do a particular thing in a particular manner? So that actually brought everybody together. So today I can proudly tell you that NABH, what NABH is doing, KAHO is complementing. We are in a position to create the army of quality managers who are able to understand the real intent and implement with the right intent in their hospitals. So they have become experts. And I'm very glad to tell you that most of these standards, they understand in depth. They go word by word and understand. So all our training programs are focused towards complementing the NABH standards, every intent of the NABH objective element. Whether it is prompts, clinical audit, you name it, we have programs for that. And I think we have brought people together at the grassroots level, particularly from the tier 1, 2, 3 cities, together speaking the same language and the same content.
Thank you so much. I totally agree. I totally agree. Let's have a round of applause for yourself. Dr. Puri sir, you wear many hats, sir. You are a top-notch ENT surgeon. You are advisor to most well-known brands of hospitals in the country. You are a cricket commentator par excellence, and the current, which I really value, the hat which he wears is a mentor. I mean, there's no greater mentor than Dr. Puri sir. Can we have a round of applause for him? It's over to you to sum up, sir. Show us some light, guide us about where do you see the future of NABH, what we should do, and then we come one quick word about what makes NABH great. But over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you, KAHO, for inviting me, and thank you, NABH, for making me a part of this session. I think majority of the answers should have come from the man who was responsible for this, sitting quietly there. The father of the quality movement, Dr. Girdhar Gyani. Please stand up and take a bow. He's the one who got me involved, so I think I've been involved for 17.5 years, soon after the standards were formed. First of all, I think what I'd like to say is that having been associated with it in different capacities, my first stint was to get, when the standards were formed, to have a look at it as to how the hospitals will implement. At that time, one of the 5 hospitals, that the first to get accreditation, was a group that I was involved with, and incidentally, Dr. Vijay Agarwal was the director of that hospital. So both of us went up to the stage along with Dr. Gyani to receive the NABH certificate from the President of India. So if we go back a long time, My point is that I think when we talk of the future, we've got to realize two things. One is that any organization like religion, if you don't keep changing, if you don't reinvent or re-engineer the product that you have, you will become redundant. Look at Xerox, look at Kodak. For that matter, even look at Nokia, of course, they re-engineer. The point is that sometimes we are so consumed by the good work that we do, we tend to not look at the future. Because when we know that strategy is thinking today what will make it easier for you to move. So I think what is happening now with NABH is that they're starting to think well ahead. And I think this augurs well. The problem that we face in this country are two. One is the universal problem of the rapidity of change that is affecting the healthcare environment. By the time you make standards, let's say for laparoscopic surgery, robotic surgery is being done. By the time you talk about oncology standards, immunotherapy is done. When you start talking of immunotherapy standards, somebody gets KRAS identified, and MD Anderson and Sloan Kettering start using antigen T-cell stimulators. So the change in medicine, which I remember in an ISPA conference in Amsterdam, one of the speakers said that the biggest change that occurs, or the quickest change that occurs, used to be in atomic energy. Then it changed to healthcare, and he said that it takes 5 years and 10 months to change. Today, I think it takes less than a year. Look at the COVID. We identified COVID within weeks. We created a test within months, and we created a vaccine within a year. Unprecedented. I am 55 years after graduation in healthcare. I wouldn't have dreamt that it was possible for me to have this kind of a change occurring within that. So one is that any accrediting organization, be it NABH, be it as ASPA, ISQA, it is struggling with the rapidity of change which is occurring in the healthcare environment. In India, we are also struggling with the volumes. We are 1.4 billion population. Like the study that HBI did recently and earlier Fiki and McKinsey had done, 85% of our hospitals are less than 50 beds, and 15% or 20% of our hospitals less than 10 beds. How do you percolate quality down those hospitals? Now, one fundamental problem is that NABH is construed and rightly as the repository of quality. But we must not forget accreditation is a quality tool. It is not the entire spectrum of quality. So we've got to enhance the scope of NABH's accreditation program to not be confined to the vision that was enunciated 17 years ago. So, there's an old saying, wisdom is the daughter of experience. Now you've got 18 years of experience. So unless and until we keep on changing, but we are rigid. So if we don't kind of make ourselves a little more flexible, we will be left behind. It happened and it is going to happen to organizations. Last but not the least, what I'd like to say is that perhaps not ISO is working on standard 7101, which is exactly what India wants to do. That is to take quality down and percolate it. I don't know whether ISQA is involved with ISO. They've called them on the table or not. If not, they should. And whether ISQA and NABH should become partners of such an exercise. The other issue that I'd like to say is the future requires us to be collaborative. There's an old Jewish proverb, one hand washes the other. Both hands wash the face. So organizations like ISQA, ASPA, KAHO, and other similar organizations and NABH must become the two hands to wash the grime of lack of quality in a population density of 1.4 billion people, most populous nation in the world, and also soon to become the fourth largest economy. These are challenges, but these are options that we have to succeed. I feel that NABH over the years has shown, it may not be a great organization because greatness required a certain amount of longevity. You don't make Sunil Gavaskar score 772 runs in his first essay against West Indies, but he was not labeled great. It's only when he had played 100 tests and nearly 100 tests and scored 10,000 runs, you call him great. So I think NABH is an organization that I would define as a young organization with its heart in the right place, intent and passion behind it, and it's on a good organization, but it has to become better. If we get content, we will fail, and we need to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for those words of wisdom. And you're very right. Actually, at the last week, we had this meeting, Carsten, sir, there at the ISQA Accreditation Council meeting in Dublin. The risk from ISO was as palpable as you mentioned, and it's a big, not a threat, but they are totally different standards. They lack empathy, they lack patient safety. They are different. They are very mechanical standards, and we have to change, adapt quickly. So, Dr. Vibhu, sir, one word: are we great? I mean, I don't mean to put words into your mouth. You don't have to be all goody-goody, but say one word which you truly believe that represents NABH.
Bar excellence.
Gracie, madam.
NABH accreditation is the only way for any organization to excel in future.
12 words. Good.
See, you have created 1,500 quality professionals here. This would not have been there but for NABH.
Absolutely. Dr. Kapoor, sir.
I think the greatness about NABH is yet to achieve greatness.
Yet to achieve greatness. Very right. Miles should go before we sleep, as madam said.
I'm here because of NABH.
Yeah, one word, sir. To change, you already mentioned change, which we all agree that change has to happen. It is inevitable. We change or we perish.
I think, as I said, if you have the right intent and if you have the right passion, then you will be able to make your vision a reality. I believe NABH has the intent, it has the passion, it has become a brand, and it's likely to flourish.
Thank you, sir. So this is my take on this. Is it our values? We strive to adhere to these values: credibility, responsiveness, transparency, and innovation. And these are not just words. We actually strive under a very robust board, a very robust strategic and a steering committee. They constantly prod us to adhere to these values by adapting that. Is it all the brands and the symbols we own, the Ayush mark, the geotagging, etc.? Is it the QCI umbrella? Is it all about our international certifications? Are we great because of that? For years, we have been adhering to the ISQA concept. Is it the potpourri of standards, the adaptive community, the need which we adhere to, like dialysis? There are 2,000 people have approached us to create a standard. We did, yes. Is it the pattern of the standard which makes us very easy? The 10 chapter, 100 standards, for example, objective element, core commitment, achievement, excellence. Is it our trainings which make us good? Or is it our quality connect free initiatives where thousands log in? So does that make us better? Is it the chairman of QCI? I mean, we all know that Shri Ratan Tata ji was the first chairman person of QCI. Venu Nair, Srinivasan, R.A. Mashelkar, Amitabh Kant, the G20 Sherpa. So these have been people of such stature have been leading QCI. That's lots of credibility there. Is it the people who are the founding, the quality man, Dr. Gyani sir? Is that legacy, does that legacy makes us great? Or the current Dr. R.P. Singh? Or chairperson of NABH like Dr. Puri? Do they make us great? Dr. Rao, Dr. Verma, do they make us great? Is it to the ISQA Connect, the visits, the oversight which keeps us in check and makes us great? Please answer that, right? Is it a team, the secretariat team for past 18 years, which has been very steadfastly, loyally doing that? all the ISQA Connect? Is it the political patronage? All ministers endorse that. Is it, see, I mean, all major representatives of the government stand by NABH. Does that make it great? The government machinery, the DGHS, lots of industry connect. Does that make NABH great? Does that legacy make us great? All the industry connects. Dr. Alex, the people, the warriors, the AHPI, Dr. Tupil sir, is here in attendance. Does that make us great? Dr. Kanjrekar and the entire team, lots of conclave, that young Dr. Murli, that passion still continues. The hair may have grayed a little. Dr. Gracie madam, people like that, do they make us great? Or the conclaves which we have been holding and COVID has held us back by the thousands. Since 2009, the strategy meets, the conclave, that people like Dr. Kapoor sir, who have been constantly with us, even when they were donning the uniform. Lots of conclaves, the recent conclave, does our assessor make us great? What makes us great is the question we've all been asking. The secretariat, the old secretariat, the visits of Dr. Agarwal sir 2 days back, or Dr. Graham, who was here with us to guide us, the entire team. Does that make us great? Do our campaigns make us great? The quality of connect umbrella or so what really makes us great? What goes behind this mark of excellence? Well, I truly believe as I stand here that there's only one person which makes us great. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is you. All of you, the quality professionals, the grassroots workers, they are the strong foundation on which our standards and everything else is built upon. So please have a round of applause for yourself for this session. Thank you so much to all of you. Do we have extra? Okay, so if we have some genuine questions, we can have that. Any abuses I can take later on. Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
So 2 parts to it. First of all, congratulations. And what makes NABH great is actually build a workforce that understands quality, and the rating of hospitals move beyond getting treated in the Leelavati, Nanavati, Hinduja and all of that. And, you know, having an NABH accreditation meant something. So I think that's kudos to that and the efforts that have been put behind. Moving to the future, and since digital health standards was released just a couple of days back, 2 observations on that. First, I think there is a great degree of non-alignment between the EHR standards that have been created and what is reflecting in the NABH digital health standards. The second bit is, you know, if digital health standards start reading that if you have a digital signage or a digital display which shows the you know, the names of all your doctors and names of specialties, then you start becoming a digitally mature organization. Then that becomes much more of a challenge, because we might have accredited organizations which don't have any impact on quality of patient care, meaningful use of data, and which are not forward-looking at all. So, as you rightly said in your introductions, that interoperability is important. How can you reduce human effort is important. How can you bring efficiencies is important. But unfortunately,
thank you so much. I think these are wonderful comments. They are well taken, and we can continue to discuss them. But since Dr. Puri here wears another hat of a poet, sir, I know I'm exceeding myself. He has recently, last year, published a book, very closely circulated book of couplets. So one of your favorites, which sums up the mood for all of us. Please.
I don't know how many people will understand Urdu.
There's been a time.
Well, they're just lines which I thought like share, because of the partnership that I hope will be long lasting between
NABH and KAHO. And that is that एक दूसरे की कहानी हमें, we are each other's stories. एक दूसरे की कहानी हमें, बीती हुई जिंदगानी हमें, आज जो झुर्रियों में दिख रही, गुजरी हुई जवानी हमें. Just repeat, एक दूसरे की कहानी हमें, बीती हुई जिंदगानी हमें, आज जो झुर्रियों में दिख रही, गुजरी हुई जवानी हमें. Let some other edition of KAHO, this may be recalled as a kind of a national anthem. We will grow old together. Thank you.
Thank you, dear chairs and speakers for that wonderful session. Kindly request all of you to pose for a photograph at photo corner. I think there were a lot of good points and a lot of perspectives we got out of that. And to have the opportunity, to discuss things in the open. Thank you so much for that. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again, for all the who's who of NABH. Thank you. We request you to kindly join the audience as we move on to the next session.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a wonderful interactive session and wonderful perspective to understand from the NABH and the other stakeholders. I hope the announcement I made for Asif, the bag, I hope whether has anyone looked for it? The kit bag. Please do. In case you find out, let me know and send it out here. Moving on to the next session, leadership among nurses has been a work in progress area, and we heard from Gracie Madam about it sometimes back, and we need to work more on this aspect, no doubt about it. We, on the behalf of the organizing committee, invite the chairperson and the speakers for the session to take their seats on the dais. We are honored to have for this session as a chairperson, Dr. Sankar Sengupta. Sir is the medical superintendent, Chitranjan National Cancer Institute, Kolkata. Microbiologist by qualification and a principal assessor at NABH. Is a big pillar of support for KAHO. Dr. Sankar Sengupta, sir. Second chairperson would be Dr. Amita Marla, madam. Good evening, ma'am. She is the Director of Medical Administration, AJ Hospital and Research Center. She had completed her MD in Hospital Administrator from the Kasturba Medical College and Manipal Fellowship, as well as Patient Safety Fellowship from ISQA.
We move on to the speakers. Our first speaker is Captain Dr. Usha Banerjee, Group Director Nursing, Apollo Hospitals. Ma'am, please join the chairs on the dais. She is a graduate of the College of Nursing, Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and also a PhD in Management. We also have Ms. Bobby Ramesh, Director Nursing, Continental Hospitals, Hyderabad, who is also a Principal Assessor for NABH. We have Ms. Megha Chitkara, Director Operations, Medcover Hospital, Hyderabad. Welcome, ma'am. We hand over to the chair to kindly take the session forwards. A word of caution on the time, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. after this NABH session, which was mind-boggling and almost like kind of remarkable experiences shared by all the stalwarts of NABH. This is something, a session, which will, I think, will create a different definition of the subject itself. Once upon a time, we used to know, we are told, the leader is known by its followers. Today, here only, we learned a new meaning of leader. That is, leaders don't make followers. The true leaders make new leaders and new and more leaders. So the way the definition of leadership has gone through the transition, the similar way today we would hear from the leaders of the nursing field of this country, maybe the leader of the leaders of this country, talking about developing nurse leaders in healthcare. We would start with Dr. Usha Banerjee, Captain Dr. Usha Banerjee, whose introduction has been already given as the first speaker. We'll talk on impact of nursing leadership and governance on healthcare in India. Madam, it's yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My immense gratitude to KAHO for giving me this prestigious podium here today. My topic is impact of nursing leadership and governance on healthcare in India. Daniel Goleman, a very famous, internationally acclaimed psychologist, an expert in social, behavioral, and emotional intelligence, a science journalist, an author, acclaimed that leadership styles impact 70% of the organizational climate, which in turn impacts business performance. Ladies and gentlemen, so can you imagine how important is nursing leadership, which leads more than half to 3/4 of the workforce, the nurses, who are critical to clinical outcomes, who are critical to patient safety, who are critical to quality, who are critical to accreditations, who are critical to the practice of every clinician, who are critical to the reputation and reimbursement of the organization, who are the heartbeat of the healthcare ecosystem. Nursing leaders determine values, culture, change tolerance, implementation of reforms, and employee motivation. They shape institutional strategies from its execution to effectiveness. There is ample and clear evidence to link nursing leadership to a range of important clinical outcomes, which we heard so much today. The challenges that our healthcare today faces is far too many and far too complex to leave nursing leadership to mere chance, to a fashionable existence, or to the fads of the organization. And they cannot be piecemeal approaches to nursing leadership. Nurses, ladies and gentlemen, are the true linchpin of healthcare. And yet, the entire nursing community in our country and the nursing leadership is sadly underrated, underestimated, understudied, and undervalued. We should agree that even though we have come a long way today, the healthcare system in our country is still very, very traditional, very orthodox, very autocratic, and very paternalistic. And with no offense to the doctors, it's still driven as a physician-driven healthcare model. And there's enough evidence to support that this needs change. And we started our day today talking about distributive and transformational leadership. And I'm glad many organizations are trying today very hard to shift this model and incite a broader cultural shift where nursing is truly empowered. Effective nursing leadership is so very important because today's healthcare is volatile, complex, and very, very ambiguous. And it's nursing leaders who rise to the occasion when there is uncertainty and unpredictability. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed this in the event of the COVID pandemic. It was the nurses and the nursing leaders who took the front foot in order to put our country back on its map prominently, whether it was caring for the patient or it was the vaccination drive. In many, many countries, nursing leadership leads and drives policy making and changes. However, in India, we have a long way to go. I'm glad we've come a long way, but there's enough speed which is required. We need to accelerate our pace and calibrate our speed. I'm glad that in India today, nursing leaders have taken up pivotal positions, but those are largely in big corporate and private organizations. What about the rest? Today, this profession is at the cusp of a paradigm shift and including nursing leaders for expansion, for accreditation, for this ever increasing obsession of quality or the thinning bottom lines is very, very vital. And I'm glad institutions like KAHO, NABH, and various other forums have been inclusive. Without strong nursing leaders, the healthcare system will falter and fail in the coming centuries. It is nursing leaders who understand the complexities of the markets and the tumultuous changes that envision them so that they can embrace policies for clinical ramifications. Today, true nursing leaders are equipped to evolve as the Indian healthcare rides the wave of change. And we cannot deny that it's the nursing leaders who have brought about improved patient outcomes, have reduced medical errors, and improved staff and employee morale within the organization. In our country, many leaders have had such profound and tremendous impact on patient care that we are known globally as a benchmarked organization. Nurse leaders are key to an organization that works at creating an environment where potential problems are anticipated, they are detected early, and are nearly always addressed early enough to prevent catastrophic consequences. And our talk entirely was on that for the whole day. With the ever increasing nursing shortage that is witnessed in this country, and the ever evolving healthcare industry, one truth will remain, that nurse leaders are important for patients and for the people and for the organization and the healthcare ecosystem at large. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is a very dear friend of mine, and many of you know her as a fireman nursing leader, Bobby Ramesh, who is the Director Nursing Continental Hospitals of this city, Hyderabad, and she will talk on developing effective nurse leaders in this country. Bobby, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sankar Sen Gupta. Quote, to lead yourself, use your head. To lead others, use your heart. Unquote. Eleanor Roosevelt. respected chairpersons, distinguished panelists who have assembled here, the leadership of KAHOCON 2023, my dear colleagues, friends, and all those seated here in the audience. My heartfelt greetings to each one of you. At the very outset, may I congratulate the organizing team of KAHOCON 2023 for this brilliantly organized event. My topic for discussion today is developing effective nurse leaders. What are the characteristics of a good leader? Good leaders have a vision and can inspire others to help them turn this vision into reality. However, a great leader creates more leaders who are more than just followers. Great leaders not only have a vision, but they can translate this vision to others and help them create their own visions. Leadership in nursing domain encompasses all these attributes and more. Strong leaders in nursing are vital to help navigate the constant evolution of healthcare. For the unversed maybe, nursing is all about following instructions from superiors, clinicians, etc. Often, it is taken as the last mile in the delivery of healthcare, and yet in reality, so many critical and often life-saving decisions rest on the shoulders of nurses. It is the decisions they make, the leadership they demonstrate, and their ability to think on their feet that is a key determinant in the qualitative delivery of healthcare. My previous speaker, Captain Dr. Usha Banerjee, mentioned that without strong leaders, the healthcare system would falter and fail to meet the demands of 21st century. Hence, it is imperative that there is adequate focus, appropriate training, and sufficient resources are allocated towards developing nurse leaders at all levels. Let's first try to understand the effective nursing leadership attributes and then dwell on how to inculcate and amplify these attributes to develop nursing leaders at all levels. We must remember 5 C's when it comes to attributes in nursing leadership: critical decision making, conflict resolution, communication skills, comradeship, and change management. Critical decision making is one of the vital but also undervalued leadership skill in the nursing profession. This is a key leadership attribute that nurses are required to demonstrate on a daily basis. Conflict resolution, conflicting pieces of information, conflicting demands, conflicting objectives, and so on. Conflicts are imperative in any organization or workplace, and nursing is no different. Effective and timely conflict resolution abilities are fundamental requirement of nurse leaders. Coming to communication skills, in a fast-moving, dynamic, and critical environment, the role of communication cannot be overstated. As important and imperative it is to make effective decisions, it is also equally important to communicate these decisions to the necessary stakeholders, whether clinicians, patients, colleagues, attendants. Everyone relies on the adequacy and accuracy of communication from nurses. Comradeship, it is impossible to be an effective nurse leader without being able to foster a sense of comradeship and unity. Unless you're able to and willing to take your colleagues along, back them up when required, and be a team player, it is impossible to grow into a nurse leader. Finally, it is change management. As nurse leaders, you are requested to be both change agents and change managers. Being a change agent, you're responsible to identify and drive the changes required. And at the same time, you must be able to keep the clinical standards from falling despite the changes of processes and personnel around. Having discussed the attributes of effective nursing leadership, it is equally important to understand how to develop nursing leadership that is effective and is able to deliver excellence. Let us use this acronym develop to explain the same. D for demonstrate nursing leadership. The leadership starts with self. Unless you're able to and willing to walk the talk, you can be sure that you cannot inspire leadership in others. Put in the hard yards, and as someone said, do unto others what you expect others to do, but do it first. Empower nursing leadership.
One of the key areas of failure for any individual and organization in their quest to inspire the next level of leadership is empowerment. As in the words of John Maxwell, a leader is great not because of his or her power, but because of his or her ability to empower others. Responsibility and empowerment must go in hand. Value nursing leadership. Valuing nursing leadership includes taking their input seriously, compensating them adequately, fostering an environment of collaboration and care, and showing them a viable career growth path. With fast-moving knowledge landscapes, nurses cannot be left behind in terms of improving their skill set. There ought to be timely, time-bound, and specific training programs conducted to ensure nurses grow in terms of their skill and knowledge. Listen to nursing leadership. Ground level and mid-managerial feedback is vital not only for the organization and nursing care to improve, but it is equally important to develop the leadership skills in our own nursing cadre. Optimize nursing leadership. Unless your potential nurse leaders are deployed adequately, given sufficient opportunities to be exposed to challenging situations, it is impossible to develop them into effective nurse leaders. And finally, promoting nursing leadership is very essential. I don't mean the designation and organizational promotion. What I mean is a culture that recognizes the need for nursing leadership, a culture that doesn't look at nurses as vehicles for delivering effective healthcare, but one that identifies them to be the vehicles of driving effective healthcare. I would proudly state here that my organization, Continental Hospitals, definitely considers nursing as the vehicles for driving effective healthcare. Be it the C-suite meetings, be it for any important clinical committee meetings or any decision making, not only the nursing director, but even the second in lines are part of such meetings. As I close, I'd like to remind us of the shloka from Hitopadesha, which says, Udyamena hi siddhyanti karyani na manoratha, which translates as, it is action that accomplishes objectives, not just having the desire to accomplish them. It is good. We wish to develop effective leaders, but we also need to translate this desire into action that demonstrates, empowers, values, educates, listens, optimizes, and promotes nursing leadership to truly develop effective nurse leaders. Thank you all so very much. And my special thanks to the KAHO and the organizing team 2023 for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Ramesh, for having such an informative session on the nursing leadership. As both the speakers discussed today about the nursing leadership, we really understand that strong nursing leadership is very much vital for administration in any healthcare setup. And it is a new beginning and it's a new role among the nurses. So as Colonel Dr. Usha also explained to us the need of this leadership, we feel this is very vital and this has to change from the autocratic nursing style to more nursing leadership requirements in the healthcare setup. And this will definitely bring us more control, administration, and better patient safety, environment, and staff retention also in our setups. Thank you, both the speakers. Now we have our next speaker, Ms. Megha Chitkara, Director Operations Medical Hospitals, Hyderabad. Over to you, ma'am.
First of all, congratulations and a big thank you to KAHO team for a decade of service to healthcare and wish you many more decades of youth, energy, and transformation in healthcare through your training programs and empowerment. So today the topic which was given to me was technology in healthcare. But for me, any digital transformation or technology, it's just not about any equipment or technology overall, but it's actually about people. And that's what we've been driving since morning when we're talking about leadership, that how do we inculcate the culture within our people? How do we empower our people? Even if you see, J.W. Marriott said that, you take care of your people and then they will take care of your customers. 3/4 of our workforce is nursing. That's our crux of people. What do we do? How do we empower them? And that's where we're gonna move towards how technology can empower our nursing to do better and have a happier life for themselves as well. That's what it takes me to nursing 2.0. That's the future of nursing, what we should look at. So if you have to describe nursing in one word, what would be the first things which would come to your mind? Empathy, healer, caregiver, service provider. I think that's more of the world's viewpoint. You know, they're compassionate, they're caregiver, they're healing, they're the people who are selfless. But if you look at from the nurse's perspective, Chechi shouting at her. Any issue with the doctor, who faces the brunt? It's the nurse. Any issue with the housekeeping, who faces the brunt? It's the nurse. Right? The other staff not coming on time, who's facing the brunt? The nurse. So in the nurse's viewpoint, we are away from our family. If we are staying in the hostel, nobody looks at other conditions there, the food. We are overworked. We have to document. Earlier, it used to be a simple handover, but now handover has become SPAR, write essays, as if, you know, we are in some essay competition or writing some IS exams. But this is important. It's important for patients, but how do we bridge the gap? The world thinks we are caregiver. Yes, we are. But how do we also come down on our anxiety, our paperwork, our workload, our stress levels, and have a happier life? That's what I feel, that bound by paperwork, short on hands, sleep, energy. Nurses are rarely short on caring. Now, how technology can empower us? Now, imagine, of course, we've been talking about electronic medical records, paperless and all. Imagine that, you know, you do not have to indent any medicine. Doctor comes, they prescribe, it automatically flows in to the indent process, your supply chain management, and the medicines come. All you have to do is validate that, yes, these are the medicines I need for this patient. Now imagine, you do not have to write down this entire thing of SBAR as handover process. You've got the machine learning in place, you've got AI in place to tell you, this is the situation, this is the assessment of the patient. As per the reports, these are the important factors which you need to look in. These are the orders which still need to be completed. All you have to do is validate. Going for consents. No, you do not have to again take consent on behalf of the doctor. Doctor has to take the consents. Again, digital signatures are available. Sign off. There is an option to upload the scanned document. There is an option to do an AV recording. You do not have to again go back to some paperwork. Another thing. Now, so many of our nurses, they are trained, sometimes they're not trained. So there's a lot of classroom learning which goes for them. Instead of classroom learning, let's say I have to take a sample, but I do not know what Vacutainer. So as soon as I get the instruction, you do this blood test, it also tells me what Vacutainer to use. So my software, my tab tells me what Vacutainer to use. You do not know this is a training program. Just click on the video, you can learn about it. So when we say digitization, we're not just talking about one paper which we've transformed into an electronic record. Look at this. No, it's about going to the basics of what our nurse does. How do we empower them? So that's what we do in Medicover, the software called TechPro, which is 100% EMR. So right now it's in the testing phase because we've learned our lessons from the past. We are also evolving. It's 100% EMR, it's 100% patient allocation on the app. The sister can allocate the patient to the nurse, the next nurse. Then also from the patient's perspective, they have an app called iAssist, wherein they can raise their own issues, their own tickets they can raise against any department. I'll go back to first this one, yeah. So they can raise their own tickets, they can tell what the complaints they've got, they can order their own food as per the dietitian's instructions to them. They can order food for their relatives. It's all about empowering your patients, your nursing, your staff to do more, to do better so that they have some time for themselves. So what we are looking at in future, 100% tech empowered nurse who's working on their further skill development, their excellence, and that's where NABH or all the quality institutions working, they are talking about nursing excellence, nursing empowerment, that how do we bring them to the forefront. Similarly, as I said, the ISS app, this is one of the patient apps what we use, where it's a multilingual app. Patient can record their complaints. It goes to the person who's responsible for that area. They close the complaint. The call center gives them a call that is this ticket closed. It's just like any other system where you raise the tickets. Everything is on the app. Everything is on the go. You need not meet people. You can just raise your complaints and it will be addressed. This is a food order system in our ISS app, which we are currently using in our hospital. There are different various apps what we use in Medicover, be it for our HR functionalities, our procurement functionalities, our sales force, our nursing. So what we want to say is that everything can be digitized, but again, you will need people towards it. Going back to the basics, which is survival of the fittest, which was told years ago, even for digital transformation, it stands tall and true today, that it's only the one who is adaptive can survive. If we are not adapted to the change, if we are not growing, if we are not changing, we cannot survive this transformation. So it's not the biggest who kills the smallest, it's the fastest who kills the slowest. Thank you.
Thank you. It was again an informative session on various technologies used for the nursing practices in the hospital. So if we have any questions, we can take them up. One or two questions, both on nursing leadership and healthcare nursing technology.
There is no question. I just would like to conclude something. I was just waiting, Gracie madam to be over here, but I think madam has just left. Anyway, Bobby and other people can tell her. This is a true story. In one day, in an interview, nursing interview in our hospital, a young nurse came for the interview and we asked, how to look at your future? She told, I want to become CEO of the organization like Madam Gracie Mate. And this is true. This happened in Kolkata, city of Kolkata, who possibly has not seen Gracie Mate ever, but has heard that Gracie Mate is the nursing person who has become CEO of the organization. That is called the nursing leadership. A true nursing leadership should train the younger generation in such a way that they can become the CEO of each organization. That should be the target, and that should be the target of the leadership like Usha madam and Bobby. We have got a long way to go. Thank you. And of course, with a good digital connection. Thank you.
I request the chairpersons and the speakers for a photograph, I think.
Wanted to inform everyone, all the training programs of KAHO today until tomorrow evening, if you avail, there is a 20% discount. We have a lovely stall for KAHO. If you need more details or you want to register, please do go ahead. And this is available only till tomorrow evening.
Including the membership forms.
Including the membership forms, which is definitely valuable because you become part of KAHO through the membership. So we encourage all of you to join KAHO. Thank you all speakers, chairs, and we move on to the next session. Next, we have the KAHO Quimpro Poltech Healthcare presentations. Quimpro and KAHO had held their 4th edition of Poltech Prize in Healthcare in March, and we had some great presentations for the same. But now, we all get an opportunity to hear some of these great selected presentations who were actually the winners of the Poltech Excellence Awards. To take this session forward, I invite our chairpersons. We have Father Johnson Barapalli CMI, who is the Executive Director and CEO of Rajagiri Hospital, and my ex-boss. So I will go a little long on the introduction. Well, he is a priest, a history teacher to start with, and then moved into management. Well, I guess he must be a born administrator, moving into healthcare and making such a successful career in the administration, with Rajagiri Hospital doing so well in our state of Kerala. He's also certified in safety, quality, informatics, and leadership from Harvard Medical School, Boston. He had led the hospital through the JCI accreditation. It's one of the 2 hospitals in the state of Kerala to be JCI accredited. That shows his passion as a leader in safety and quality. And of course, now he is also our chair of Healthcare Institute's wing, KAHO, very active in the KAHO team. But more than anything, he is a leader par excellence and above all, a wonderful human being. So, Father Johnson, warm welcome to the dais. Next, we have Dr. Narayan Pense, who is the Vice President of Medical Strategy and Operations for Fortis Healthcare. He is basically a radiologist with a master's in public health, and his areas of interest include quality, patient safety, accreditation, medical IT, and digital transformation. Warm welcome to you, sir.
It's my proud privilege to welcome and invite and welcome the speaker for this session this afternoon to come to the dais, Dr. Suresh Lulla, sir. It's an honor to actually introduce him at this particular occasion. He's the founder and managing trustee of Kimpro Foundation. He holds a BTech in mechanical engineering from the IIT Bombay at that time, and a MS in industrial engineering from Wayne State University, Detroit. He's a senior member of the American Society for Quality. He's the chairman, IMC Quality Awards Committee, IMC Ramakrishna Bajaj National Quality Award, IMC Juran Medal. I welcome you and request you to come onto the dais to deliver your speech.
We hand over to the chair, sir. Kindly come to the dais. We hand over to the chairs to kindly take the session forward.
Thank you, MCs. Thank you, Dr. Anna, for the nice words. A small introduction about this session. Most of us know Kimpro. It is India's first quality management consultancy firm, started in 1987. And KAHO, in association with Kimpro, organized Qualtech Price Healthcare in Mumbai in February 2023. Participating in this prize competition is an opportunity to learn, share, and benchmark process improvements made by healthcare organizations. Shortlist projects were presented in the Mumbai summit, out of which 4 prize-winning projects are presented today. It's going to be very useful because patient dissatisfaction and wasteful cost are challenges in most of the healthcare organizations. But before getting into this presentation, we spent 15 to 20 minutes on the theme leadership and problem solving. The speaker is none other than Mr. Suresh Lulla, the founder and managing trustee, Kimpro Foundation. Now over to Mr. Suresh Lulla.
Good evening, friends. It's always a pleasure to be with KAHO. And we're making a habit of it by coming year after year. And what I'd like to do is give you a 1-minute lesson on what is quality. Defines quality. Customer is the final inspector. Customer pays your salary. Customer. So one has to be very customer focused. Tattoo on your hand, one hand, customer. And on the other hand, tattoo process. The process that delivers to the customer. You will find your answers on quality with these two simple elements. Now, the profession of quality has always been something down there. Our mission at Kimpro Foundation is to elevate the status of quality. In this effort, we've had the cooperation from Dr. Girdhar Gyani to recognize individuals with a formal qualification, certified qualitist. He's an honorary qualitist himself. Dr. Manu Joseph, a distinguished qualitist. Dr. Shweta Prabhakar, is she here? Dr. Suman Shri, Dr. Anup Nigwekar, and Dr. Parag Rindani. The importance of recognizing individuals is paramount to Kimpro Foundation. So what is Qualtech? Qualtech is for recognizing team excellence. After all, the job of a manager is to solve problems. What kind of problems? Chronic problems. Next slide. Chronic problems. Who should define these chronic problems? Leaders. It should be part of their leadership strategy. Identify the key chronic problems, the vital few chronic problems that account for 80% of your problems. What language do they speak? Money. So unless you can speak money, you're not going to get the buy-in from the leader. What does the workforce talk about? Things, processes, etc., waste, complaints, so on. Now, what is being spoken at the base of the pyramid is a far, far distance from the leadership talk. Here comes the role of middle management. Middle management must be bilingual. They must speak the language of upper management, leadership, money, and the language of the workforce, which is things, and be able to translate things into money and money into things. A critical skill of middle are in fact the backbone of any institution. We further on during the day. So how does middle management speak the language of money? Look at the cost of poor quality. It's an iceberg. You remember the Titanic also sank when it hit an iceberg? What we see is the tip of the iceberg. The symptomatic evidences of problems. Lower iceberg, the symptomatic evidence could be like inspection, rejects, waste, customer complaints, so on. The hidden part of the iceberg is about 25% of cost. You want leaders to bite into quality. Tell them what the cost of poor quality can do to the report card. How would you like to double your profit by halving your cost of poor quality without any capital investment? That they understand. Double my profit, that too, without capital investment. Middle managers, now you're talking business. What are these hidden costs? Excessive overtime. Have you heard that term? Have you heard of excess inventory? Unused capacity? Complaints handling. Why do you have a complaints handling department? Because we guarantee we will make mistakes, etc., etc. Development cost failed. Speak this language and you will get leadership to buy it. It's not failed in industry. We've saved $3 billion in industry. So how do you do it? Solve problems. What is the job of a manager? To solve chronic problems. This is where Qualtech comes in. And we've been working closely with Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Lalu Joseph on Qualtech. Getting teams to present how they solved chronic problems. Here's an approach that they do advocate. With that, I will end my talk and be open for any questions.
Thank you so much, sir. And on a personal note, before I invite questions, I think I am indebted to improve when I entered the field of quality and accreditation almost 11, 12 years back, fresh from a stint in Geneva with WHO. This was the first training program that I attended in Mumbai. And Parag was there as faculty and Dr. Prashant Kelkar and myself were there as, attendees. And it really opened the windows of quality, lean and Six Sigma. So fantastic work. Thank you. And the iceberg model that you depicted, I think will stay in everybody's memory with the link to money as well as things. Thank you for that. Any questions from the audience? One or two questions we can take, please. Since there are no questions, we can move on to the presentations. I would invite the first presentation. The lady in question needs actually no invite Dr. Anuradha Bichumani. May I invite you to come up on the stage for the first presentation. Madam is very well-known face of KAHO and of course ASQA and ISQA. And she is the executive director for Sri Ranga Hospital at Chengalpet, Tamil Nadu. She'll be speaking on the implementation of a WHO safe childbirth checklist in a resource challenge settings. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, Chair. And at the outset, I would like to thank KAHO and Kimpro for giving me this opportunity to present to you our quality improvement project, which we did in our hospital. As you all know, safety and quality go hand in hand. And for this, we all know there is a huge no-do gap between what we know and what is being practiced at the ground level. And that's how we took up this project. So to introduce our hospital, it's a 47-bedded multi-specialty hospital, and it's 60 kilometers away from Chennai in a rural area. And as you know, providing a safe obstetric care is always a challenge. And when a patient comes into the hospital, she goes through admission process and into labor room and postnatal ward where multiple teams work with her, and there is a huge possibility of multiple errors happening. So that's why we took up this safe childbirth checklist, which is a 4-page organized list of evidence, which has been given by WHO, and it targets the major causes of maternal deaths and morbidity and mortality. So though we had a good practice in our labor room, we wanted to improve our sticky practices like availability of drugs or starting putting a pantograph. And so we wanted a baseline data. So this was the baseline data which we started before the start of the checklist. There were some near misses and communication errors, which we set up some targets to improve it. And when the obstetric care process was varied across the continuum, so we wanted a proper modular solution to improve the adherence. So we wanted a structured process across the labor room. And we took the help of the WHO's implementation guidebook, and where we went through these various phases of engage, launch, and support phase. When we started the design phase, the project was integrated into the quality improvement initiative, and we got the feedback from various stakeholders. But this was during the COVID, and so we had to move it through the virtual mode. And then we engaged with our team, with the obstetrician, nurses, pediatricians, and everyone. And then we launched it in our monthly quality meet. And we got the feedback from the stakeholders, and we had a support team with continuous staff motivation, and we had a nurse champion also. And this was done in 2 PDSA cycles. In the first cycle, it moved from 40 to 77% the adherence of the checklist. The second cycle, we took the completion and timeliness, which also improved. These were the various challenges which we had, and we were able to give some solutions. The documentation, we took the help of the obstetrician. And again, this was a cloning which we did, where we implemented the same in 9 different hospitals in Chennai. We took the help of KAHO, and this was the first pilot study of KAHO with the Clinical Society, the Obstetrics and Gynecological Society of Southern India. And they also went in with 2 cycles. And as you see, in the end of the second cycle, it was at 94%. And this is one of the PDSA cycle from one of the hospitals, where they have also moved from continuously, and it's been sustained. So this sustainability is very important for any quality improvement project. And we were able to sustain it throughout the year, and even now it's nearly at 99 and 100%. And this was brought out in a publication with the Harvard University. And this was brought out in the Journal of Health, Global Health Reports. And this has helped us to streamline the whole process. And when we took the same tangible results after implementation, it was at 99%. All the misses, near misses had come down. And we had various intangible results like handovers were easier, the confidence of our nurses were easier. It has overall strengthened the hospital process. And we had some patient experience measures. We took the help of childbirth experience questionnaire, and together for her is another questionnaire which checks the WHO's 9 quality indicators. And to check the maternal care, we had a birth companion project happening, and everywhere it was the patient satisfaction was nearly at 90%. So overall, this is a low-cost project, easy to implement and easy handovers, and it's easy to adopt and adapt. And I welcome all of you to take up all these quality improvement collaboratives so that it becomes more easier to learn and share. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anuradha. I know that you are running so fast, but it was very precise. Thank you so much. There can be one intervention. Anyone feel so strong to ask something? If not, we will go for the next presentation.
Sorry about the speed. They wanted me to finish in 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, so thank you, Anuradha. We need to give a special applause to Dr. Anuradha. Thank you. Our next presenter is Miss Bhavisha Karnare, Head IP Services, Hinduja National Hospital, Mumbai. Please. The title of the presentation, Process Innovation for Efficient Inpatient Bed Management.
So good evening, everyone, and good evening, panel members. Again, I will also have to rush because the time given is 5 minutes. So pardon me for the speed. So today's presentation is on the topic bringing process innovation for efficient bed management. The introduction goes like this, that we are a 400-bedded multi-speciality hospital. We have more than 90 admissions happening per day, which is a combination of both elective and emergency admissions. Bed availability has been an issue always, and we have got this in various patient feedbacks, various consultant feedbacks, and this is the time when a multidisciplinary team came together to sort out this issue. Can you move the presentation ahead? Yeah, go ahead. So the multidisciplinary team from various departments came together. We did a fishbone diagram to identify 26 main causes. Further moving to Pareto to identify 11 main factors to act upon. And this is how we did it in 3 steps. One was related to discharge, wherein the earlier consultant intimation would start the process, and we moved wherein only the stakeholders would know where the process is. We moved to a system wherein the complete discharge process was taken on a discharge tracker. If you see the picture down below, starting from the consultant informing the staff on floor that discharge has to be initiated, to the file ready, file handed over to billing, bill preparation, the financial clearance, and patient physically leaving the room. At this juncture, also the patient would be intimated with the help of SMSs at critical steps like initiation of discharge, bill being ready, and then patient leaving the room physically. When we started, we had challenges in having implementation compliance to the discharge tracker, but with gradual motivation, 99% compliance was achieved to the discharge tracker. In the second phase, after the patient is physically discharged, there were multiple challenges that relatives or the patients would not leave the room for multiple reasons, waiting for transport, waiting for meals, waiting for further clarification on certain aspects. Now, what we do is, so now we have started two SMSs. One is, once the patient moves physically, the intubation goes to the housekeeping staff. Hence, the nurse does not need to intubate anyone about this step. And with this, the housekeeping staff, PAT starts for room preparation. Having successfully achieved it for discharge, we then move to the second phase in terms of covering transfers, because the number of transfers were as many as the number of discharges in the hospital. And normally we use 10 to leave transfers in between. So in the third phase, the nurse would also inspect the room and would ensure coordination with different stakeholders for room preparation. But now we prepared a task force team comprising of a carpenter, painter, the engineer person, and who would go and quick fix the room. Marking is done as soon as the room is ready. by the housekeeping staff and the engineering staff, and that would give an auto intimation to the admission and billing staff, who would then allot the bed to the waiting patient in line, and then the patient would also be intimated by means of an SMS that the bed is ready for allotment to them. So here what we have tried to do is that as much as possible, stop the manual intervention and move to an automated system which is more transparent and time bound. To log the improvement, not only the turnaround times, but we also have captured the various steps like file preparation, billing, financial clearance, discharge, handover, and new patient arrival. These are real-time alerts which are going to the heads of the departments so that they can do timely intervention and not wait for patient complaints to come in. And also the room clearance stat has become a part of KRA of the housekeeping team. So they are very closely working on ensuring that the compliance is achieved. Cloning, we have already started implementing it at our second unit. And since the escalations have shown tangible results, we have also included in processes like call bell, where real-time alerts are going to the HODs in case the attendings are not in time. Tangible results, if pre-implementation, the room preparation was 4 hours. Now the cleaning time is average coming to 1 hour 25 minutes. 96% of our rooms are now cleaned within 2 hours. And the rooms which are crossing that are mainly due to nominal cleaning. In terms of transfer, from 13%, we have moved to almost 60% compliance to TAT for transfer patients. And new patients are getting admitted within 4 hours. That has reached almost 78%. Patient satisfaction has improved. Nursing time has been saved around 12 hours per day, which can be used for patient care activities instead of coordination for non-clinical activities. And in terms of bed time, we save around 8 bed days, which amounts to around 36 lakhs per month. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bhavisha. Any questions from the audience? Yes, madam. Can we get a mic so that everybody can listen, please?
Yeah, I got the question. I will say it for you. So, ma'am has asked that in phase 1, by how much we were able to reduce the discharge turnaround time. Is that correct? So I would say in terms 25% reduction, and that was mainly achieved for pre-billing part, because then we have a major component of TPA billing as well, which is not in our hands. So what we are doing is whatever part is in our hand, in that we have achieved 25% reduction. So if our average was earlier 2 hours, 50 minutes or something, we have come down to around 2 hours, 5 minutes. Can you please repeat?
Who are being paid through the cash. I totally understand they won't be able to do within 3 hours, 4 hours. Okay, it is very challenging job over here. Can you tell how about your hospital? Were you having any concerns?
For cash clearance, there are multiple steps involved. As in, we started educating the patient on third day of their stay in the hospital, where a customer care person, we have a system generated automated list, where the person goes to the patient on the third day of the stay and explains them about the discharge process. We also have a system wherein interim bills are, released to the patient every day at the end of the day, so that if they have any queries, they can clear it within the next day. So what we are trying to ensure is that that ambiguity or any doubts are clarified well in advance before the discharge is processed and not at the time of discharge.
Thank you once again, Bhavisha. I think one of the, okay, can we have one last question, please? Bhavisha, can you please say maybe one last question?
So in our earlier system, once the patient leaves the room, the job was entrusted on the nurse, she would coordinate with, she would go to the room to start with. She would see the room is ready or not ready, or she may check in her own way. And then she would call up the respective departments like the housekeeping supervisor or the engineering person to quick fix a few things. And that would take some time because in case we have to call a carpenter, so, they have their own reporting time and response time. So what we have done is we have prepared a task force in the peak hours of the hospital, which is our peak discharge time between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So there is a team of 3 people who is readily available. And now nurse is not clearing the room. Now the housekeeping supervisor is clearing the room. So he goes and inspects, starting from taps of the room to the painting to the setup, and the team is already with him. But not all rooms may require carpentry work, not all rooms may require painting. So he would allot those jobs to them so that the quick fixing is done in a much quicker way. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, and thank you audience for the questions. I think one of the areas where we can learn from the airlines industry, I think there is a session this time on learning from other industries, and a quick turnaround time for allotting the room to the next patient would be one of the topics sometime. I'll invite the next presenter, Mrs. Lakshmi Kutti Ramachandran. She's a nurse educator from Vijaya Hospitals, Chennai. She'll be speaking on audit of critical outreach team service. Over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My topic is on critical care outreach team services. So introduction goes like this, which is an essential part, integral part of a hospital-wide approach in improving the early identification and management of the critically deteriorating patient. It's a key for early admission to the intensive care unit, and if we implemented the early warning score, which triggers the appropriate response to the patient needs. So this is a nurse-led services. So the problem definition goes like this: the deficit in communication and coordination of the care and information exchange between the ICU and general ward professional increases the risk of ICU readmission and mortality. There has been a lack in identifying an initiation of the treatment who has been deteriorating in the step-down wards. Inconvenience in the practice of tracking and triggering system in the ward center. The problem diagnosis was we had received an increased code to calls and increased readmission rate from the step-down ward to ICU in our hospital. So we decided to do an audit that is readmission rate within 48 hours to ICU from Jan 2021 to October 2021. This is a tablet column which represents the before we start the CCOTT, that is totally it was 64 code blue calls which we have received, written of code blue calls which we have received. So the step down wards, there was not been proper monitoring. That is out of 64, 37 were from the step down wards. So it was alarming to start a team. So trans out, this is a graph which represents about the trans out from ICU pre CCOT, that is 10 months of duration from Jan 2021 to October 2021. That is totally 2,154 patient was there. This is the problem remedy. So we do have a model of PDSA that is in plan. We have planned the aims and objective has been framed. We selected the senior nurses. 10 critical care outreach team has been selected by criteria, and 2 months session has been planned. And we have done training sessions for 2 months, and we have created an observation checklist and we have modified it. We have given a separate uniform and badges to monitor them, and data was being collected from the key indicators. Study, we collected the data, and according to the objectives and results or review compared with the initial audit. Act, discussion and recommendation have been given for the improvement of the patient outcome, and we analyze the feedback for the new process. Locking of the improvement, that is we strengthened our discharge criteria of a patient who has been shifted from the ICU to adult ICU to ward, and regular monitoring has been done by our critical care outreach team in the step down ward. We have rectified the problems, thereby we reduce the readmission rates. So there is an effective communication and coordination of the care and information exchange between the ICU and ward nurses. Re-audit has been done every 6 months. Cloning of the improvement, impressed by the result of this, we have increased our critical care outreach. We are planning to increase to another specialty, and training of the staff regarding the early warning score has been increased. That is the tangible results where we have re-audited, and there was major and minor complaints which has been identified by our critical care outreach team in the step down ward itself, and thereby we reduce the readmission rate to ICU. And the nurses has been empowered to assess the patient and better clinical output of good feedback from the patient, which increases the revenue. So this is a graph which represents a drastic reduction from 2.3 to 1.2% of readmission rate. So this is a graph which represents the total number of code 2 calls has been increased from 64 to 41, even which from 41 code 2 calls, 12 were from the step down ward after we start our critical care. But critical care team not only reduces the readmission rate, but early transfer to the ICU has also been strengthened. So this is the intangible result, the effective communication between the both team, the consultant as well as the ward nurses. And ward nurses have gained the knowledge regarding the how to care about the critical care patients and improve the satisfaction level of the patients, and that it has good support ecosystem has been created and consultant has been satisfied. So this is a graph which represents the CCOT team, which they have identified a minor complaints of 131 and major complaints of 121 complaints. This is a training session with the agenda which has been prepared and 2 months of training has been done. This is a critical care checklist which the critical care nurses have carried out. And this is the highlights of our training session. This is a strong pillar, strong clinical outreach team, 10 members with our managing trustee CEO Madam Mrs. Bharti Reddy ma'am, our CMO Sir Dr. Anil sir, and Dr. CNO ma'am, Rashisha Premlata ma'am. I thank for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi Kutti Ramachandran, for taking up one of the very challenging area in a healthcare setting. And let's give another big applause for being a prize winner. Any intervention? Any comments? Or we will go to the fourth and last presenter. The presenter is Dr. Darshana Rathod, Additional Director, Department of Critical Care, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation, Hospital, Mumbai. The theme is Ventilator Pathway, Clinical Pathway as an emerging tool for quality improvement. Dr. Darshana Rathod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thanks to Improve as well as KAHO for giving me this opportunity to present over here today. So myself, Dr. Darshana, I'm a Chief Intensivist and Additional Director at H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital. Something that we did as a quality improvement project, which I was inspired by my leaders, told me to do something on a clinical level to show some improvement in our day-to-day practices in our IC. So we created something which is known as the ventilator pathway, and it is a clinical pathway for a quality improvement. As you all know, the pathways are tools which are to be adopted or developed. These are based on evidence-based care, and adherence to the pathways leads to standardized care and better outcomes. So what did we do, and how did we find out the problem? As you all know, that CTC has already defined that almost 3 lakh patients who are on ventilator have a poor outcome because either there is a difficulty in the monitoring, in the weaning, or there is a prolonged stay in the hospital. And initially, something which we all have practiced over the years has been about the VAP bundle and about only checking on ventilator-associated pneumonias. But in 2013, the CDC had themselves come up with something which is known as a ventilator-associated event. And ventilator-associated event has a lot of other components which are leading to the mortality of the patient, like collapse of the lungs, ARDS, pulmonary edema, and many other components. So these are things which are at the bedside which we need to take care of. And we did a retrospective analysis of 5 months of our patients who were on ventilator, and we noticed that the VAE rates were 33.8%, and the LOS was average stay of around 37 days and mortality rate of 14%. So what did we do? We also did an internal survey to check on the practices of what are already set practices and some of the components of the ventilator pathway which we thought to include. And we noticed that there was a discrepancy amongst the nurses, the doctors, the understanding, as well as there was not a complete implementation. In fact, some of the results were very poor. So we set up our targets and we said that for all components of the ventilator associated events, we will target for a reduction by 50% from the baseline and reduce the mortality rate by 50% as well as the average length of stay.
So as a problem remedy, we created the ventilator pathway. There is already a AHRQ tool which has for reducing the ventilator associated events, and that is what we adapted. So it has definitely head of bed elevation, which is also a component of the VAP bundle. It has subglottic suction drainage to be applied to the tracheostomy or the ET tubes, early mobilization, implementation of RAS4, and one of the most important component is to prevent delirium. So CAM ICU scoring is one of the things which we all know, but it is not actually checked and it is not actually implemented on what are the components which are to be used to reduce the delirium, and the SAT and the SBT trials which we follow over there. So we created the bundle, and not only the bundle, we created some of the bundles compliances, how we will measure the compliances at the bedside. And for this, we created a training program as well as this, the ventilator bundle was in a placard format, which was stuck on each ventilator of the ICU. So even if somebody came new, they could see that and see what were the components of the ventilator bundle. And this was also a refresher training with the results as well as for the new joinees at the time of the induction. This included the entire team, which included the doctors, the nurses, the physiotherapists, the respiratory therapists, everyone included. So the pathway was implemented in all our 4 ICUs, and the tangible results that we saw was that for the first 5 months, what in a retrospective analysis, we had a VA rate of around 33.8%. In 5 months, we reduced it to 10.7%. And what a loss we had of 37 days, we reduced to 27 days, and mortality from 14% to 4.2%. Now, any pathway or anything that you do, it's more important on how you're able to sustain it. And that is what we did in the last 1 year, where we not only sustained the pathway, but we also further reduced the rates. So the VA rate reduced to 6.2%, the loss reduced to 90 days, and mortality to 3.8. And this is the components that we check, and that is how we give our results. So it's all about sustainability and a multidisciplinary care in a standardized way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathod. Excellent work. I think implementation of any clinical pathway is always a challenge, particularly in a complex setting like a critical care department. Any questions from the audience? Okay, so with that, we would like to thank you, Dr. Rathod, and we would like to conclude the session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, audience, for your patient listening and for the questions.
Yeah, we will have a group photo, please. Can we also call the presenters to the photo booth? Dr. Anu, as usual, with her lovely sari. A big applause for our chairs and our speaker, Dr. Suresh Lulla, for the wonderful insights given. And to all our presenters who really did a great job showing their breakthroughs in quality in healthcare. Thank you all. We request you to kindly join the audience. Thank you once again. We move on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next session, which is the KAHO 3M Awareness Compliance Excellence Award for CSSD. The Awareness Compliance Excellence Award for CSSD, also called ACE, is a quality initiative for CSSD departments across the country. We all know the importance of the Central Sterile Supplies Department and their role in healthcare facility. The primary objective of this program is to facilitate capacity building and evolve best practices, focusing on awareness, compliance, and excellence. To take you through the award session for the ACE program, we invite the following people to the dais. Dr. Vijay Agarwal, President KAHO, Dr. Lallu Joseph, Secretary General KAHO, Dr. J. Jayalakshmi, Professor and HOD Department of Microbiology, KMCH Institute of Health Sciences, Coimbatore, and Ms. Radhika Ann, Vice President, Medical Solutions, 3M India.
I invite the guest of honor to the dais, Dr. A. Lingaya, Medical Director, Yashoda Hospitals, Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. I would like to invite Ms. Kavita Kulkarni, Head Scientific Affairs and Education at Medical Solutions Division, 3M India Limited, to take the proceeding forward.
So good evening all. Good evening all. Good to hear that. So I think the most awaited East KAHO Awards is here. Just to take you through this board, this is one of the awards which brought in the company and the platform together into considering quality initiative for CSSD. Now, why? If you would look at this, you look at that the hospital-acquired infections are the most common infections, most common complications that affect patients in any hospital or healthcare settings. And you could see that healthcare rates in India are about 25%, and that every four patients in the hospital may be infected, and therefore leading to more complications. Now, what would this lead to? Increases the length of stay, cost of care, as well as increased mortality among these patients. And of course, all of these are a concern, more worried when it is surgical site infection. Now, where are these sources of infection? It could be hands of the healthcare workers, linen laundry, or it could be contaminated water, food, etc., or the equipments or devices that's been used on these patients. Now, what's the role of a CSSD? We all know it's the heart of the hospital, but sometimes they're neglected as well. Now, if you would see what's the problem in these CSSD, there are dearth of qualified CSSD personnel, and then CSSD is sometimes considered as something like a cost center of a hospital. So I think least allocated for the same. And sometimes it takes a back seat. Most places in hospitals, the sterilization is one in the dingy corner of the hospital. So, and there isn't any specific defined guidelines for sterilization in India as well. So with all of these challenges in CSSD, we needed to have something which need to standardize within our own system and for our country with these issues. And that comes our program ACE. Now, what's ACE? I would ask Kavita to mention about that. Hello, everyone. So ACE is, the full form of ACE is awareness, compliance, and excellence. To address those challenges which we have seen and encountered in the CSSD of the countries, the KAHO and 3M have partnered to bring up this association, this quality improvement project called as ACE, which is a knowledge enhancement and providing the awareness to the CSSD professionals through the online courses, guiding and consultation through the experts, and gap analysis. There will be a series of virtual and final physical audits. Finally, we are also today, this opportunity, this platform, we are recognizing and awarding those 80% compliance winners today. So this is a very well-designed program. We have come up with milestones right from the registration. Every year, June 1st or May or June, the registration will start opening. Next would be the courses, which would be online courses, basic and advanced courses. Post that, there will be a series of trainings for the hospitals as well as the auditors also. Coming, next step would be the physical and virtual and the physical audits. So the online courses, as 3M being the technical guidance partner, the online courses are hosted on the 3M Healthcare Academy platform.
The audit checklist is basically derived from the APSIC, the Asia Pacific Society of Infection Control. This has been derived and customized to the Indian audience, Indian CSSD facilities. We have the regional awards. Today we will be announcing those winners. We have awards for large hospital categories, medium hospital category, small hospital and government hospital category. I would also congratulate the ACE 22 qualifiers. The qualification is not 50% or 35% pass, it is 80% compliance. So the checklist has to be complied 80% and above. So these are the hospitals who have achieved 80% and above. I would congratulate all these qualifying hospitals today. A big round of applause to all of them. I would also like to thank and acknowledge the auditors. We have 69 auditors to conduct the audits, physical, virtual audits, give the consultation, give the guidance across the country, including Jayalakshmi Madam, who is on the auditors panel. We have conducted series of auditors virtually based on the APSIC, CDC and AB guidelines. So these are the auditors who have helped and contributed for this ACE program. Thanking them for this. Now, moving on to the awards. We would first award the large healthcare organization categories. We invite our esteemed panel to come in the front to give away the awards. We would give them region-wise. The North region winners are Fortis Hospital Limited, Mohali. We would request most members from the hospital, all those who are here, to come and receive the award, or representatives to come and collect on behalf of the others. Congratulations, Fortis, Mohali. In the southern region, I'm very, very happy to announce this group of winners because they come from my hometown, G. Kuppaswamy Naidu Memorial Hospital or GKNM Hospital, Coimbatore. So South had many entries, many qualifiers as well. But so the award here were very neck to neck with the similar scores between two hospitals. So it's been shared by Father Mullah Hospital, Medical College Hospital, Bangalore. I think you can encourage them well for the brilliant work, because CSSD is not just that one person, it's an administrative work, a team from the CSSD and individuals who are responsible for this great achievement. Yeah, we're moving to the western region, yet another Fortis, but this is from Mumbai. Fortis Hospital Limited, Mumbai. As role modeling hospitals, I think they should open up their CSSD for more training for others.
So congratulations, Fortis Hospital, Mumbai. The Western region again, we have runner-up with the PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. Congratulations, PD Hinduja. The Eastern region winner, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospital Limited, Kolkata. Apollo Hospital, Kolkata. Congratulations. It's very difficult to run CSSD in larger facilities, and achieving this amongst so many computers is a feat. Would be Mission Hospital, Kolkata.
Next category is medium healthcare organization. For the North region, we have Rukmini Birla Hospital. Big round of applause to them.
Anybody from Rukmini Birla Hospital, Jaipur?
Okay, we'll move on to the next. North region, there is a tie. Winner is from Eternal Healthcare Center, Jaipur. Big round of applause for them. South region, we have Kaveri Hospital from Bangalore. Congratulations, team. There is another winner in the South region category, Savira Institute of Medical Sciences Private Limited, Anantapur. Congratulations, team. Next, we have Sahyadri Super Speciality Hospital, Deccan, Pune for West region. Heartiest congratulations. Keep encouraging them. Keep clapping. From East region, we have Orchid Medical Center Private Limited, Ranchi. Okay, we don't have the representative from this hospital.
So moving on to the small healthcare organizations category awards. South region winners are Morris Matthias Hospital, Nagarkoil. Congratulations. Having a small hospital and establishing a very good CSSD with the required as per the standard is a great achievement by itself. I think you should encourage them for all their efforts. The Western region. The Western region winners are Upasani Super Speciality Hospital Private Limited, Mumbai. West region and yet another winner, MGM Hospital and Research Center Private Limited partner. All right, do we have MGM Hospital partner? Yes. It's East. So this is from the Eastern region, thanks to Shankar sir. So we're moving on to the Government Healthcare Organizations category awards.
So government hospitals, that's a tough challenge, but we have two winners. Accredited Tata Hospital, Mumbai. Okay, we don't have a representative from this hospital.
I think you all could have understood and those from hospitals. It's very, very challenging to set it up very well. And the CSSD to be set up very well in organizations and in government settings where sometimes you have so many limitations. Having a good CSSD with standards is by itself is a great feat. Yeah, moving on to the next one.
Next one is Chitranjan National Cancer Institute, Kolkata.
So this is East region.
Yeah.
East region, and this is being led by Dr. Shankar Sen Gupta sir.
Presentations team.
Dear friends, this journey would continue with more hospitals, more CSSDs participating throughout the country from the next year also, or this year to the next year also. All the very best to all the winners and congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, chief guest for honoring and awarding the winners. Thank you, KAHO.
So the Tata Memorial Hospital is here and they would come onto the stage to receive their award. Congratulations, sir. Accredited Tata Hospital, Mumbai. For winning it under the government healthcare category.
Joseph, Secretary General KAHO. Dr. M. Malti, Associate Consultant, Infectious Disease and HIC Officer, MMHRC Madurai. And we would like to invite the guests of honor.
It's a proud privilege to invite the guest of honor for this session, Dr. Bhaskar Rao. Dr. B. Bhaskar Rao, sir, is the chairman and managing director of KIMS Hospitals. He is a renowned cardiothoracic surgeon with over 30,000 surgeries to his credit. And I think in this audience, he doesn't require any more introductions. He is the current, for the CAHOCON 2023 is the organizing chair. I also request Dr. Arun Garg to please come on to the dais, sir. He is the chair and president, Canada-India Network Society Leads, a consultant medical biochemist from 40 years at Fraser Health. He is a clinical professor of pathology in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of British Columbia and the director of Cooperation and Engagement, Office of Global Medicine.
Now they're all going to look like you, Dr. Subin.
Then I'm not going to be
So as you
standing
can
alone.
see, everybody's getting ready for the graduation ceremony. I think this is the first of its kind, and it's lovely to see all our graduates of our certification programs who have successfully in the programs that we have undergone. We start with the first program, which is the National Certification Exam for Infection Control Professionals.
We'll wait for a second, I think.
So as we have our dignitaries just getting ready. Meanwhile, what do you say? This reminds us of college days. Probably the last time we did this was for our graduation. And it's funny to notice that nowadays they have a graduation in kindergarten. They have a graduation now in primary school. Then they have in middle school, high school, then in college. Well, we just had one, right? So the festivities increase and everything is to be celebrated. So why should we fall far behind? So we have started the celebrations ourselves now. Yes.
All set.
Well, isn't that lovely?
Give a round of
Gentlemen?
applause to them. Okay, moving to the first part of the graduation ceremony. KAHO had launched a national certification exam for infection control professionals to recognize the competency of the professionals who implement infection prevention and control in India. We are extremely proud that this is the first of its kind in India on par with the international standards. On 12th March 2023, more than 100 candidates registered for this particular exam and more than 70 successfully cleared the exam. We had honored and awarded the gold, silver and bronze winners earlier in the day during the inaugural session. And now we recognize the rest of the certified members and we invite all of them to the dais at the same, for the same. Yeah.
All the ICP graduates.
All the ICP.
All of them.
ICP. Infection control. Yeah.
Okay, so we had 75 candidates who passed the exam. We have 20 here. We thought we'll give individual certification to honor them. The certification in infection prevention control highlights an individual's commitment to best practices in IPC and improve patient care, as well as a dedication to professional growth. So we are here to honor them. I'll read out the names. So we'll start with the silver medal. Dr. Shanali missed the morning ceremony. So we request Dr. Shanali to come on to the stage, please. She is a consultant microbiologist, HOD, CSSD, of an infection control officer in Kailash Group of Hospitals, Noida.
Other, others who have assembled here and who are certified for the program, so please collect. I'll be calling them by name. Dr. Suvarna Kirolikar, Dr. Sonali Jain, applause please. Dr. Sonali Jain, Dr. Sumit Lokapure, Ms. Kogila Jaikumar, Mrs. Bessie Sebastian, Ms. Anumol Jose, Ms. Gula Johns, Dr. Jay Ranjan, Dr. Malavika Srivastava, Dr. Beena Jad, Ms. Riti Chakraborty, Dr. Benika Kajla, Mrs. Anushka Amit Vivankar, Ms. Kondur Pravalita, Mrs. Trupti Karwal, Ms. Sangeeta Gupta, Mrs. Maria Ulanda, Mr. Jagit, Mrs. Kavita, and Dr. Sonam Mohara.
Thank you. Those are our graduates. And a big applause for the whole team. So they pose for a group photo. Say cheese. Thank you all. We request the graduates to kindly join the audience. We move on to the next set of graduates, and this is for the International Certification in Healthcare Leadership, the LEADS program, which is curated in collaboration with LEADS Global and CINS Canada and KAHO. The program has perspectives beyond boundaries to help professionals to get international training. More than 35 members have registered and 6 cleared the program. And today here we have 3 of them who will be graduating on the dais. Dr. Manish Srivastava, can we have you on stage, please? Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, an applause for the graduates with some more energy. Next, we have Dr. Suvan Shetty.
Please applaud ज़्यादा करो.
You have to applaud. Dr. Sukhvinder Singh. Do we have Dr. Sukhvinder Singh? Right. Thank you. Now we have a photo finish before we go on to the next session. The next graduation is for Certified Professional Healthcare Risk Management, CHRM, a self-paced learning course to strengthen the knowledge and expertise of healthcare professionals to help integrate the risk management as part of quality and patient safety program. More than 150 members have registered for this program and more than 100 cleared the same. Among these, we would like to invite those who are present here with us to receive their certificate. Kindly come to the dais when your name is called. Ms. Dhanya Michael. Dr. Balamurugan K. Samita Bose. Suvan Shetty again. Dr. Anila Mathur. I know it's towards the end of the day, but don't you think they really deserve an applause? Mr. Abdul Dhyan Raza. Dr. Biswajeevan. Dr. Pramod Paharia.
It's Ankita Biswas.
One of our most important program, that is CPQIH Advanced Program, Certified Professionals for Quality Implementation in Healthcare. It's one of our prestigious program, and almost about 400 members that have been registered for this program, and most of them have cleared the program since we started this in 2015. And we had a successful 7 batches of advanced CPQIH program on this. So today we invite some of those who are present here in the last batch who successfully cleared this particular program. Dr. Kushal Kumar, Mrs. A. Danam, okay, we request all the members who had successfully cleared the CPQIH program. Doctor, I'll name them. Please come on the stage. Dr. Kushal Kumar, Mrs. A. Danam, Mrs. R. Lakshmi Kuti. I'm calling the names. Please come on the dais. Dr. Purna Chandra, Mr. Netaji Janaki Raman, Dr. Divya, Dr. Pratibha Parera Madam, Mr. Sharath Babu, Mr. D.K. Vishwa Prasad, Dr. Sanjay Daslani, Dr. Sonia Bhagat, Miss Fatima, and Miss Farza. And Dr. R.T. Gupta.
Thank you all. Are we done with the photo sessions? Thank you. Thank you so much to the chairs, guests of honor. Well, in life, winning and losing will both happen, but what's important is not quitting. So we must continue this journey of exploring, learning, and sharing knowledge. Congratulations to all the winners, and a big thank you to the guests of honor. We have some more photos to be taken and few announcements.
One small announcement, the gowns have to be returned back along with the caps.
Oh, okay. So, yes, Lalu ma'am, over to you.
Very good evening. So we come to the close of day one. Thank you so much for being here, for encouraging the participants, the awardees, all the graduates. It's indeed a pleasure to have all of you here late till 6:30. Now the day doesn't end for the lifetime members of KAHO. So we have the annual general body meeting starting now. So from 6:45 till about 7:30, we will have the annual general body meeting. So that's going to happen in MRG1. Am I right, Gaurav? MRG1. So inviting all of you to come and join the annual general body meeting. For all those who are interested in joining the KAHO programs, we have a special discount for today and tomorrow. So please go ahead, avail the special discount of 20% for all the KAHO programs, including membership, your lifetime membership and also the hospital membership, offered at 20% discount today and tomorrow. There are very exciting gifts also awaiting you if you are wishing to register today and tomorrow. So request all of you to go proceed to the KAHO stall, register yourself. So for all the ones, you must have noticed the photographers running behind you. There are many candid pictures that have been taken that will be available in the KAHO stall. So tomorrow morning, you could go to the KAHO stall and get the pictures with the KAHO frame. So thank you so much for staying on. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. We have exciting presentations for 1.5 hours. Those of you who are invited for the breakfast meet, the breakfast meet starts at 8 a.m. So thank you once again. Let's give ourselves a good round of applause, please. And let's have the KAHO anthem.
Of healthcare, delivery, and patient safety. Have a goal, a noble pride. Joining Hidden saying their skin. Standing right